The meeting for Thursday, December 7, 2023, for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary has been called to order. Good morning. I'd like to acknowledge committee members present. I don't see any non-committee members here or in St. Thomas. And at this time, I'll just have some opening remarks. I'd like to say good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, invited testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, legislative staff working this meeting today. Can't do it without you guys, so you know I always have to acknowledge you. It's been quite an eventful 2 weeks. Your senator has been busy at work, and I just wanted to share some of the highlights. Over the last month or so, I've traveled to the National Black Caucus for State Legislators Conference in Nashville, Tennessee, and hosted a tour with my colleagues for a real-time crime, visiting real crime time centers, community schools, and charter schools for my colleagues and I in Atlanta, Georgia, Baltimore, Maryland, Loudoun County, Virginia, to support Bill number 35-0131 and bill request numbers 23-0178 and 23-0181, respectively. My goal is to work on these measures with hopes of diversifying the education options provided to our children of the Virgin Islands. If you are interested in providing statements and comments regarding these bills, please reach out to my office. I am happy to hear from you. On a somber note, I want to extend my condolences to the family and friends of Jesse Martinez, who passed away after a brief illness. My heart goes out to his family during this time. My office will continue to support them in any possible way to serve, make sure that justice is served for Jesse, should the journey to justice be deemed necessary by the process. At this time, I'll direct the clerk for roll call. Please proceed.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Here. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Senator Johnson.
I'm here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Senator
Here.
Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, we have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please read the agenda into record.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Thursday, December 7, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowette's Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, to consider the following nominations, bills, and resolutions. Block 1, Governor's nomination of Harriett Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner Nominee, VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Block 2, Governor's nomination of Louis E. Petersen, Jr., Commissioner Nominee, VI Department of Agriculture. Block 3, Governor's nomination of Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner Nominee, VI Department of Finance. Block 4, Governor's nomination of Bert Petersen, Jr., MD, University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. Governor's nomination of Donna M. Christensen, MD, University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. Block 5, bills. Bill number 35-0045, An act amending Title V Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole release by adding Section 4607 to establish medical parole release, geriatric parole release, and non-medical geriatric parole release, and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senators Franklin D. Johnson and Javon E. James. Bill number 35-0084, an act amending Title 11 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 21, Sections 1213, to allow businesses operating under a trade name to have the option of renewing the trade name every 2, 6, or 10-year intervals, sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title III Virgin Island VIC Chapter 1, Section 10, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Bill number 35-0099, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 23 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the foreclosure of liens upon real property, sponsored by Senator Maurice C. James. Bill number 35-0119, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 7A directing the Department of Health to develop and approve mobile integrated healthcare programs, sponsored by Senator Maurice C. James and co-sponsored by Senator Ray Fonseca. Bill number 35-0127, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders, sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Novell E. Francis Jr., Alma Francis Heiliger, Donna A. Fred Gregory, and Javon E. James Sr., co-sponsored by Senator Maurice C. James. Bill number 35-0131, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart. Bill number 35-0173, an act amending Title V Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 201, by adding a subchapter for enacting the Safe Haven Newborn Protection Act to provide a mechanism for a newborn infant to be relinquished to a safe environment for the parents of the newborn infant to remain anonymous if they choose to avoid civil or criminal liability for the act of relinquishing the newborn infant, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Bill number 35-0175, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, relating to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters by adding Territorial Emergency Management Agency and providing an auxiliary communications resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Bill number 35-0194, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Sections 111A, requiring the Commissioner of Education to hire a school nurse supervisor per district and school health technicians for every public school in the territory. Block 6, resolutions. Bill number 35-0102, an act honoring and commending Ralph A. Bert, MD, for outstanding contributions in the medical field to the people of the Virgin Islands and his many civic contributions to the community, especially to the island of St. Croix, and to name the labor and delivery postpartum unit maternity services at the Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center North in his honor, sponsored by Senator Maurice C. James. Bill number 35-0109, an act honoring and commending the late Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George posthumously for his service as a corporal in the United States Marine Corps in the Vietnam War and for making ultimate sacrifice to preserve democracy and to keep America and his Virgin Islands homeland safe, naming Road 107 from Coral Bay to Lampshire Bay, St. John, Kendall Emmanuel George Drive, South, and appropriating $10,000 to the Department of Public Works for signage at Kendall Emmanuel Drive and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Bill number 35-0123, An act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to on the island of St. Thomas and for other purposes. Sponsored by Senators Ray Fonseca, Kenneth L. Gittens, Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Franklin D. Johnson, Alma Francis Heiliger, and Carla Joseph, co-sponsored by Senators Novell E. Francis Jr. and Milton E. Potter. Bill number 35-0125, an act honoring and commending the late Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark posthumously for his dedication, service, and contributions to the Virgin Islands community in law enforcement by adding the name Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark Drive at Route 669 on the island of St. Croix, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Today's meeting, colleagues, as you know, has 6 blocks. We have 5 nominees, 14 bills, 4 of which are resolutions. So, colleagues, we determine how long we are going to be in this meeting today. And we have before us in Block 1 the governor's nomination of Harriett Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner nominee for VI, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. And before I go to you, Ms. Hodge, I would ask everyone for housekeeping rules that you please turn your phones on mute or you turn it off. If you haven't been told where the restrooms are, you can get up, you go through these doors, and you can make it right. And before we get into anything, one of my housekeeping rules is also when I have nominations before me that I ask you to take the oath. So I'll ask that you stand and raise your hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? You may be seated. Thank you. So, I see that you brought the whole village, the army, every family member from east, west, north, and south. So I want to say welcome. Colleagues, we have, as I mentioned, we have 5 nominees before us today. I'd like to acknowledge Senator Kenneth Gittens, a committee member. Please mark Senator Gittens as present. Welcome, Senator Gittens. At this time, do we have any testimonies from any of your testifiers to be read into record?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. So there were 2? They want to be read into record? You just want to get started? Are they here?
They're not here, but they sent it. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Media.
Yes. The CPA board and the cosmetology board sent in 2 letters of endorsement.
And would you like to have them read into record?
Sure.
We'll take a 2-minute recess. And Rules and Judiciary is out of recess, and going based on the nominee's request that she asks that there's no need to read the testifier's testimony today because of time constraints. So thank you. With this being said, I would allow you to now read your testimony into record and make sure that you are close to the mic. Don't read too fast because there's a stenographer that's taking record of this meeting. So you may proceed.
Good morning. Good morning to the Honorable Diane Capehart, Chair of the 35th Virgin Islands Legislature's Committee on Rules and Judiciary, honorable committee members of the Rules and Judiciary, non-committee members present, the hard-working staff of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Harriett Nathalie Hodge, better known as Nathalie, and I stand before you today humbled and honored to have been nominated for the position of the Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. If confirmed, I look forward to continue to work cooperatively with the legislature and matters under this department's purview that impact the business and the consumer sectors of the Virgin Islands. First and foremost, I give God thanks for bestowing on me his grace and strength to persevere thus far. Heartfelt gratitude and appreciation is extended to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach Esquire for their vote of confidence in my ability to lead the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I come before you today not only as Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner nominee, a native Virgin Islander, Crucian out of Frederiksted, and not just a dedicated servant leader, but also as the daughter of the late Eva Hodge and Harold Hodge, who recently passed in May of this year. I know they, along with my late brother, Harold N. Hodge, Jr., are my angels watching my nomination process from the heavens. I take this opportunity to especially thank my son, Jaden Smith, my sister, Stacy Hodge Belil, my brothers, Melvin and Nathaniel Hodge, my surrogate daughter, Natifa Martin, and our family matriarch, Auntie Teresita Fleming. My family is my rock and greatest support. They gave me a reason to always strive for greater and better, working daily to make our home, the United States Virgin Islands, a better place to reside, visit, and of course, do business. To my incredible circle of family and loved ones, my bonus moms, my bonus sisters and brothers here today and listening in, I thank you for all that you do. You have played an integral part in the molding of the woman who stands before you today. My early education took place at St. Patrick's Catholic School, followed by St. Joseph Catholic High School. Upon completing high school, I pursued a higher education at Point Park College, now known as Point Park University in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, earning a Bachelor of Science degree in management and a minor in accounting in May of 1993. My parents instilled in me a deep love, pride, and connection in the Virgin Islands. These lessons, not forgotten, were the driving force in my decision to return home after graduation rather than to contribute to the brain drain that we're currently experiencing. With my new degree in hand, for the next 5 years following graduation, I honed in on my accounting skills and served as a staff accountant with the Bonnie Priest accounting firm, and as a bookkeeper for my late father's business, Harry Hodge Trucking and Heavy Equipment Rentals, Harry Hodge 2 Water Delivery, and Hap Construction, Inc. My commitment to the community was further realized during the aftermath of Hurricane Marilyn in 1995. I worked alongside my father and my brothers at the Bovoni landfill and the body slab debris management sites, dedicating countless hours of calculating and preparing bid packages for the local government and the Army Corps of Engineers. This experience piqued my interest in contract management, leading me to pursue additional education and training in asbestos and hazardous waste removal. Continuing my educational journey, I earned a Master of Science degree in management with concentrations in acquisition and contract management and human resources management from the Florida Institute of Technology, Melbourne, Florida, in April of 2004. My career journey with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs began on December 7th of 1998, when I applied for what I thought was a temporary position to oversee the FDA Tobacco Investigations Program. In this position, I supervised staff and oversaw the implementation of the Tobacco Investigations Program. The program was tasked with enforcing federal and local laws pertaining to the sale of tobacco to minors in the territory. 2 years later, following the expiration of the FDA Tobacco Investigations Program, I was offered the opportunity to continue working with the DLCA, serving as the executive secretary to former Commissioner Andrew Rudnick. Impressed by my unwavering work ethic, in 2002, Commissioner Rudnick further promoted me to the position of Assistant Director of Licensing. In this capacity, I collaborated with the Director in the development and administration of the territory's business licensing program and the formulation and justification of the division's annual budget. Additionally, I served as a super user for the GVI Enterprise Resource Planning System, the ERP system. In 2008, I was provided with another opportunity for career growth within the department. Ms. Lisa Davis, in announcing her retirement as administrators for boards and commissions, recommended me to be her successor. I accepted the challenge and assumed the responsibility for overseeing the administration, management, and budget and direction for 8 professional boards and commissions. These includes the VI Board of Architects, Engineers, and Land Surveyors, VI Board of Barbering and Cosmetology, VI Board of Counselors, VI Board of General Construction Contractor and Trades, VI Board of Public Accountancy, VI Board of Real Estate Appraisers, the VI Real Estate Commission, and the VI Board of Social Workers. During my tenure, I ushered in a digital transformation initiative converting all board administrative files into an easy-to-access online repository. Furthermore, I modernized the examination process by eliminating the traditional paper and pencil format, transitioning all examinations for each profession to a computer-based system accessible at any designated PSI test center. In 2015, I advanced to the position of Assistant Commissioner and assumed the role of Chief Operating Officer. In this capacity, I continue to provide oversight for boards and commissions while concurrently supervising the daily operations of the department in the key areas of business management, administration, procurement, property, human resources, communication, and information technology. I provided critical oversight and led the efforts of managing, directing, and prioritizing major projects and work plans to ensure the synchronized achievement of departmental goals and objectives were met. I occasionally teach a course on working with councils, board, and commissions for the UVI Certified Public Managers Program. I am an active member of the Society for the Human Resources Management and the National Association of African Americans in Human Resources. And I currently serve on the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System Board. Additionally, I currently serve as Assistant Financial Secretary for the St. Croix Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc. Collectively, each position I have provided a solid base and enhanced my intimate knowledge of the DLCA. My leadership style and vision for the future have been benefited from the intricate knowledge of the department, having worked in these varied positions. Before sharing my vision for the department, I first want to ensure that those listening today have a firm understanding of the department's responsibility and jurisdiction. As some of you know, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs began as a division of the Department of Public Works many years ago. Today, the department is a regulatory and revenue-generating agency established under the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 16. It provides and administers consumer services and programs pursuant to the Consumer Protection Law of 1973, set forth in the Code, VI Title 12A Consumer Code. The LCA establishes, administers, coordinates, and supervises the regulation and licensing of private businesses and professions, as provided in the VI Code Title 27, Professions and Occupations. More concisely, the mission of the department is to issue business and professional licenses, to ensure compliance with the territory's licensing law, and to protect the health, safety, and rights of the consumer through assistance, education, and enforcement of the Virgin Islands consumer protection laws. There are 7 separate divisions within the department, which includes the Office of the Commissioner, which is responsible for the overall leadership, management, planning, and supervision of the department, so that it may effectively carry out its mission. The Office of the Commissioner is key to the effective and successful fulfillment of the department's mission. The Administration and Business and Management. This division is responsible for the budgeting, accounting, payroll, procurement, and personnel operations of the department. This division provides all resources for the staff to perform their duties in an efficient and professional manner. Legal. This division is responsible for providing in-house legal advice to the commissioner and the department, promulgating and implementing rules and regulations, and prosecuting violators via hearings and representing the department and consumers on all legal matters. Licensing. The Division of Licensing is responsible for receiving, reviewing, and approving applications for business licenses. Upon receipt of a completed License application, which includes documentation from our sister agencies like IRB, the VI Police Department, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the VI Fire Services, and Department of Health, and license fees are collected, then the license is issued. Located within the licensing division is the Alcohol Board, which is responsible for enforcing the Virgin Islands alcohol laws. The next division is the enforcement. This division enforces consumer laws by inspecting all businesses to ensure compliance with the Virgin Islands licensing laws. The division is critical in ensuring that the safety and well-being of the consumers are met. Office of Boards and Commissions. This division has oversight responsibility for the professions and trades, including the licensing of the individuals in each of the areas. Architects, engineers, and land surveyors, barbers, beauticians, manicurists, certified public accountants, counselors, general construction contractors and trades, real estate appraisers, real estate brokers and salespersons, and social workers. Consumer Affairs. The Consumer Affairs Division is responsible for assisting, educating, and protecting consumers against unfair and deceptive trade practices. Within the Consumer Affairs Divisions is a separate Consumer Protection Services unit, which is responsible for the development and implementation of consumer education programs and activities, addressing consumer complaints, and monitoring business practices throughout the territory for compliance of the consumer laws. The Weights and Measures unit is also within this division, and this is responsible for ensuring that all commercial weighing and measuring standards used in the territory are accurate. The unit also enforces all laws and regulations pertaining to food freshness, net contents of packaged goods, and unit pricing. DLCA today and in the future. Over the past 90 days, as the acting commissioner, I have engaged with the staff, become further acquainted with our internal processes and systems, and scrutinized budget to conduct a thorough assessment of the department. My evaluation indicates the department has been effective in fulfilling its mandate and mission in serving the businesses and ensuring consumer protection. There are, however, areas that will benefit the consumer positively if improvements were made. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs is home to a dedicated and knowledgeable staff, many of whom have devoted their entire careers to serving the community. Employee morale, however, appears to be affected by a lack of team spirit, inadequate training, and insufficient recognition of upward mobility. The department has a functional online presence providing for the electronic application of licenses. The website is currently in need of an upgrade, including the development of a comprehensive case management system. The absence of a comprehensive case management system leads to isolated operations and hinders the seamless integration between the divisions. Internal controls, while generally sufficient, could benefit from some improvements. Enhancements would lead to heightened operational efficiency, precise financial reporting, and greater accountability. Improving internal controls is essential, as it not only ensures compliance, mitigates risks, and bolsters efficiency, but it also strengthens the department's ability to protect the consumer's interest. It's key for preserving the integrity and effectiveness of the department's operations. Lastly, the community's perception underscores a previously perceived bureaucratic nature. While there has been significant progress, there is still room for improvement. Incorporating the use of videos or interactive online tools can make information easily accessible and digestible. Addressing these concerns is not just about boosting the department's overall improvement and efficiency, but also deliberate effort to further enhance the community's perception of the licensing process. Should I be favorably confirmed, I will work side by side with the administration and DLC's employees on the following short and long-term goals. My short-term goals are: 1, improved internal and external customer morale. The department must place a renewed emphasis on effectively communicating with its customers, as communication, transparency, and morale are inextricably linked. By prioritizing communication and fostering a culture of openness, I am confident that we will not only create a positive work environment for the department's 43 employees, but also engender trust and loyalty with the public. To achieve my goal of boosting internal morale and recognizing that knowledge is power, I plan to institute an annual training requirements for new and existing staff. I plan to conduct regular training sessions for staff on the latest consumer protection laws and licensing procedures, and cross-train employees to broaden their skills and promote a collaborative work environment. The development of specialized training for each division will be conducted in partnership with the UVI cell and other test service providers that I have been in communication with. 100% of all employees completed mandatory training within my first year as commissioner is my established benchmark. In an endeavor to work closely with the public, I plan to launch an aggressive public awareness campaign, reaching out via traditional and social media forums. We will reinstate biannual town hall meetings to allow DLCA to hear from business owners and community members alike. The town halls will serve as a platform to update and educate the community and improve public awareness of consumer rights and protection. Secondly, reorganize divisions within the agency. Reorganizing DLCA's divisions is critical to our organization health. I will ensure that we operate optimally and as effectively and efficiently as possible. I have initiated a comprehensive evaluation of each division and its current functions, including a detailed identification of the workforce needs. With the valuable support of the Division of Personnel's knowledgeable staff, we successfully secured the necessary approval to reorganize the Consumer Affairs Division. This will allow the agency to attract and hire qualified persons to fill critical vacant positions and commensurate education with salaries. Thirdly, I plan to update DLCA's website page. For many individuals, their initial encounter with the department and sometimes even the government of the Virgin Islands occurs when they navigate to the DLCA's website while establishing business in the territory. A major priority of mine will be to update the DLCA's website page to look more attractive, be more user-friendly, and easier to navigate. This will improve user experience and engagement and provide a better overall experience for our website visitors. The DLCA's website should also serve as a platform for public outreach and education, helping consumers better understand their rights and responsibilities in areas relating to the licensing and consumer protection. Additionally, I aim to reduce the licensing application processing time significantly over the next year. I intend to implement automatic renewal of business license. I think this can be done through the process optimization and technology upgrades. My fourth short-term goal is to increase enforcement presence. Over the next year, I intend to enhance the frequency of compliance checks conducted by the Enforcement Division on brick-and-mortar businesses throughout the territory. This will involve heightening monitoring with adjustments and as necessary throughout the year to closely track compliance. Additionally, we plan to supplement these efforts with random compliance checks to verify that businesses are operating within the confines of their license categories. We have already initiated discussions with the Department of Health to facilitate the prevention of sale of alcohol and tobacco products to minors. Further, we are in the process of drafting a PSA for the festival season, aiming to remind the public about the importance of adhering to our licensing requirements. My long-term goals are: 1, technological enhancements. I have drafted a request for a proposal to be advertised, tasking a reputable firm to overhaul DLC's website and online service. The RFP includes the transformation of our current system to a sophisticated case management system to ensure that each division is no longer working in silos. These strategic upgrades will reduce in-person requests and answer common questions, thereby reducing the number of inquiries and support requests, saving critical time and resources. Integral to the RFP is the incorporation of a mobile application, a pivotal step in guaranteeing DLCA's website compatibility with a spectrum of personal devices. This is considerably important in today's digital landscape. Further, given our role as department entrusted with the consumer protection, the RFP encompasses provisions for cybersecurity measures. This strategic investment is geared towards safeguarding sensitive consumer and business data, thereby fortifying our commitment to unwavering security standards over the next decade. My second long-term goal is to enhance consumer protection. My vision to enhance consumer protection is twofold: a continuous assessment of surveying of prices, as well as ensuring clear mechanisms for customers to register concerns to the DLCA. This will be done through the development and implementation of policies and regulations designed to strengthen consumer rights and protections. With additional staff, the DLCA will reinitiate monthly food basket surveys and scanner surveys throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands and publish the results. With this knowledge, DLCA will ensure that every single customer and consumer gets the best value for their hard-working and hard-earned dollars. My third long-term initiative is to increase compliance. Compliance and enforcement are the bedrock of consumer protection and a thriving business community in our beloved territory. Recognizing the potential for continued growth within the DLCA, my objective is to lead the department in striving for a 15% increase in business compliance with licensing and consumer protection regulations over the next 5 years through a strategic blend of education and enforcement. With the proliferation of thriving online markets, we must ensure that we protect locally based businesses and consumers by ensuring compliance with our consumer protection laws. By leveraging an improved website and mobile app, we will not only expedite the process of obtaining licenses to make it more accessible and attractive to business, but also make it easier for consumers to report unlicensed businesses. A necessary complement to this is a strong public awareness campaign to inform the consumers about the risk associated with conducting business with unlicensed people. While I am too an advocate for entrepreneurship, we must ensure that the business owners are appropriately credentialed and licensed in the territory. We all play a critical role in creating a Virgin Islands that we are all proud of, one that we will continue to endure, and more importantly, thrive for many generations to come. Through the opportunities provided to me in my professional career, I have become a lifelong public servant in the territory. However, I firmly believe that the role of the DLCA Commissioner is paramount to a strong economy and, by the extension, a healthy community. As Commissioner, I pledge to be resolute and an equitable leader, aspiring to be among the department's most accomplished. Influenced by my wisdom of my late father, a successful self-made entrepreneur, I commit to confronting challenges with a creative, solution-oriented, and collaborative mindset. Guided by the principles instilled by my esteemed mother, I vow to uphold persistence and justice in all endeavors. As a committed team player, I promise to foster an environment of open and honest communication, cultivating transparent dialogue I believe will afford consumers unprecedented opportunities and propel DLCA into a limitless future. While I cannot guarantee universal satisfaction, I pledge my steadfastness in treating everyone fairly and ensuring that each voice has the opportunity to be heard. I approach my nomination with a deep sense of responsibility, seeking strength from God to consistently give my best effort. I express heartfelt gratitude to my extended family at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, to my family, my friends, my colleagues, my bosses, my sorors of the St. Croix Alumni Chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, and the entire community who have shown support through calls, emails, texts, and messages. I sincerely thank you. To my extended network of extended family, sisters, brothers, employers, supervisors, and former colleagues, I am forever grateful to all of you. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to further discussing my passion and commitment of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and answering your questions that you may have.
Thank you. So I should have mentioned, as one of the housekeeping rules, there is no clapping. So let me show you how you would show support silently. Yes, that's how you do it, silently, okay? And the individuals that you brought here today that are in support of you, I see people from Adam to family members that you've brought out. So I know that first, I have to personally say, and I gotta try not to get emotional on this one, but your father and I, who I've known from a little girl, okay, would be proud to see you here today. And he's sitting here with you, and he proud of you. So, I say I ain't gonna get emotional, but I can't help it. That was my, listen, guys, Harry Hodge was another father to me, and he was an advocate for me in my politics to try to keep me guided. I didn't see him every day. I didn't see him, talk to him all the time, but I know he had my back, and he always had your back too. So he would be proud of you today.
Thank you.
Oh my God, people seeing how much of a baller that I can be. But it's okay. It's okay. It was my fault, but I had to say it. I had to say it. Every nomination that the governor sends from Government House, nominations for commissioners, boards, commissions, I take the opportunity to have a one-on-one, whether or not I know you, to have that discussion, to say, hey, are there things that will come out on the legislative floor that you may not want to know? This is a time that we had discussions. And I have to say that a nomination that I have before me today, one question I'm going to ask, how many commissioners have you served under? Yeah.
5.
Five.
Asbert Potter, Andrew Rutnick, Ken Robertson, Wayne Biggs, and my beloved Devin Carrington. Oh, six.
So with that being said, you've been at this department for years. You have learned from commissioners coming before you, looking at different ways that things that they've implemented, and now you have the opportunity with individuals you have worked with to be their boss, to be their potential commissioner. I just have to say that I don't have 99 questions for you because everything that I've asked you, you made sure you presented it in this testimony today. You got this. You got this.
Thank
This
you.
is a big job interview. She said this is
Thank
the
you.
most positive. Yep. So with that being said, colleagues, we all know we have a long agenda, so I'm going to give you a 4-minute round of line of questioning, beginning with Senator Bolkes, secondly, Senator Joseph, Senator James, third, Senator Johnson, who's virtual, fifth, Senator Potter on St. Thomas, Senator Gittins, sixth. Are there anybody on St. Thomas, non-committee members? I see none. So we will proceed with Senator Bolkes. 4 minutes. Madam Clerk, 4 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to central staff. Good morning to everyone here in the chambers with us today to support our Commissioner Nominee, and of course, good morning to you, Commissioner Nominee. And I'll just start getting used to calling you Commissioner, because that's how I feel right now. I must say that your story has definitely been a story of what would be considered succession planning. You know, so you've been there, you've been in the trenches, you've worked hard, you've moved your way up, and it's a very empowering story that will also enlighten a lot of individuals in other agencies and departments that may one day want to move up what would be considered the totem pole or the ladder, right? And move into those leadership positions. So, you know, with time and effort and energy and humility, we will one day reach to the apex of wherever we want to be in life. So you are definitely the epitome of that type of story. So I commend you for all of your efforts and your work in the department. You mentioned a lot to us today. I have no doubt that you will be able to succeed because I've seen exponential growth in the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs since this administration came along. There was a lot of enhancements, specifically so in the technological side of things. We've seen that people can get business licenses a lot faster now because of the use of technology. And I did hear in your testimony that you also want to continue enhancing that technology, which I'm a proponent of. And of course, cybersecurity always rings bells with me because I understand the nature of it. I understand the importance and what we need to do to protect our data and information. So I really wanted to also touch on something that I'm very passionate about. Some may not agree or some may disagree and some may agree, but I feel that there's a lot of fraud taking place in the industry of construction. And whether we want to acknowledge it or not, there are people out here that are being quote-unquote abused by contractors that may be charging them for equipment or labor that may be outside of the scope of what it should be. What are your thoughts and feelings on that with construction fraud as you move into your position? Is it something that you plan to focus on or deliberate on? What are your thoughts on that?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for that question. I have one word to answer that, and it's a resounding absolutely. As you are aware, the Construction Board was also under my purview, and we, the agency, have seen an influx of complaints gearing towards the construction fraud.
1 minute.
One part of my 90 days as I start acting commissioner, I collaborated with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the crime unit division, and we're going to partner together and go after these construction fraud complaints we have in the agency.
We've heard in the news, the media, that I've seen it a number of times a couple of years ago. I haven't seen anything this year, but in 2022, 2021, there were stories that, people lost upwards of, $100,000 investing in someone to build a home for them. And we know that a home is the most valuable investment that we could ever invest in our lives. And, housing crisis here and the cost of materials and everything. So if we're able to, regulate that a bit more than we are right now, I think we'll start to see a bit more progress in that area of the industry of our economy. So I'm happy to hear that.
Time.
And thank you for that. My time has expired, but for most part, my vote is yes. You are definitely more than qualified for this position. And thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. So you've done a good role already. It's okay. You got this. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
And thank you kindly, Madam Chair. Pleasant good day to everyone, my colleagues, as well as you, nominee Nathalie Hodge. I have the distinct pleasure of knowing you very shortly, for a short time, but you really impressed me with your level of thoroughness and knowledge of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I really want to commend the Governor of the Virgin Islands for seeing you and the hard work, and for you too for saying yes, because we are in dire need of persons who are capable to take on leadership roles, who are knowledgeable. And I really want to commend you. What I do want to just follow up on Senator Bolkes's question, because I know in our discussion in October, I believe it was October 18th, we did talk about the construction industry and the contractors. And I know that's something that you're going to be working on, because you have been getting a lot of feedback from our consumers relative to persons who fraud them. Is there going to be an effort under your leadership to publish those names of those contractors who have frauded our people?
Definitely, Senator. With my initiative for the comprehensive case management system, that is one of our efforts we want to implement. And like a bad actor, consumer advocacy group, we're going to include the listing of bad actors once it is proving that they are guilty.
And that you've done your proper investigation and due diligence.
Definitely.
Excellent. So that those of us who are consumers know, because that's a role that we need. Now to switch to the standard operating procedures, SOP, your predecessor and I would battle about that. And that is to help our clients, our taxpayers, people who do business with our government understand how you work. What are your thoughts with that? Have you already activated your team to start to put together standard operating procedures in every division, and have it published on your website? So kindly indicate to the listening and all of us here, what is your process in doing that?
So we have already been working on our SOPs. It's a work in progress. So to have it published, definitely we can get that done. But we keep adding to it. I think that's just the goal, is to get a finished product on the website. And it's not only for
if I may interject,
okay.
What is your time frame? Because your predecessor was talking about it, but I just need to know your time frame, because we have to stop doing the talking and just put it out and always amend it up. That's fine.
I can get it done in 3 months.
3 months. I'm going to hold you to it, because my committee you fall under my committee's jurisdiction. Now, I want to ask, Who are you mentoring? That's one of the things. You are here because you have worked under several commissioners, and I'm sure they have mentored you, and you spoke about others in this community. You have a whole flock of community people here, even from St. Thomas, St. John district, and they support you. Who are you mentoring to take on that reign and capture that baton so that we have good succession here? Madam Chair, I am done on your time. Thank you kindly, and you have my support.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I answer?
You may proceed.
Okay. Senator, good question. That is one of my initiatives. It's providing a succession plan. I am mentoring every last one of them you see here. Okay, this is my team. I'm here for them. Anyone for the reign, I'm mentoring everyone you see there.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I just have one question as I'm here sitting and we talking about different businesses that may potentially practice unfair practices to our consumers. When gas prices go up, right? And say we hear gas prices go up in the States. Soon as we hear that, it's like gas price instantly goes up here. But some of the questions that we get, I want you to answer and explain. When gas price go up in the U.S. on the mainland, explain that rack rate purchase and how that happens as the increase will happen. Some people you see, one person might say $3.99 today, and then if gas gone up to $4.50 or whatever, like instantly. Just explain to the public and to us, how does that rack rate affect immediately or in time?
Yes, Senator. So it doesn't affect immediately. The gas tank, the gas owners may have, may have storage. So it's when they finish and they purchase. As they purchase, they present us the receipt. My Weights and Measures staff review, and then they make the analysis on whether or not we're going to approve the increase. So one gas station could probably buy it today, but the other gas station may have excess in his tank to sell from his first purchase.
Thank you for that explanation. So for the viewing and listening audience, for those individuals who may not know that when they are finished with that gas in their tank,
Right.
that they would purchase the gas at that price.
Right.
Correct. Okay. Senator Maurice James, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone in the room. Lots in the room. Good to see the support. I already spoke to you, and I know you. So I'm just going to ask a question that I have as a consumer. You know, when you go to grocery stores here on St. Croix, and you pick up a product, whatever it is, the expiration date is always so soon, as opposed to, I'll give you an example, go to the States, I pick up a can of bay leaves, and the expiration date is 2027. It's way far in advance. But somehow in the Virgin Islands, you pick up that same container of bay leaves, and the expiration date is next month. And I'm always curious as to why our expiration dates are so sooner. Is something that you could regulate, or is it simply that the only thing you could regulate is that once it has expired, it's removed from the shelves?
That is correct. We can't regulate, as long as it's not expired and they're not selling expired goods. But we can regulate the expiration date and when they have it out.
The time period that they put it on the shelf,
Right.
and the expiration date, just that's such a concern of mine, though, because then I have to buy the mayonnaise and I see I'm one of those people who I look at the expiration date and I go,
Of course.
wow, this is only mayonnaise that's left on the shelf, but it's expiring in 2 months. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
so we would encourage you to shop around, though.
I don't
mean,
want
if
to
there's the only
disclose. I do not want to. I was in the military, okay? And the military members had a practice which, you travel and you bring back that duffel bag, right? But you want to shop locally, but you
Right.
don't want your products to expire so soon.
Right.
That's the issue. But it's not something that you can address. Okay, so let me ask this. Do you collaborate? You know that I'm the chairperson of the Education and Workforce Development Committee. Do you collaborate with Department of Labor or Department of Education in terms of, for example, what jumps out at me is real estate appraisers. So does your department collaborate with those two to say you should focus on getting local students to become interested in becoming real estate appraisers because you see that maybe there are no students who graduated from our high schools, I'll put it like that, who are becoming real estate appraisers? Is there any collaboration between?
1 minute.
Currently, there's no collaboration, but coming from boards and commissions and the Real Estate Appraiser Board, there is a program we are getting ready to introduce. It's called the PARIA program. It's an online program for any individual in the territory that is trying to get hours and experience in the real estate appraiser's profession.
That's great. So I can get training through the program that
The
you're.
PARIA program.
Thank you for
Just
saying that.
yesterday and day before yesterday, we hosted continuing education courses on real estate appraisers, and that was mentioned.
Okay, that's the connection that I'm looking at. So I'm happy to hear that. The other question that I had really is, you're rare in the sense that you came up through your agency. And what is...
Time.
Madam Chair, may I conclude?
Yes, you may.
Okay. As a result of that, you practically know the people as you move up. What's your relationship with the people that you've seen as you climb the ladder?
I have a great working relationship with the team. My team know I'm here to support them in any and every endeavor. I can be a firm boss, but they know I'm very flexible.
Okay. Well, you have my support. Hands
Thank
down. I told you
you.
that from before. When I heard that you were tapped to be in this position, I was very excited and proud of you.
Thank you, Senator.
St. Joseph alumni. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator James. I'd like to acknowledge non-committee member, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger from the island of St. Thomas, who's here with us today. Welcome to the committee. Now I will have Senator Johnson, Franklin Johnson, who's virtual, for your 4 minutes. Senator Johnson.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to our viewing and listening audience, especially those that they're inside the chambers crying. Good morning, Miss Harriett Nathalie Hodge. How are you doing this morning?
I'm well, Senator. Good morning.
You've been fooling me all the time, having me calling you Nathalie.
My name is Nathalie, Senator.
Effective today, I would say Commissioner Harriett Nathalie Hodge. You have my support, and I know you know that. I want to ask you a few questions here, and I don't ask the hard question. I'm so be prepared, right? But before I even go to the question, I really appreciate what you say on your testimony on page 5. Collectively, each position I have provided a solid base and enhanced my intimate knowledge. And it's important because it tells me that you know this department inside out. And then a part of your testimony, in your testimony, you mentioned one of your goals is to have an automatic renewal of business license. What will that process look like? Because I think it's something that needs to happen like yesterday. And I say this because I understand sometimes when folks don't even know that the license expired and they're not doing business, there's a charge going to them, although they're not doing business. So what is it going to look like? Are you going to give them an advance notice before it's fully renewed, or they have a time frame to say that they want it renewed or they don't want it renewed, so that you don't have to make these charges? Help me a little bit with that. I support it. That's one thing for sure.
Thank you, Senator. That's a good question. I just want you to know currently, the website, we do send out notices, renewal notices, 60 days before your license expire, 30 days, then 2 weeks, then the day before. So the system is robust in reminding you that your license is about to expire. The licensee has the obligation to notify us on when, if they're no longer in business. That is why the penalty is there. My plan for the automatic renewal, licenses such as, that don't require any additional documentation, such as the general liability insurance and workman's comp or health approval, something like business management consultant, my architects, engineers, and land surveyors. You renew online, you make your payment, you don't need any additional document, you should receive the license. That is my plan.
Now, I wanted to have a little discussion about gas. How often do you guys get to go down to the gas station then to measure to make sure that when a person purchases a gallon, they get a gallon of gas? Because I've got some complaints about that, folks feeling that they're not getting the money what? Well, how often can you, does the agency do this? And what's the outcome most of the time?
So we do go out and do gas surveys. That division is severely understaffed though, so I only have one person on each island.
Oh.
But they go out to calibrate the gas pumps. That's done annually. It's already measured, it's already labeled. So if it's a new gas station, then we'll go out more frequently. But the pumps should already be labeled. So if they have any issues, they can contact us and we'll investigate that matter.
All right, and now this is a big question. Everybody wants to know about prices with food, why our prices are so high. What can be done to, and I know this is a difficult thing here. What can be done to assure that customers are not being cheated by price gouging, overcharging folks for some of the merchandise? What can be done to kind of regulate the prices in the grocery store? What can be done?
So currently, Senator, as you're aware, we do not regulate prices. However, the food analysis, the agreement has been approved by Property and Procurement and OMB, but that doesn't start until December 31st, 2024, and that's a 2-year contract agreement. So that's food study analysis will be happening shortly.
Give me and the audience out here a little idea as to what is going to be done, if you have that information, and what will be done to help consumers.
So we're just going to conduct a survey on whether or not there is price gouging, unfair food prices being inflated in the territory.
All right. Thank you very much. And I don't like to see her crying. I like to see her smiling. So don't bring no more tears when you come in front of me again.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I am the one to blame first. Senator Milton Potter, Vice Chair of Rules and Judiciary, you may proceed with 4 minutes on the island of St. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and a special good morning to the lady of the hour, Ms. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner Designee, to lead the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I want to really congratulate you, Commissioner Hodge, for accepting the call to lead the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. You've received a number of endorsement letters. You have definitely have experience having served under the past, I believe, 6 commissioners of the department. As a former director of the Division of Personnel, I have interacted with you a great deal, and I'm familiar with the high level and high quality of work that you do. So I am very confident that Governor Bryan got this one right. So I want to really thank you for deciding to accept the call.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome. My first question, and it's sort of piggybacking off of what the chair mentioned earlier regarding the price of gas in the territory and how that is regulated. I know that, several summers ago we had escalating gas prices, which I think reached as high as $5 and change, approaching $6 per gallon here on St. Thomas in particular. And then at some point, the prices stabilized throughout the country. There was a progressive reduction in the price of gas on the mainland, but then it seemed to just be stuck in the territory. And I know that you don't set gas prices, and this is a capitalistic society, supply and demand, and the market forces really are supposed to dictate the prices. But if there is a situation, and I'm not saying that there is, where there is some sort of collusion among establishments, what role does DLCA play in those types of investigations? If there was a concern that some other not too positive forces were at play, what role would you play as the head of DLCA in investigating something like that?
I believe we play a very critical role. We frown on collusion, so hence why we will be, reviewing the assessments and the price request, adjustment requests when they come in. I know on St. Thomas St. John, one of the key elements why the price is higher is because of the mode of transportation. You have to pay for transportation, whereas on St. Croix, we have the Lime Tree facility here. So the mode of transportation and delivery is a key factor to why it's higher on St. Thomas and St. John.
Okay. I ain't dig any deeper right now because I know my time is rapidly escaping me. But I wanted to ask you before you leave, Commissioner, before I conclude, about the taxi cab commission. I know there's been some discussions, and you smiled because I'm sure you've heard there's been some move afoot to move the umbrella of the taxi cab commission from under the commission to the auspices of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Nothing has been done, but there's been some talk about that. And I wanted to get you to weigh in on that. What your thoughts are, what might be the pros or cons of such a move.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, may I proceed?
You may answer.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Senator. I am a team player, as you are aware. If this is an administration goal, my team and I, we wholeheartedly welcome oversight of the Taxi Cab Commission. I think we're ready to do so. Our systems are up and running. We're more digitally in the digital phase than the taxi is, but we're capable and we can take them on.
Thank you, Ms. I expect you to say nothing different, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter. How many investigators, what do you call them, investigators or those who go out to regulate? Inspectors. How many inspectors do you have on each one of the island?
So we have enforcement officers.
That's why I want to find out. Yes, enforcement officers.
On St. Thomas, we have 3. On St. Croix, we have 4 to include the director of enforcement.
See that there's in need of more?
If definitely, always.
Okay.
We can always do it more.
Okay. Senator Gittins, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. I must say that you're going with my questioning. But before I begin, media, can you just pan the camera to the audience? And audience, I want you to give this commissioner nominee a rounding silent applause. Thank you. So that the people of the territory could see how loved you are. Now, I want to start differently. My staff might wring my neck because we usually prepare for these things, but I sat here and I listened to your testimony and I took some notes, and I'm going to just go straight from the notes. All right?
Okay.
You're in Novus, right?
Always.
You're from the West. Come on. You said that in there, right? So let's start with your intro. And I'm going to go with the bad first. Okay? And the bad is that I didn't agree with your statement, your doubtful statement, that is, of if confirmed. I think you meant when confirmed, right?
Absolutely.
Because we're going to speak it into existence. It's going to happen.
Thank you, Senator.
It's long overdue.
Thank you, Senator.
No, that was the only bad. So get it off. So now to the good. And we grew up together, so you know this touched me. But I love the fact that you first acknowledged God. Right?
Of course.
And in our growing up, I didn't go Catholic school and thing with you, but I was right there, left and right. So I know how you feel about your God. So thank you for that. I also loved your embrace for family. Those that have gone on and those that are still here with you in the struggle. Never forget. I also enjoyed your recap of your career and education journey and the fact that you did not forget those that helped you along the way. That's the quality of a true leader.
I was remiss, and I missed Devin Carrington. It was under Devin that made me the assistant commissioner, and I didn't mention it. So I'm going to revise my testimony and put it back up.
So you're going like the chairwoman now, you're going exactly where I want to go. Ain't everybody you're going to be able to name. But we know that you didn't intentionally leave out somebody.
Definitely not.
But I agree with you, you needed to put Devin's name on this, right? And I'm so happy to see Devin because while I was away, I get all kind of texts and all kind of thing about Devin. I'm so happy to see him there. So to God be the glory. Also, your recap, in my opinion, was the ingredients of a pot of in-house cultivation. And I applaud the administration for this, because who else would they have sent? You have been at this since 1998, and you have prepared yourself. And in our conversation, I always tell you, nothing happened before its time, and if you weren't comfortable before, you weren't comfortable. If it wasn't asked before, it just wasn't your time. But when it's your time, nobody can take that away from you. What is yours will be yours. And in this case, timing is everything. This is your time.
1 minute.
Now, you covered an array of areas in your short-term and long-term goals. We could go over the whole thing again, but you know the 4 minutes ain't enough. But I am going to tell you the two things that I took away from that I am going to hold you to, not only hold you to, but I will work with you, whatever your needs are. The chairwoman just asked you if you have enough, etc. Come back to us and tell us what your needs are, your true needs. And the two things are your increased enforcement presence and your increased compliance. And like you said, they're the what? The bedrock of consumer protection. And that's the protection of all of us, to include everybody sitting behind you, and especially them. So I am here to support you. I don't want you to be one of those, don't be one of those that they send here to tell you that you could work with what you have. Ask for your needs of your department and put the onus on this body to ensure that you have the resources for you and your team to carry forth and protect the consumers.
Thank you, Senator.
I wholeheartedly support you. I don't have one question for you. As a matter of fact, when I picked up this mic, I was ready to call for a motion. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gittins, thank you. I told you you got this.
You did.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger on the island of St. Thomas. You may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers and staff. First of all, Ms. Hodge, Acting Commissioner Hodge, it's been a pleasure listening to your testimony. I have a couple of direct questions. First of all, how many enforcement officers do you have at DLCA currently?
Currently, we have 7 enforcement officers, 3 on St. Thomas.
Okay, go ahead.
3 on St. Thomas and 4 in St. Croix, to include the enforcement director.
So a total of 7.
Yes.
One of the things in taking on this position, if nominated and confirmed, the governor sets his agenda. In conversing with him while you were being nominated, what did the governor of the Virgin Islands, Albert Bryan, share with you is his vision for DLC and putting forward his agenda?
Additional technological enhancements, streamlining the licensing process.
Okay, so he wants more technology. One of the things that I've been having a lot of conversations with individuals in our community has to do with limousine services here in the territory. And I need to get some information on that. We're having a little bit of back and forth with our taxis and our limousines here in the territory, where our taxis feel they're being infringed upon by the limousine service, which is directly under the management of licensing and consumer affairs. And one of the reasons why I wanted to ask about enforcement is our laws are very clear on the books. A limousine service is very simple. It's a large luxury sedan where it's chauffeur driven, and it has to be in a situation where to contract their services, it has to be contracted in advance and signed off on. So if you want to contract a limousine for 1 hour, they say it's $300. You hire them. At the end of that time, they park back up their car until the problem that we're having right now with the taxi and the limousines is apparently they're acting like taxis. They're going down to the airport. They're stopping at taxi stands. They're driving Jeeps, which are not the definition of limousines here in the territory. What are you doing with enforcement? Because I'm hearing all these complaints on taxi drivers. Are you getting those same complaints as well? And how are you making sure that the law is enforced? And are there any laws or penalties on the books when these limousines are acting as if though they're taxis and not following the law?
So recently, we've been getting a lot of complaints about that. The DLCA, along with the Taxi Cab Commission, if the Taxi Cab Commission enforcement officer encounters that, they will notify the DLCA, and we do cite them for operating outside the scope of their license. You are right, a limousine service is a luxury sedan and should be pre-arranged and not used as a taxi.
So how do you propose fixing this? Because it's a challenge and it's become a major problem. Because during the time frame of COVID, the enforcement officers for taxi commission were reassigned to the COVID task force. And this situation has blown up out of control. I was at the airport on Saturday and I saw Jeeps picking up individuals. That's not a stating they're getting into debates with the taxis, stating their limousine services. A Jeep is not a limousine service. It's not a large luxury sedan. These things have to be resolved through your agency because they're licensed under you.
Time.
So I'm very concerned about that, and I wanted to get a little bit more clarity, but just thank you for your thoughts, and I hope we could see some resolve.
Thank you, Senator.
Before I go, what kind of fines are put in place from your agency if someone is caught breaking the law and pretending to be a taxi when they have a limousine license?
I'm not sure what that fine would be. Maybe $500, but a Jeep shouldn't be considered a limousine. So again, if you see something like that, please let us know.
Okay, I'll tell you the license plate number. I wrote it down. Thank you. Have a blessed day. I appreciate your answers, and I do support your nomination based on your testimony and some of the positive stuff that I did hear about you. And I hope that a lot of these things you spoke about, you're going to be able to execute to help the people of the territory, especially with business. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger from the island of St. Thomas. I have one question as we've actually exhausted questions from the first round. If someone who comes to the Division of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and they don't have regular business that they go to your department and say, I want to open this business. You don't have this category of business. What is the process of getting a new business that is not in your category of businesses? Say, I want to do sky diving business. You know, it's not in a category. What's the process and how long does it take for that individual to be added as a category of business? Explain the process.
So, Senator, thank you for that. The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, we are pro-business. So we will visit the NAICS. The NAICS is a standard industry for all licensing categories, and we will take from that and implement a license category. After review, that can take at least a day, 2-3 days, once Director Graham make his assessment and make the approval, the commissioner approve.
Okay. Colleagues, are there any other burning questions? I hear a motion. Senator Gittins, you're recognized on your motion.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, in memory of the late Harold and Eva Hodge, I move that the governor's nomination of Harriett Nathalie Hodge to serve as the next commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the full body for final or for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
So motion properly made by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senator Johnson, Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Bolquez. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Senator Bolquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Harriett Nathalie Hodge, commissioner nominee to the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. I know you couldn't help yourself, I know. But yes, but
Thank
there's
you.
really no clapping in these chambers, but I share your excitement, everyone. At this time, I will give you the opportunity to say a few words. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Senator. Today is an emotional and momentous milestone for me. December 7th marks my 25th anniversary
Wow.
of service with the DLCA. And it is by design that I am testifying before you today. I want to thank my brother, the governor, Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., for his confidence in me. Thank you to my beloved support system who is with me here today and watching online. To the members of Rules, I thank you. I thank you for your confidence, and I thank you for your vote, your favorable vote in my nomination. When the committee of the whole favorably approved me to lead this department, I will remain committed to providing optimal service to the great people of our home, the United States Virgin Islands. Thank you once again.
Great, great. We thank you, and we look forward to you serving. I don't foresee you having any problems when you come to the full body for full consideration. But I wanted to just even state this. Your class of 89, somebody send me a text, Adam, saying that they are so proud of you, and I wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you, class of 89. Thank you to my sorors of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated and family, and the panel who's behind me as well. I can't just give it up for Delta Sigma Theta, my amazing sisters of AKAs and Zeta Phi Beta. I thank you all.
Thank you. We look forward to you being part of the governor's team and adding a great asset to his team. I always like to say thank you for your willingness to serve in a different capacity. Hearing that being said, this committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
Ho, 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 ho. Sip on something. Sip on a waist.
Express and bio.
And Stanley and the 10 sleepless nights.
Celebrating Christmas together. Hey, hey, hey. Ah, Sinzania. Well, come in, Pio.
It's Christmas time again. Oh, what a joyous time. You feel it in the air. It's the season to be kind. We all go out shopping, exchanging gifts with your friends. Spend all your money for loved ones to be happy. Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time. Drink a wine, drink a wine, drink a wine, drink a wine. Sing any Christmas song after the second glass. Then beat something like a drum. It will be time to play mass. Wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Feel the bass, feel the bass. Christmas time in the place. Take a taste, take a taste. Christmas time in the place.
Merry Christmas. Hey, oh yeah. Dimmy-day. It's only once a year this feeling comes around. After 11 months, they does light up the town. People coming home for the Christmas occasion. No one will be alone until everything done at Christmas time. Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time. Drink our wine, drink our wine, drink our wine, drink our wine. Sing any Christmas song after the second glass. Then beat something like a drum. It will be time to play mass. So wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Take a taste, take a taste. Christmas time in the place. So wind your waist, feel the bass. Christmas time in the place.
Sip on something. Deep breath and breath. Light a Christmas tree. What a beautiful sight. The children are happy at Christmas morning sunrise. All about the world, it's a Merry Christmas wish. Plant a Christmas tree right beside your Christmas dish. Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time. Drink a wine, drink a wine, drink a wine, drink a wine. Sing any Christmas song after the second glass. Then beat something like a drum. It will be time to play mass. So wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Yes, it's time to celebrate. Christmas time in the place. Drink a rum, beat a drum. Christmas time in the place. Leave the rum alone, Nathalie. Hey, we gonna have a party up in here. Bring the rum. Oh gosh, wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Wind your waist, wind your waist. Christmas time in the place. Drink a rum, beat a drum. Christmas time in the place. Man, it's time to celebrate. Christmas time in the place. Come in, Stanley. Bloody thing. Something good. Blow, blow, blow. Stanley in the place, people. Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time, Christmas time. Drink a wine, drink a wine, drink a wine, drink a wine. Christmas song. Second glass. Like a drum.
Ho, 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 ho. Sip on something. Sip on a waist.
Nomination of Louis E. Petersen Jr., Commissioner nominee for the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. Before I allow you to read your testimony,
I see you have the Honorable Olassie Davis here with you. And you are here to give testimony on Mr. Petersen's behalf. So we would allow you to start. And Madam Clerk, we are giving Mr. Davis 3 minutes to proceed. So you don't have a written testimony, correct? So it's going to be a verbal testimony, and you may proceed.
Good morning, Senators and listening audience. My name is Olassie Davis. If the late Governor King was alive today, he would have been honored. It was Governor King, back in the 70s, when we went to high school, that we met. I recall we had a meeting at Governor House, and there was a tree in St. Thomas in the Market Square that was, to make it simple, sick. You have diseases and pests and whatnot. And he told us at the time, it would go for me to go to school and return home to serve the community. And that's what we did. So I'm here today to support the nominee. We call him Akil Petersen, or Dr. Petersen. He's been to this before. He's well liked in the community. He's trained. He will talk about that in his prepared speech. And I support him 100%. I'm a colleague for UVI. And since there's only 3 minutes, and I could talk long, so I will just stop right there. If you have any question, you just ask me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Short and sweet.
Yes. Mr. Petersen, you may proceed with your testimony. My housekeeping, sorry, I'm always forgetting that. I would ask that you stand and raise your right hand to take the oath. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? You may be seated and you may proceed.
Good morning, Senator Capehart, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Good morning also to all senators present. And good morning to my brother for life, Brother Olassie Davis here to my right. I am both humbled and honored to appear before you today to share testimony in reference to my nomination for Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. I sincerely consider my nomination as a privilege to serve our farming clientele and the Virgin Islands community in general, in the field of my career choice, in the field of my passion, agriculture. Without being consciously aware, my early life's journey has been was one of preparation for a career in the field of agriculture. This journey began in a humble setting in the downtown area of St. Thomas, where I worked alongside my maternal grandmother, who was an avid gardener. After relocating to the old Tutu neighborhood on St. Thomas, I continued my gardening efforts with the sustained support of my grandmother and my mother. During my junior year at the Charlotte Amalie High School on St. Thomas in 1975, my interest and practice in the field of agriculture was heightened when a group of students, including me and Brother Olassie next to me, formed the CAHS Agricultural Club. This was a pivotal experience in my life's journey, since I not only developed some lifelong friends, but our membership attracted the attention of the then Governor Cyril Emmanuel King, who visited our group, who encouraged us to continue in our efforts to study and to pursue our passion in the field of agriculture. Subsequently, many of us, including me, including Brother Lassie, left the territory upon graduation to engage in academic pursuits in preparation for careers in the field of agriculture. In my case, I returned to my beautiful home territory in 1989 to commence my professional career at the University of the Virgin Islands Cooperative Extension Service, serving the farming community by providing outreach educational programs. Since that time, I have functioned in various professional capacities at the UVI School of Agriculture and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. These positions included Assistant Director for the St. Thomas St. John District of the UVI Cooperative Extension Service, Assistant Commissioner and Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. Collectively, these experiences have afforded me the opportunity to mature professionally and develop a well-rounded sense of the industry while serving the same clientele for my entire career. This experience has been truly an honor, a privilege, and a journey of love for me. As Commissioner nominee, I strive to provide leadership, vision, guidance, oversight, and direction for the Department of Agriculture and the industry in general, while striving to set the example that I require of my fellow team members at the department. In addition to developing managerial skills as a result of my previous assignments, I have been able to forge effective partnerships locally, regionally, and nationally that continue to serve as assets to our agency. These collaborations have yielded numerous successes that have benefited the agricultural sector and the community in general. My vision for the department is to enhance the professional, infrastructural, and resource capacity of the agency to maximize the delivery of programs and services to the farming community. This vision entails providing professional development opportunities for staff, the acquisition of a full complement of equipment, machinery, and supplies to fulfill our mission. Ultimately, the fulfillment of this vision must result, of course, in addressing the needs of our farmers and advancing the industry and maximizing our agricultural potential. Having served as a past commissioner of the Department of Agriculture and having served as commissioner nominee since May 1st, 2023, I have developed meaningful insight regarding the inner workings of the department, including its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, challenges, primary concerns, and its positive attributes. With respect to the overall priority areas of the department, the issue of employee morale is perhaps the greatest. This major issue is tied to extremely low compensation levels and staff shortages. The management team of the department has already begun to take steps to methodically address this important concern. We have deprioritized and deleted some positions and have used the salary savings to increase the entry-level salaries for other critical positions. Our next step is to identify the financial resources to increase the salaries for our present staff who are already in the same positions or similar positions. Our management team is fully prepared to meet with our employees' unions and the Office of Collective Bargaining to negotiate and address the salary needs of the team. Based on recent communications, I anticipate those negotiations to convene during the first quarter of calendar year 2024. In addition to responding to the issues of salaries, the department has issued job vacancy announcements to address the staff shortages across all divisions. This is an ongoing process which will require funding and time before all the salary and the vacancy needs are met. A related concern is the need to provide opportunities for continued professional development for all staff, and to address this need, our management team routinely identifies training programs locally and outside of the territory. The need to improve the departmental infrastructure represents a third area of importance for the department. The primary focus of this concern is, of course, our abattoir facilities. On St. Thomas, we are awaiting the completion of an as-built survey to determine the demolition cost of our condemned facility. In the meantime, the department has identified a source of funding to purchase a new mobile unit, which we will procure in the first quarter of the new calendar year. We are presently assessing the logistical cost of shipping in addition to the cost of our customized unit. On the island of St. Croix, our aged facility, abattoir facility, is outfitted with severely outdated equipment that sometimes fail to operate to full capacity. In addition to the ongoing repair work that we are doing, we are also in the process of purchasing new units for the abattoir facility, specifically a new boiler and a new rumping station to replace the old units. Another long-term step to address the abattoir maintenance issues is to hire a maintenance personnel to ensure preventive care and servicing of the equipment. This person will function not only at the abattoir, but throughout our agency. In terms of our strengths, the greatest strength of our agency, senators, is our hardworking, dedicated staff of the Department of Agriculture. We have an extremely talented staff with a wide range of skills to address a myriad of challenges. I continue to be impressed by my staff's ingenuity, creativity, and resourcefulness. I also recognize the support and contributions of our dedicated, hardworking farmers as an important source of our strength. Another asset of the department lies in the excellent relationships that we have maintained with all of our partners in both the private and public sectors, including local and federal government agencies, businesses, and nonprofit organizations. In terms of weaknesses, an increased workforce, meaning additional staff, would enable the department to effectively and reliably deliver its full range of functions, services, and programs. These tasks include, but are not limited to, the overall administrative operation of the department, the fiscal management of our grants, facilities management, the delivery of veterinary care, land preparation, water delivery, our nursery plant operation, abattoir operations, as well as our marketing, promotion, and forestry outreach services. In terms of opportunities, one of the greatest opportunities facing the department is the agricultural plan of the territory, which was mandated and sanctioned by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Our agency and farmers appreciate this landmark development, which provides guidance and direction to our efforts. As an outcome of the agricultural plan, I have participated and co-chaired, along with UVI President Dr. David Hall, bi-weekly meetings of the local Farm and Food Council, which oversees the implementation of the plan. Another outcome of the plan, which will benefit farmers, is the soon-to-be launched Agriculture Business Center within the UVI Small Business Center. As a matter of fact, that launch will be tonight. Threats to the department. One of the potential threats is that of a concern to me, referring to the sustained local funding that the department and the industry needs to implement the agricultural plan. During the current administration, Governor Bryan has pledged his support in the amount of $10 million to the Department of Agriculture to supplement our existing budget. However, future administrations and legislatures will have to sustain this commitment for the continued implementation of the plan. One of our critical concerns at present is the upcoming retirement of the department's state veterinarian at the end of this month. While we are hopeful that the position will not be vacant for an extended period of time, we have not yet identified a replacement candidate. Unfortunately, the prospective candidates that were scheduled to be interviewed have withdrawn their applications. Based on conversations with said applicants, we believe that the salary offered was not sufficiently attractive. Therefore, we have reannounced the job vacancy notice with an increased salary level. We are also working on a contingency plan that will involve contractual work with a local veterinarian. In terms of prior accomplishments, with respect to previous accomplishments, I am extremely proud of several successes which were achieved in partnership with many public and private sectors and even individuals. Among these senators were the successful establishment and execution of the territory-wide Department of Agriculture's Virgin Fresh marketing campaign, which commenced in 2008 to encourage the increased production and branding of local farm products. This initiative included a proliferation of print and electronic advertisements, including promotional literature and posters to create awareness of all farmers market venues and available products while encouraging public support of local farmers. The initiative also involved organizing tasting kiosks at supermarkets, local supermarkets, where patrons could sample dishes prepared with local meats and produce. Another initiative was the Virgin Fresh Beekeeping Project, which was a federally funded initiative in 2008 that increased the number of local beekeepers by more than 120%. As a result of this project, the participants who successfully completed the training program became a new cadre of entrepreneurs that produced and marketed several beekeeping-related products, including honey, of course, bee pollen, soaps, and honey wines. These products were showcased at the annual Beekeepers Bazaar, which was another outcome of the project. Finally, in collaboration with the Department of Tourism, honey was packaged as gift items and distributed to guests to the territory as a part of the Virgin Fresh branding campaign. Another initiative was the Fruit Orchard Establishment Project, which was implemented to increase the number of fruit tree plantings throughout the territory. And that was in 2009. Sub-grant awards were issued by the Department of Agriculture to farmers for the purchase of a diversity of fruit trees and irrigation supplies to support the successful establishment of fruit tree orchards. As a result of this effort, many farmers were able to expand their plantings or establish new orchards. Another initiative yet was the Fresh from the Farm radio program. In an effort to increase outreach and public engagement, this radio program was launched within 30 days of commencing my tenure as Commissioner Nominee in 2007. The call-in program, which continued through this year, 2023, provided an important platform for information exchange. One segment of the weekly hour-long program even featured a list of products that were available for sale at the St. Croix farmers markets. Another initiative was the Estate Bordeaux Farmers Market and Multipurpose Facility. This represented a major improvement for farmers on the island of St. Thomas. This structure was erected through 3 cycles of funding with the support from the Community Development Block Grant Program. As a result of this success, farmland infrastructure was enhanced with a new marketing venue, which also had, along with it, a 60,000-gallon cistern. The Young Farmers Training Program was yet another success, which was started in 2009 to introduce students and other young adults to the diverse field of agricultural science and the associated career opportunities. This accomplishment was achieved in partnership with several universities on the U.S. mainland, including Alcorn State University in Mississippi, Fort Valley State University in Georgia, Delaware State University, and Kentucky State University. The program involved providing funding and logistical support to transport our Virgin Islands students to these various universities, where they engaged in classroom and hands-on activities during the summer. As a result of this effort, several Virgin Islands students pursued studies in the field of agriculture at the referenced universities, usually with academic scholarships that I was able to secure through my network of colleagues at those universities. These students today are presently successful in various professions across the U.S. mainland. We're also proud of the Farmland Infrastructure Improvement Program, which was developed to improve the structural support needed on public farmland to enhance production and marketing. As a result of this program, 2 wells were dug in 2012 in Estate Bordeaux on St. Thomas to increase water resources. Both wells are still used today on a daily basis. As a result of this program, a 90,000-gallon water tank was also relocated and reconstructed in the community gardens in 2013 here on St. Croix. This tank is still benefiting producers up to today. The construction of the same Bordeaux Farmers Market was also a part of that farmland infrastructure initiative. The Cooperatives in Action training program was another success, and this program involved, which initiated in 2019, this program involved seeking funding, grant funding, to support 2 weeks of training for 8 farmers from the Virgin Islands. 8 farmers who spent 2 weeks between Alabama and Georgia actively practicing the principles of cooperative business as they lived and worked alongside the membership of the West Georgia Farmers Cooperative. The program participants continue even today to be instrumental in sharing and teaching other local farmers about this business model. Although established by Congress in 1992, only in 2012 was the WIC Farmers Market Nutrition Program able to benefit local farmers and WIC participants when the Department of Agriculture applied for such funding in 2012. This particular program continues to receive more than $100,000 on an annual basis to continue benefiting our local farmers and WIC participants. The Specialty Crop Block Grant Program is something that we're also very proud of, because in 2007, after becoming aware that the U.S. Virgin Islands was not eligible to receive funding from the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, I launched a campaign, an active and relentless campaign, to address our exclusion from the program. This effort was finally successful in 2008 when the Department of Agriculture received eligibility status and submitted its first proposal, which was funded. To date, this program continues to provide more than $200,000 annually to the Department of Agriculture. Likewise, in 2007, after becoming aware that the U.S. Virgin Islands was again not eligible for another program, the Local Food and Farmers Market Promotion Program, again, we launched a campaign, an active and relentless campaign to address our exclusion from the program. These efforts were crowned with success in 2012 when the territory finally became eligible to apply for funding through this program. While at UVI in 2016, I was responsible for successfully obtaining grant funding to implement the first Ag Discovery Summer Enrichment Program. This program provides a residential 2-week opportunity for junior and high school students to explore the dynamic world of agricultural science, including related career opportunities. As a result of this federally funded initiative, local students have pursued studies in various fields of agriculture. To date, this annual program continues to benefit Virgin Islands students and serve as the primary recruitment conduit for the UVI School of Agriculture. With respect to initiative, since May 1st, 2023, we developed a 7-point agenda, and the purpose of this initial effort was to formulate a goal-oriented strategic framework for moving the department forward by identifying its strengths, its weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and needs. Thus, the 7-point agenda was developed to address the outcome of this assessment while working toward the implementation of a USVI agricultural plan. Another initiative was our public engagement initiative. The objective of the public relations and engagement campaign, which is ongoing, was to develop communication and improve our relationships with our clientele. These engagements provide opportunities for information exchange, and as a result of that, meetings were held in both districts, St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, to share and receive input regarding the 7-point agenda. As a part of this effort, the department has hired a public information officer for the first time in the department's history, who has been very active in promoting the agency and sharing pertinent information. We have also revived the Assess and Assist program. The Assess and Assist program is designed to provide systematic technical support to producers, in addition to identifying a source of financial resources to enhance their operations. At present, the Assess and Assist team is comprised of staff from the Department of Agriculture and other entities. We've also revived the Farmland Infrastructure Improvement Program, which focuses on projects to enhance access roads, improve water harvesting, storage, and distribution systems on public farmland. In support of this initiative, the department has embarked on a major territory-wide project with the Caribbean Area Office of the Natural Resources Conservation Service to renovate sediment ponds, to expand new water storage facilities, and improve the water distribution system on all of our public farmland. The initial phase of this collaboration is being implemented as we speak in the state border area of St. Thomas, but subsequent phases will include St. Croix, and St. John. Our team is also working very closely with the VI Waste Management Authority, and the purpose of this collaboration is to utilize tertiary treated wastewater for use by the farming community in Bordeaux, in this particular case. A structural assessment of our physical plant was also conducted during these last 6 months. The objective of this effort was to assess the physical status of the department's facilities, which are essential for the success of the department in fulfilling its mission. 2 of the focal areas of this initiative include, of course, the abattoir, as mentioned before, and the farmers' market facilities. As a result of this assessment, Senators, major effort has been placed on repair and maintenance work at the St. Croix plant, where we await the on-island arrival of 2 new pieces of equipment, as mentioned earlier in my testimony. This assessment, our clientele in St. Thomas, for our clientele in St. Thomas, as mentioned before as well, we're awaiting the purchase and then arrival of our mobile unit. But we have also assessed as well our marketing facilities in both districts. In conjunction with the Virgin Islands State Historic Preservation Office, we are carefully reviewing options for constructing enclosures to protect these historic sites, to improve sanitation while providing comfortable marketing venues for farmers and patrons alike. The Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Program has been also something we've been working on for the past 6 months, and the department has now procured new funding in the amount of $2.7 million from the USDA's Agricultural Marketing Service to fund marketing initiatives that support capacity building for post-harvest projects. including food processing. This work is being done in conjunction with and in support of the efforts of the Economic Development Authority, which is playing the lead role on the establishment of the value-added processing plants in both districts. Therefore, a major portion of these funds that we are receiving will be used to build upon these previous work by purchasing equipment to outfit the processing plants. Finally, the training on the cooperative business model continues. In support of our continued efforts to promote the cooperative business model as an economic tool for success, the department recently provided travel scholarships for a group of farmers in both districts to attend a recent training program in the state of Alabama. Presentations will be subsequently made by those farmers in both districts to share information gleaned with other farmers. In addition, within the last month, the department invited 2 members of the Federation of Southern Cooperatives to the territory to share their practical experiences regarding cooperatives. The proper incorporation, senators, of the principles of the cooperative business model will yield results, major results for farmers, including cost savings and new marketing opportunities. The successful implementation of all these initiatives that I just described are being supported as necessary by the $10 million grant awarded from the office of our Honorable Governor, Albert Bryan, who has pledged his full support unwaveringly of the Department of Agriculture. Before closing, I take this opportunity to express my appreciation to many who have supported and encouraged me over the years. I begin with my ever-present Almighty God, who has been with me ever since and continues to be with me. I want to thank also my mother, Joyce L. Petersen, my second mother, Miss Isilda Patterson, my aunt, Cynthia Faulkner, my grandparents, my wife, my queen, Aljem, our son, Dwayne, my extended family all over the place, my UVI family, past and present, especially those within the UVI School of Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture team, my wonderful team, again past and present, former governors, Dr. Roy L. Lester Schneider, former Governor John P. Young Jr., and our current governor, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr. My colleague, my friend for life, my brother for life, Olassie Davis, who took the time to be with me here today. And in closing, senators, I am reminded of some words of wisdom which have inspired me all along my personal and professional journey. These words were uttered by His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia, who said, "It is difficult to believe that a substitute can ever be found for the essential occupation of agriculture. A sacred task graciously conferred by God upon man to serve as the source of his well-being and the basis of his wealth. To serve as the source of his well-being and the basis of his wealth. Senators, I truly believe that all of us have an important role to play in fulfilling and executing this sacred task. I, for one, if confirmed, am prepared, willing, and duty-bound to fulfill my role as Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. And with that, I conclude my written testimony, and I thank you again for the opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Yes, everybody got it. So, Dr. Petersen, I have to say that I've known you from, I think I started at environmental protection at Department of Planning and Natural Resources, I think in the year 2000. And from 2000 to now, I know that you have definitely executed that sacred task of preservation, of making sure we have sustainability, of encouraging farmers, working with farmers. Your role has never ended, and you continue to make sure that that sacred task is fulfilled. Lassie Davis also, as I call him, the Honorable, because he too has been a protector of natural resources. And with that being said, I know your work. And one thing I saw in your testimony, when you were agriculture commissioner in the past, you implemented the Virgin Islands Fresh Beekeeping Project 2008, correct?
Correct.
And others. What would be one of your high priority projects as if and when you are serving as Commissioner of Agriculture again?
Thank you, Senator. There are many, but I'll highlight one for the moment since you asked about one.
You could give me 3 of them if you got them.
One of them, Senator, is to address the ever-present concern that our farmers are aging. We have an average age of farmers in the territory and the U.S. of over 60 years. We need to do something very seriously, very deliberately to create that new cadre of farmers. The last time around, we had a young farmers training program that focused a whole lot on academics, and it worked very well. This time around, we'll continue, but we want to expand that by developing a training program that focuses on the practical aspects, because there are some of our young people who really are not interested in the academic aspect as much. But we want to develop a program that is going to focus on developing young farmers from an entrepreneurship perspective. Actually, in speaking to the governor when we first started out, that is also one of his big concerns, entrepreneurship in agriculture. And so my task at present, I'm speaking with my fellow commissioner of labor, as well as with CEL, to develop such a program. So to ask me about one of my initiatives, importantly, is to seriously look at and work with a young group of people developing actively a young cadre of farmers. And that also supports the US Fair Ag Plan, because when that was being formulated, we identified that young persons like that need to be placed on acreages. So we as a department right now are also, as we look at our inventory, making sure that we reserve properties that young trainees can go on.
Thank you. With that being said, I'm going to go straight into my colleagues and the first round of questioning. Senator Bolkus, you may proceed, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues, to the audience here in the chambers with us, listening and viewing audience, and Honorable Lassie Davis, and of course our Commissioner nominee, Dr. Petersen. This isn't the first time you've been here doing this, is it? Right?
It is not.
It is not. And my understanding is that you're very highly qualified for what you do and have a very great passion for it. And I commend you for that with your extensive professional experience in the area of agriculture. The Department of Agriculture, in my opinion, has been very, very challenged. Being an advocate for agriculture myself and wanting to see the Virgin Islands be more self-sustainable in the sense of food security and expanding even out to the waters where we can farm in the ocean in the sense of food security, I think that there's a lot of work to do. And one of the things that I see as a huge challenge is resource allocation. And I know that the department has very limited resources in the sense of resources that can be utilized for the farmers. And you've been here before in this in the other committee, Economic Development and Agriculture, and we sort of discussed that. But has anything changed since the last time you were before that committee concerning resource allocation?
resource allocation for farmers in particular?
In particular to equipment.
Okay.
Yes.
Since the last time that we were here, Senator, we've had that allotment that is due to the department on an annual basis based on that 1% initiative for the department to receive. Okay. So based on the legislation that the department should receive, the 1% of the budget on an incremental basis, that has happened since the last time I was here.
Okay, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. And there are plans to step up on the resource
2
allocation
minutes.
in the sense of equipment. Okay.
Answer is yes.
Now, we're still in resource. We have a lot of federal funds that have been sitting for years in the department. And this is not me scrutinizing you. I know you're going to do a great job. It's just that I really want to see some movement in that area. And specifically more so as well, getting our land surveyed, the agricultural land surveyed for the farmers, so that then in turn the farmers can then now apply for USDA grants, money that will be given to them, money that they don't have to pay back to be able to farm and be able to produce fruits and vegetables, livestock, whatever, for our self-sustainability in the sense of food security, right? So any movement in that federal grant monies area, or do you need additional staff, grant writers? What is it? What is keeping that wheel from moving?
Senator, we are always eager to bring new funding in, and we have done so, as I mentioned in my testimony, $2.7 million within the last month. And as we do so, we are challenged even more because we have to manage those monies. So we are strategizing, but when I speak with staff, basically that is the request for us to beef up that unit of ours when it comes to grant management. So we are seriously
30 seconds.
We are seriously looking at that. We are speaking about it on a daily basis and strategizing. What we need to do is to enhance that cadre of the staff that manages grant management, simply by staff.
Simply put, noted. And I'm hoping that that is done sooner than later because, you know, federal monies do expire and we want to be able to utilize them for the benefit of our people. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A warm, even though it's not so warm in here, warm welcome to you, Nominee Petersen, as well as the Honorable Olasi Davis. I know you from our time being in the environmental movement, and definitely your endorsement of the nominee carries a lot of weight with me. And also, nominees behind the scenes, your classmates have called and said, yes, vote for him again, as well as some of the young people you have encouraged over the years to actually be a part of agriculture. So I know you're eminently qualified for this position, but you have to, and you have sold yourself and your qualities and what you have been able to do in this field. And so I really want to congratulate the governor for persuading you. I hope it wasn't a hard persuasion, but to persuading you to again return to agriculture. I really raised up my hand when you mentioned in your testimony working with the Waste Management Authority to get the tertiary wastewater treatment and to tap into that to actually provide the water for our Bordeaux farmers, because that is so vital, that level of water. Water, as I was instructed and I was taught by Mr. Thomas, who is a farmer for We Grow Food, is the lifeblood of agriculture, and it's needed. So kindly indicate for us, how are we looking as far as paving some of the roads there in Bordeaux? Because I visited that site, I would say in 2022. Myself and one of your team members, Frenchie, Mr. Olive, and we went there, and the site is terrible for the farmers to access it. What are your plans with that?
Okay, two parts to the answer, Senator, and thank you very much for your question. And with respect to wastewater, first of all, I say something. We have met with the Waste Management Authority in Bordeaux, And I learned for the first time that between 18 and 20,000 gallons of water go to the sea every single day. So it's an opportunity.
Yes.
Okay?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
And we'll take advantage of that. With respect to the roads in Bordeaux, if you go there now, Senator, you will see improved roads. Improved because we have an initiative with our machinery to grade the roads. But that is only temporary because as the rains come, we're going to have to continue maintaining the roads. So the other part of my response is this. We have some funding that we'll be using again for the purpose of wastewater management. We are strategically going to include road improvement as a part of that because roads, when properly graded and swaled, can contribute to wastewater management catchment. So we are working right now with our NRCS engineers to work on a plan that not only includes the sedimentation of the ponds, the construction of cisterns, but also the improvement of roads to contribute toward wastewater management.
Okay, and what about the wells in Bordeaux? Because that's another avenue that the farmers can use to access water. Are you looking at providing the infrastructure that is needed for them to utilize some of the wells that are there?
We have 2 wells in the state Bordeaux
10 seconds.
that are used even as we speak. And the plan is this, to improve upon what we have. The plan is that it is really challenging for the lift of the water from the lowlands in Bordeaux, since we have a hilly terrain. It is really challenging for the wells, the pumps that we have there to lift water so high. So right now, we have funding that we are going to be using to create a platform, a substation. And so the wells will pump those into some tanks, 5,000-gallon tanks, and from there use even heavier duty pumps to get the water up the hill. So that has been already laid out. We met with our engineer last week, and that is going to happen.
Thank you so much. I am going to vote in support of you, even before you said all of this, because I know your work effort and your ethics. So, Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Before we go to my next colleague, I want to recognize non-committee member, our minority leader on St. Thomas, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, who I just want to even take this personal privilege to say thank you for accompanying on the tour on the mainland, and Senator James and Senator Javon James also. So I wanted to just extend my appreciation. So Senator Maurice James, you may proceed, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for inviting me. Those 2 schools were impressive and revealing, quite eye-opening. Commissioner Nominee, congratulations.
Morning, Senator.
Mr. Davis, good morning to you too. I recently attended a National Black Caucus of state legislators. And what was interesting was that the closing plenary featured farmers, black farmers. And the president of the Black Farmers Association got up and practically was very impassioned, telling us that we need to realize that land and food and farming should be our top priority. He even said to the crowd, instead of buying a Cadillac, buy a piece of land. Yeah,
I agree.
Right. And what was interesting, though, to me, and it jumped out in your testimony, was that he said to the legislators who were present that we need to involve young people. And I saw in 2 parts of your testimony, the Young Farmers Training Program, which I commend you for, but you have the same issue that I had when I trained paralegals, and that is they go on to work elsewhere.
I thought you would say so.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
How do we, and that's the problem. We talk about brain drain, we talk about training, but then they leave. In your case, how do we resolve or solve that issue?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We had a serious issue, still do, because not one of them ever came home. We stay in communication, but they don't come home. I believe the answer
2 minutes.
I believe the answer to the question is this. building a very solid agricultural system that they can see themselves being a part of. That's what they need. They want a system to come home to that they can fit into. We are yet to have a fully developed agricultural industry, and I'm very sure that will make a huge difference. Of course, salary is a part of that.
Right.
But the point is, they don't see what they see on the U.S. mainland.
Yeah, well, I was glad you said system because I believe in system thinking, that sometimes we can't do these little pieces that don't connect for people to see how it all works and how it affects their lives. One of the other things that, well, you have my support. Let me just say that, right?
Thank you, Senator.
Hands down. But I do want to say this too. Another issue that came up is that there is a deadline for, you must be familiar with Mr. Bowman from he's with a group that's working to get farmers to file discrimination claims. You're familiar, right?
Yes, I am.
Yes. So one of the big things that he said to was, as legislators, we need to go back and make sure that our farmers are filing before the deadline, which I believe is 2024. Do we have people in that category? Are we doing all we can to make sure? And apparently, it's if you were discriminated before 2021.
30 seconds.
Do we have people?
There is a local effort of awareness. Farmers are aware. There is a local effort to have farmers signed up who feel that they were discriminated against. So it is out there, and there are some farmers who have taken the lead on making that known to all farmers. So farmers are aware of that.
Okay, good, because I understand one of the things was, as usual with any application, it's pages and pages and pages, and sometimes that in itself is a barrier or an obstacle to people filing
That is correct.
for benefits. Thank you. You have my support.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. How could I forget that ending of the conference, which was very vital? They were actually joint letters to governors that went out. The U.S. Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, and U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. They all sent letters to 16 governors emphasizing the disparity in funding and land grant historical Black colleges and universities. So that was very important, as when we, were all trying to determine, hey, if we should go and listen to this. I'm glad that I did sit in. And I am just happy that the governor has actually sent your name down because you understand the need of sustainability of agriculture. And some of the things that you and I have already discussed is pond restorations. Farmers here in the Virgin Islands have had challenges of droughts. And ponds, as you know, low impact development projects. Those in Bordeaux are no stranger to me. Work with the Bordeaux farmers to make sure ponds were implemented with non-point source pollution funding. That's how I got close with these guys. And also, as we talk about educating young people, I would love to see, and remember when we used to send students away to Tifton, Georgia, to a conservation camp trying to introduce agriculture. These are the things that I would love to see come back. I know that was true, the Virgin Islands Resource Conservation Development Council that worked closely with USDA, Department of Agriculture, DPNR. These are the things that I want to see Commissioner Nominee come back, and pond restorations. I found out a lot of ponds in the Virgin Islands are filled with debris and silt, and Department of Agriculture should be that department that leads that to restoring ponds in the Virgin Islands and restoring groundwater. So with that being said, Senator Maurice James, you already had your 4 minutes. Senator Franklin Johnson, you may proceed with your 4 minutes. Are you still here?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you may proceed, Senator.
Good afternoon again to all. Good afternoon to Commissioner Nominee. I am always a person that comes from a different angle and a very straightforward person. I want to ask you a question about the Agriculture Revolving Fund. What is the purpose of the Agriculture Revolving Fund?
Agriculture Revolving Fund is the fund that we use, Senator, to keep our department moving along. For example, in the divisions of nursery, for example, that is how we keep our supplies on hand. We purchase supplies for farmers. That includes fertilizers, soil, molasses, seeds.
It's
And when
basically for
those,
the department. It's basically for purchasing stuff for the department, long and short. Is it fair to say that?
I didn't hear the last part, Senator.
It's basically for purchasing equipment and different things for the department itself. Is it fair to say that?
Okay, it is safe to say that, yes, and much of it we expect to return to us through services or sales.
I had the opportunity to see a transition committee report. I had the opportunity to see a transition from one government to the next. And in that Agricultural Revolving Fund, funds was used for paying the rent. Is that part of what the Agricultural Revolving Fund is for? And do you know what I'm speaking about when in regards to paying rent?
Senator, first of all, I'm not sure of funds from that source being used for rent, and I'm not sure what you're speaking of. I'm not sure of those funds being used for rent, Senator.
To pay none of your rent on the island of St. Croix?
Excuse me?
For paying any of your rent on the island of St. Croix?
My rent?
Yeah.
Let me respond by saying this, Senator. I am not aware that such funds were used for that particular purpose.
2 minutes.
But since you're making reference to rent on St. Croix, I assume you're speaking of my past tenure with the Department of Agriculture, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So here's what I have to say in response to that. I began in March 1st to be exact, of 2007 as Commissioner Nominee. In traveling between St. Thomas and St. Croix, of course, I had to stay at some facility, hotel, like any other commissioner would. And it became very apparent to my management fiscal team that they were expending quite a bit of funds for that to happen. I was actually the first, as they told me, commissioner of the department coming from the St. Thomas St. John district. So they had a proposal.
Yeah.
They had a proposal. And the proposal was that the proposal that they brought to my attention was that instead of the high expense that we were incurring of staying at the hotels, they suggested that they find a unit for me to stay in that would reduce cost. And it did. It reduced costs by over $1,500 every single month because it was an efficiency unit that they found for me. I did not seek it. It was an efficiency unit they found for me. It was a single unit, and it was a unit in which all other costs were a part of. In other words, there was no fluctuation.
You know where the funding came from to pay for that rent?
Senator, I was not sure. If you're telling me the funds came from the revolving fund, I was not aware of that. No.
All right, thank you. My next question, because time is of essence here. I think since you've been on this job, me and you had a couple of conversations, and we spoke about the guys them who are farming with cattle, with pigs, and as late as last week, a pig farmer called me and had great concern in regards to the abattoir. And I'd be very straight and candid. I worked for the past administration, and at that time, Commissioner Robles was the commissioner. And then Positive Nelson became the commissioner. And then I am seeing that you're coming back again. And I was not comfortable with the industry as far as agriculture is concerned, of interest in the guys them that has cattle, pigs, that has to come to the abattoir to be slaughtered. And I think I said to you that I have a friend that continuously burying his cattle and his property. And as late as last week, the next friend called me and said he can't even slaughter a pig for his wife for Thanksgiving. And he don't know how we're going to get his pigs them slaughter for the Christmas time, which is one of the most use of those type of meat product. What's the position and the stance as we speak here now with the abattoir?
Okay, as we speak, Senator, we are slaughtering sheep, goat, and cattle at the abattoir. The main issue for us right now is addressing the boiler. For that reason, we cannot slaughter pigs until the boiler is installed. We have a boiler that is not functional, and so we have done two things. One, we are ordering a new boiler. Of course, it takes time to procure, to be shipped, to be manufactured. But at the same time, we have relocated the boiler from the old plant in St. Thomas, shipped it over to St. Croix, and it is currently being installed. I would not be surprised if it's completely installed today.
Time.
But the point is, pigs cannot be slaughtered until that boiler is fully installed. So we've done our due diligence and done our best to address that. But we are slaughtering sheep, goat, and cattle at the abattoir as we speak.
Madam Chair, may I wrap up with one last question?
Senator, I will give burning question if you could hold that when we're wrapping up. Is that fine?
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you. I'd
Thank
like
you
to
very much.
recognize non-committee member Donna Fred Gregory here in the chambers in St. Croix. Welcome. Next, I would have Senator Milton Potter on the island of St. Thomas, 4 minutes. Senator Potter, can you please recognize Senator Potter, mic on St. Thomas?
Thank you. Working. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to say, Dr. Petersen, I can think of no one, and I tried to think about this deeply, but I can think of no one better suited to lead the Department of Agriculture at this point in time. I want to say thank you very much for accepting the governor's offer to lead this important agency. I always found you to be a high integrity person. You're open, you're responsive, and engaged, and I appreciate that. But right out the bat, I wanna just allow you to take a few minutes to share with me. You've been around the block, so to speak, heading this division
2 minutes
as department leader before. But I wanted to ask you, in your view, what has been historically the greatest impediment to us realizing meaningful growth in the area of agriculture on a territorial basis? I know we have a whole bunch of issues, constant reliable water supply, our terrain, particularly here in the island of St. Thomas. We're forced to import over 95% of our foods, maybe more. In your view, realistically, as the man heading this agency, what has been the greatest impediment, and what can we do collectively to ensure that within the next 5 years, for example, we see something substantial in terms of putting a dent in the food that we're required to import as a territory?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can think of many, but I'll focus on two that I think are primary. One was a lack of a plan, basically. So if we have no plan and no vision, we're not sure where we're going. So now we do have a plan. The second one that I'm thinking of right now that's major is that every industry needs proper infrastructure. Agriculture industry has been lacking for so many decades. So once we take care of those two, we're very much on the way toward production and realizing our potential and success. So those are two overarching ones. I can speak of the department specifically, but overarchingly, I think in the industry, the plan and the infrastructure are two of the biggest impediments.
Okay. With respect to the plan, I'm glad you mentioned it. And I know we as a territory have talent for producing plans. and the plans have a way of sort of just sitting there on the shelf. And not just in agriculture, I'm just talking about in general. Are you going to be a key driver in terms of the implementation of the agricultural plan? Is that something that is in your court? And do you have the support personnel and the team to actually
30 seconds.
implement in a sustained way this agricultural plan?
Good. And I forgot a second part of your question. What can we do about it, Senator? Part of the initial
Yes.
response as well was to fund the plan. I forgot to say that part, fund the plan. But as far as your second question, as we speak, every 2 weeks, the Farm and Food Council meets to discuss the implementation of the plan. So we are actively engaged. Of course, we have to hire a Farm and Food coordinator ultimately who will be responsible to the council, but we are getting there. But the point is the council is convened and we do meet to oversee the steps toward implementing the plan. And it is taking place, just to be brief, it is taking place from the fundamental level. All the relevant agencies have met and continue to meet, education, the Department of Ag, etc., and we have steps actively taking place. As a matter of fact, I can say on behalf of the council that we are planning that in the month of January, next month, to share and reveal what we have been doing for the past several months toward plan implementation. I add this to my comment. Tonight, there's going to be a launch of the Agriculture Business Center. That is an outcome of the plan. That is an outcome of the 2-week meetings that we have, bi-weekly meetings that we have every 2 weeks to implement the plan. So, Senator, the plan is in progress.
And what time does that start?
Thank you very much.
Excuse me?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your leeway.
You're welcome, Senator Potter. What time does that launch
It
start?
takes place at SBDC, and this is a great hall at 5:30 this evening. 5:30 p.m. this evening. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator Gittins, you may proceed. 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome. Thank you, Commissioner Nominee, for your acceptance to lead this agency once again. You made mention in one of your responses to one of my colleagues where you mentioned aging farmers. So is there any collaboration or conversation going on between your department and the Department of Education with regards to the agriculture program there?
The answer is yes, Senator. As a part of the bi-weekly meetings, the Department of Education and the Department of Agriculture are routine attendees. And so they are developing a plan called Seeds of Success, and that is going to be addressing the same issue we're speaking about. They're also going to be announcing anytime now a coordinator for the program. So the answer is yes.
Okay, and I hope this is tangible communication and collaboration going on. I expect to see the outcome and see our students fully engaged in agriculture after these talks. Now, I have so much questions for you because you know you've been at the helm before, and I just want to make sure that we prioritize the Department of Agriculture. As we all know, food is very important to all of us. And we've seen what could happen, especially after the pandemic. And we always see the delays after a hurricane as well. So feeding ourselves is crucial. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is all the farmland property that we have in the territory. Have the department completed its mass inventory listings with regards to these farmland properties throughout the territory?
By that you mean accounting for the acreages, who is not and who's not in the properties?
Yeah, do we have a mass listing?
Yes, we do.
and one that can be shared with this body?
Yes, yes, Senator. We have a list, and I can tell you who occupies and where they are.
Thank you.
And the properties, yes.
And I'm concerned about the
1 minute.
veterinarian. You did mention about seeking part-time vets and whatnot, but I'm concerned because our vet that's fully employed with the Department of Agriculture, part of their responsibility is to sign off on certain federal what is it? My train of thought. And some of your federal programs where you receive federal funding, correct?
Correct. That's correct.
So if you were to seek a part-timer, would they be able to still fully and effectively carry out the mandates?
We are in conversation with our head agency, so to say, in Puerto Rico to discuss all of those details. Of course, we're hoping for the vacancy not to be vacant or not for too long, but we are working on a contingency plan, and the questions you're asking are relevant questions as far as what that person may be allowed to do or not to do.
How long have you been acting now?
Acting? May 1st of this year.
Time.
So how long would that be?
How long will it be that I am here?
Right.
6 months.
May 1st or no?
6 months. Yes.
And at what point did you know that this employee would be retiring at the end of the year?
Sometime in the month of June.
In the month of June. So, and have you started a search, an active search on this?
The answer is yes, Senator.
Okay.
What has happened, Senator, if I may, is that we've had some really good candidates. As a matter of fact, one candidate basically was owning the job already, speaking of their contacts here. And those candidates, even before we interviewed, have withdrawn their applications. Based on the conversations and based on the inquiries they are making about cost of living, we believe that the issue was salary. And so in our re-announcement of the vacancy, we have increased the salary.
Madam Chair, if I may conclude right here, on page 4 of your testimony, you spoke about collaboration with the Department of Tourism, where honey was packaged as gift items and distributed to guests territory-wide as part of a campaign. Is this ongoing? Because I want to know if this is ongoing because, nothing to... Yesterday's events have no fault of yours. However, I need to know that there's collaboration still between the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism. Yesterday, we had 2 ships on St. Croix. No greeters, no entertainment, no nothing. A crucial part of passengers coming back here is passenger experience. And when they come off that ship and you don't have nothing there, we have a big problem. Senators leave from here, go to the mainland, and be part of the cruise line conference, made promises, had great conversations, and now we're not fulfilling. Just tell me whether or not this is an ongoing initiative and with this campaign.
The answer is no, Senator. That was an initiative of the Virgin Fresh branding campaign. No.
Okay, hopefully we can have some talks to make this a reality again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I will entertain a burning question in the second round if needed. We do have 3 other nominations that are before us today. With that being said, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 4 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, the testifier, Dr. Petersen, as well as the staff. I have attentively listened to you sharing your testimony when it comes to agriculture, and I want to ask a question. This is your second time around. When you were there the first time versus coming back into this position, have you seen within the department any specific area that you could pinpoint that has had significant growth with the further progression of agriculture here in our territory? Have you seen any areas where we have potentially regressed that we would need to see some major improvement to really propel agriculture into the future where it needs to be?
Senator, thank you for the question. When I assessed the department as is since I've been there since May 1st, with respect to any area that has grown or improved, I would have to say to you, within the administrative unit, I was very impressed with the number of grant funding that they were able to receive and manage. Having said that, the more monies we receive, the more management and personnel that we need. But the point is that area grew with respect to bringing those resources in. With respect to regression, though, the food production area would be the target area. The unit that prepares the lands for farmers, responsible for water delivery, that unit has shrinked quite a bit, where we have only 3 operators right now. There has been a time recently when we only had 1 operator because the other 2 had to take care of their own business. And so we have no real redundancy, and that is a weak point in the department in terms of having sufficient numbers of heavy equipment operators, mechanics, etc.
Well, thank you for that. I'm happy to hear that you guys started to receive some of the funding allotted through the legislature for the budget to go directly towards agriculture. So I was happy to hear that. The other question I want to ask.
May I simply add that we have recently announced those vacancies, new vacancies for persons who apply to be new operators with us and mechanics and laborers. So we have done that.
Okay. Thank you. Speaking on mechanics, when I took a trip to St. Croix and I had an opportunity to speak to some of the employees there, I recognized the mechanics that deal with a lot of the equipment. They were paid very low. Have you guys been able to really improve that aspect and maybe bring in some more mechanics? Because I recognize that was an issue with getting some of the machinery out to help farmers because they were down and you had limited mechanics.
Not only we have few mechanics, as you rightfully said, we also have lowly paid mechanics. So one of the issues that I referenced in my testimony is that we understand that without union negotiations, the most that we can do is to increase by 3 steps salaries for staff. So the new vacancy that we have announced and advertised include that increase from the old low wage of 27,000 something. So we have done that.
Wow.
So we have done that, and the next step for us is to basically meet with the union and collective bargaining to go beyond that point. But we have done all that we could do within our powers to improve that situation of salaries.
Well, I would definitely like to see that aspect improve, because if these people are really helping and aiding to make sure our agriculture progress and they're not properly being compensated, and you're saying it's basically a union hiccup, that's something we definitely need to dive into. I want to see a lot more when it comes to marketing of, say, items or products that we produce here in the territory. Madam Chair, may I wrap up quickly?
You may conclude.
Thank you. When it comes to marketing and advertising items that are produced here in the territory, what are you guys doing specifically to potentially help target farmers or individuals in our fishery industry, poultry, different forms of agriculture, to say, hey, you guys could pull together and produce a product and push it out? Quickly, for example, I had this conversation with the commissioner of DPNR, asking him about agricultural products that we could produce and push out. He talked about, I think it was lionfish, that could be a product that we could push out, because as you know, that's live. Tell me your thoughts about that aspect of agriculture, and where do you think we could be going into the future?
I think the first part of your question I heard about promotion, branding, marketing, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that, the Farm and Food Council that meets every 2 weeks have also developed a marketing, the beginnings of a marketing campaign, which includes a new logo. The new logo is it will be used to promote and to market local products. We're going to be unveiling that at some point, and as I said, next month in January.
Time.
Next month in January, we're going to be sharing with the public what we have been doing for the last several months. Our last meeting for the year is tomorrow. So with respect to marketing and promotion, as a result of the plan, the council has gotten that far.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I guess he could finish up the second part as to potential items and
Yes.
farmers working together.
on my time.
Yes. And I also think I heard you make reference to how can farmers come together to do what they have to do in terms of marketing. I think that's very much tied up in our initiative to promote the cooperative business model. We are trying to encourage farmers to pool their resources. What farmers can do together is very, very, there's a lot of potential there compared to what a farmer can do individually. And what we have seen is that farmers on their own have been having limited success. But the same farmers you mentioned, whether in poultry, produce, or livestock, we know that they can have a lot more potential and even into more markets once they pool their resources. We have seen the results, and I believe with respect to your second question, the answer is in farmers working together. So the old paradigm of addressing farmers individually, for me, is not sufficient. We have to learn now how to address farmers collectively and have them not just produce, but market collectively.
Thank you. Senator Donna Gregory, you may proceed, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone within the sound of my voice. I have to agree with my colleague in St. Thomas that we could not have seen a better person sitting in front of us today to fill the position of as the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Senator.
I know that you've been there before, and we have to be mindful that when you were there before, we did not have an agricultural plan in place.
That is correct.
So it caused you to struggle, and it caused you and all of us to be all over the place as it relates to our food security. But I am happy to see that there is much movement on the agriculture plan. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you know this, but during COVID, the first year, we were just home as legislators, meeting via Zoom, etc. And I sat at my table one day and I said, you know, we need to address food security. There's a lot of conversation. Our former Senator, Alison Degazan, she talked a lot about agriculture and did, you know, different bits and pieces around agriculture, but we needed to see something more structured. And I worked with a very young, she's a Gen Xer, Gen Y, Gen X, yes, on developing the agriculture plan. And I want to thank my colleagues for supporting the measure. And I really want to thank the University of the Virgin Islands President, Dr. Hall, for really seeing this through, and all the individuals that has been involved in securing that this plan comes to fruition. So to answer the question of my colleagues in St. Thomas, my good friend, I believe that this plan is well on its way, and someone like yourself will definitely ensure that we are able to move it along. But I have a question around the plan, and that is there's a particular section where we funded the plan in this fiscal year. So the plan was passed in the 34th, and we funded it in the 35th legislature. But there's a section that you're responsible for, and I want to find out, is tied to the local food and farm coordinator position, tied to Mandate 1 and Mandate 3 of the agriculture plan. So where are you with hiring, and there are some other positions that you would deem, what you deem necessary, where are you with doing moving forward with that? And you're supposed to be sending to the legislature a breakdown of the titles, salaries, and positions. That period, I'm certain, has passed, but what's the status of that?
Sure. So, Senator, according to the plan, there were some deficiencies at the Department of Agriculture, and we were asked to consider hiring some staffing that we used to have and some that are new. So we have prioritized, based on the funding given to us, we have prioritized those funding, and among those staff persons, Senator, will be, first of all, the Farm and Food Coordinator. We have already developed the job description. We've already
1 minute.
We have already suggested a salary for that position. The other positions that we chose to hire, to establish, Senator, include the civil or agricultural engineer position.
So it says that you're on it. So what I will ask is you go back and look at bill number, or what is it? Act number 8700?
Yes, it
and
is. Yes,
section
yes,
5,
yes.
and make sure that you provide us the information that we need from there, because I want to move on.
I will.
Because it seems like you're on it. But we have a challenge, and it's been a long-standing challenge with the leases of the agricultural property here in the territory, and the way we go about doing that. And I know that the Department of Property and Procurement is that entity that's responsible for that, and we've had much discourse around the appropriateness of how it currently sits or in the government. What's your position on the Department of Agriculture taking on that as a responsibility, and what work or collaboration have you had thus far with the Department of Property and Procurement as it relates to the leases to ensure that you are generating the necessary revenues to run the Department of Agriculture?
We have several meetings between us and the Department of Property and Procurement, many meetings. We know for one thing that the process takes a little bit too long, so their legal staff person has revised, suggested a list of steps for us to take collectively to reduce that hardship. In addition to that, as far as the current structure, I don't have a real issue with the current structure, honestly speaking. I think there just needs to be more communication. For example, there are some candidates who seek land resources, and as opposed to for agricultural purposes, and as opposed to coming to us, they may first go to the Department of P&P, and sometimes get a tentative yes. I've asked of my colleagues at P&P to please revise that procedure. Let them come to us first if their role or their goal is agriculture. That is a simple communication issue. So it's rolling well. The other aspect of the question is that with respect to revising too much, if we are going to have more of an oversight, it means we'd have to have enforcement officers, just like they do. And they are the ones who currently have enforcement officers. So for that purpose, the system seems to be working well. Communication is all we need.
Well, thank you. I know that time is not on our side today, so I'm certain that we'll see you in another committee. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm in full support of your nomination to
Thank you, Senator.
this department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. At this time, I'll entertain Senator Dwayne DeGraff for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Dr. Commissioner Petersen. Madam Chair, again, thank you for the invitation, and the trip was a success. Thank you very much. Dr. Petersen, Commissioner, you have to try to get a yes vote from 14 other senators, not me. I don't vote yes for you, okay? So you're Commissioner. That's
Thank you,
number
Senator.
one. We're
Thank
gonna
you,
get that
Senator.
straight.
Thank you, Senator.
In regards to Act 8259, where in the first 1, 2, and 3 years, you're supposed to get 0.25%. Do you know if the agriculture ever received that money?
For the very first time, very first time, yes, in this current fiscal year, correct. The very first time.
Okay. So then we're waiting for in years 4 and 5, which is 23 and 24,
yes,
to get those money. That's 50%.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, good. What that shows me then that there is a 0.25% missing, because the governor line item on number 3, where the 1% going forward, that was red line, that was lined out. But then there's a 0.25% missing. So how much money was in the first 1, 2, and 3 years? That 25%.
The only allotment in the current year, Senator, was 2.5 million. That's all we have received so far.
Then in my calculation, sorry to cut you off, sir.
That's okay.
Then there should be 0.25% missing, because it's only amounted to years 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, only 0.75%. So we got to look for the other quarter.
I agree.
One thing I've been fighting against for years is vehicle land identified by the Senate for agriculture strictly on St. Croix. the land have been dwindling where we are appropriating it for this because it's there. What's your stance on the VI core land? We have to fight to keep agriculture. We can't talk about agriculture and keep giving it out to people because it's good land. So what's your stand on this VI core land for me?
My stand is simple, Senator. We already have legislation that says such lands are not supposed to be used for any other purpose but agriculture. We continue to find excuses and reasons to violate that law, but we need to simply enforce the law. It should be as simple as that.
Okay, I tasked you to do that because I've been fighting that fight for 7 years. And in one instance where they used it for the RT Park, we're able to get a land swap for other properties. So at least if we're going to give it up, we should have a swap to continue with that. So I like to see a charge for that. Julie Mango, I would like to see what marketing programs you have in place for the Julie Mango in the territory. That was also a law passed. Do you have any marketing strategy for that?
You're asking about it. I have been meeting with one of the proponents of that bill initially, and you know who that is. Yeah. So we are developing strategy. We also have to put some funding behind of that, but we have a way of doing so. As a matter of fact, our marketing division has identified potentially some specialty crop block grant monies that can be used to begin the promotion of the Julie in the Every Yard initiative. So we are taking steps to do so, Senator, through our marketing program.
That's great. And two final closing things. I pushed legislation to utilize the water catchments in the territory and to meet us millions of gallons of water to be put on the Department of Agriculture as backup water for, the territory. It was held in committee, but again, those are great sources of water that we could use. And finally, in regards to Department of, I think, Public Procurement, the situation we're getting surveyors for properties. Wait, Madam Chair, may I wrap up? Sorry about that.
You may wrap up.
Yes, and regarding to surveyors that public procurement, their process for getting surveyors, do you have access to, I guess, through public procurement to get surveyors to survey land so we can have for farmers to have in the territory?
Senator,
those are my two.
I referenced earlier in speaking to Senator Fred Gregory that one of the positions that we're going to be reinstating is our ag or civil engineer position. Once we do that, it's going to save us a lot of money, a lot of stress with respect to contracting all the time surveyors to do the surveying work. So that is our goal, to reinstate that position so that we have in-house service providing when it comes to surveying land.
That's great. And finally, like I say, your take on the water catchment for, you can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
I support that initiative very much. I applaud you for even taking that stance and having that perspective, because those catchments are just sitting there as potential benefits to the farming industry, but not being used. So we have to find a way to bring them online, but I know that from point to point there are some structural issues. But we have to take a look at those, find funding, and put them back online for the purpose of food production, because they have capacity and they have value. We have to use every asset that we have available to us for the farming industry, and those are among them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Johnson, I would allow you to ask a final question. We have just concluded round one. I did say that I would let you ask a burning question. Senator Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, in my line of question, I think I was pretty much specific to you, Commissioner. And you said in response, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that you were aware that your rent was being paid, but you don't know which funding source was being used. And I say to you, the buck stops with you. But my question to you is, if confirmed, what will you do differently now that wasn't done during your previous term as commissioner?
One of the biggest things, Senator, is more farmer engagement. And I say that based on our meetings that we've had with our farmers in both districts. Farmers are really key to us in making the success of this industry happen. And for me, I assumed the last time around with all the partnership meetings that we had, that was sufficient. But what I'm sensing from farmers is they need even more of that, and we want to be responsive. But in conjunction with the engagements, the increased engagements, farmers want to see results out of those engagements. With the monies that have now been committed to us by the governor, we have a better chance right now of delivering than we've ever had before. So I say to you, Senator, there are many, but farmer engagement is one of them, and the second is our young farmer entrepreneurship initiative.
And to wrap up, as I spoke before, the livestock farmers have been hurting. What will you do differently to make sure? And I started off by calling 3 commissioners, to include you previously, that I didn't think give good support to the livestock farmers. So my question to you now is, what would you do differently to support the livestock farmers? And I'll let you answer in the chair time.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you very much, Madam Chair.
Sure. I have 2 thoughts in mind, Senator, when it comes to livestock farmers. One is this: to basically shore up the infrastructure at the abattoir. As we speak right now, like I said, we're slaughtering sheep, goats, and cattle, not pigs. But it has a lot to do with our equipment. So the goal then is to shore up the equipment by ordering new equipment to make sure that we can continuously slaughter for farmers when they have the need. And the second thing that comes to mind, Senator, is this: we have been given a lot of thought to increasing, improving our hay fields so that we can have a better local supply and source of hay. It's going to take a lot of work, even more staff and equipment, but it's one of our goals to reduce our reliance on importing hay and trying to do more about producing our own hay. It also is going to involve our approach to some of the landowners that we know about who are aged perhaps, not using the acreages. And so what we are thinking about is approaching them to use their acreages to either establish or to improve their hay fields so that, again, there's more local hay production. Those are 2 thoughts, Senator, that we have in mind to take care of. And going back to your very, very first question, I would simply say to you that I am not sure about that issue that you raised on rent, but I'm thinking that if overnight accommodations at hotels are paid by the same source, I assume that my team at the same time was using the same source for similar reasons. But that's the end of my comment and response, Senator. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. At this time, I would just like to, as some of my colleagues have been asked, just having wish lists, as they would say. I know the Department of Agriculture in the past have worked with USDA, with the EQIP program, the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, which helped individuals in the past with cost share, meeting their cost share when they apply for assistance with USDA for best management practices. I want to see these programs, you know, I won't go into the long history, but we've had this discussion. So making sure that farmers have some resources to meet those cost shares so they can be able to get those best management practices they have. As I mentioned, pond restoration, the conservation camps, these are some of the things that I want to see that would assist the farmers and potential farmers. With that being said, do I hear a motion for nominee Louis Petersen Jr.?
Madam Chair.
Motion, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nomination of Louis E. Petersen Jr. For the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Bolquez and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Maurice James. May I have roll call on the motion?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Nay.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 5 yeas. Senator Gittins, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Louis Petersen Jr., Commissioner nominee to the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. So, Mr. Petersen, I would allow you a few seconds to wrap up and conclude, say a few words.
I'm simply grateful. I'm humbled as well. I'm thankful to the Almighty for all that He has done for me from that time until this time. I'm thankful to my parents, my wife, my son, my entire family, my extended family, to you senators who are here today for your support of my nomination. I'm thankful also to Governor Albert A. Bryan Jr. for his nomination of me, as well as the support of Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach. I want to thank as well my UVI family and my team at the VA Department of Agriculture for their relentless support, who have been basically and truly wind under my wings, who have, honestly speaking, they have done tasks before I've asked them to do. I am so grateful and happy to be a part of that family. I want to let them know how much I appreciate them, and thanking you again, Senators, for your support of me. I want to thank, of course, Brother Olasi Davis, my brother for life, who is also here with me today. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. I just want to say, as all the nominees are coming before us today and they've been voted upon favorably, that we look forward to you being forwarded, have been forwarded to the full body, so you have one more phase to go through. But I would say when you are in that position again, that we look for greater things to happen. I look forward to being able to go to the Department of Agriculture and purchase fresh foods if need be, if, you know, farmers be able to have some kind of cooperative going, farmers cooperative going. I look forward to more slips for our residents to purchase. So I look forward to big things happening at the Department of Agriculture. And I look forward to seeing you sometime at the Department of Agriculture when we have our big fair in February. With that being said, this committee is in recess for 15 minutes.
Light up the town.
The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. We are now in Block 3. We have the governor's nomination of Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner nominee for the Department of Virgin Islands, Department of Finance, here before us today. And I hear your staff, your team in the back, they're doing the silent wave in support. So thank you. At this time, Mr. McCurdy, I would ask that when you are speaking, you speak directly into the mic. You may not see a stenographer here, but they are recording. So please speak with, oh, she wants a change? She's not ready? We'll take a 1-minute recess, make sure our stenographer is ready. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is out of recess, and at this time now, I would entertain Mr. McCurdy, if you can still state your name for the record, and then you may proceed with your testimony. Oh, I'm swearing. I tell you, I always miss my housekeeping rules. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
You may sit, and then you may proceed to read your testimony.
Good afternoon to the Rules and Judiciary Committee Chair, Honorable Diane Capehart, Vice Chair Senator Milton Potter, other committee members, other senators present, listening and viewing audience. I am Kevin G. McCurdy, Governor Albert Bryant Jr.'s nominee to serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Finance for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Firstly, I would like to thank God for continued guidance and protection, and the Governor and his administration for trusting me to serve in this capacity. I would also like to thank my family, friends, and the wonderful staff at the Department of Finance for their continued support. My journey began in Guyana, where I completed my primary and secondary education. I started my tertiary education in the British Virgin Islands, and upon receiving a merit scholarship, I moved to the United States to attend Roosevelt University in Chicago, where I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and a Master's of Arts degree in economics. From the onset of my undergraduate studies, I have held several professional full-time, part-time, and internship positions. My career progression has been punctuated with roles in project management, revenue forecasting, budgeting, financial planning, financial analysis, accounting, research, statistical research, operations management, compliance, auditing, and various leadership responsibilities. These positions have contributed to over 15 years of combined experience in financial planning and analysis in both the private and public sector. If confirmed, I'm eager to bring this cross-section of expertise to the Commissioner's role. In 2016, I made the life-changing decision to relocate to these islands, seeking not only professional opportunities, but a permanent return to a place I always called home. My parents and siblings had been in the Virgin Islands for well over 25 years at that point. However, in 2021, life and my commitment to my eldest daughter took me back to Chicago. It was during this time away that the true value of family became clear to me. With my nomination to serve as Commissioner, I made the conscious decision to return to these islands. It is here, surrounded by the warmth of family, that I find the inspiration to be the best version of myself. The connection to family is not just a tie to the past, but the driving force that propels me forward, shaping my dedication to serving the people of this territory. For in the embrace of family, I discovered the strength to strive for excellence, and it is with this strength that I humbly offer my commitment to the role of Commissioner. There are few callings as noble as a role in public service. The duty of public service not only demands integrity and efficiency, but it also requires complete dedication to the people we are called to serve. These are qualities instilled in me by my parents and grandparents, who themselves were devout public servants. My mother, more recently in the British Virgin Islands, served as an outstanding public servant for 27 years at People's Hospital. My public service career in the U.S. Virgin Islands commenced at the Office of Management and Budget in February 2016. During my tenure, I held pivotal roles such as Senior Budget Analyst, Revenue Control Officer, and Associate Director of the Budget Review Division. Additionally, I seized the opportunity to earn a Lean Six Sigma Black Belt certification. The experience garnered at OMB provided me with invaluable lessons and allowed me to collaborate with and learn from colleagues and community leaders alike. My professional journey has equipped me with the skills necessary to propel both public and private organizations towards an efficient transition from their current state to a more desired future state of sustainable growth. It is my conviction that the successful application of my experience in financial planning will bring significant value to the continued development of operations at the Department and the government of the Virgin Islands as a whole. I am eager to contribute my expertise to furthering the goals and mission of the Department and the government of the Virgin Islands. I am confident that my commitment to excellence and passion for public service will positively impact the government's trajectory. I initiated my tenure at the Department by conducting one-on-one meetings with every team member and participating in strategy sessions with departments and agencies. These interactions included meeting with agency heads and their fiscal teams to address common issues and explore potential solutions. Through these discussions, several high-priority actions were identified, emphasizing the need to address challenges in cash management, reconciliation, vendor payment, and operational efficiencies. To effectively address these priorities, it is imperative to provide our team with the necessary training and development opportunities to enhance their performance. Consequently, a concerted effort is required to bridge knowledge gaps not only within the department, but across the GVI to fortify government operations, ensure greater robustness, sustainability, and efficiency. In pursuit of these opportunities, the following initiatives have been implemented. We've established weekly meetings with OMB to discuss cash position and monitor ongoing liabilities associated with cash accounts. Regularly reviewing the 13-week cash flow to enhance visibility into working capital, develop an accounts payable aging report for all cash accounts, implemented a paid invoice analysis by cash accounts, conducted meetings with banking partners to explore potential avenues for further collaboration, engaged with Ricardo Sanchez, Vice President of the Steelworkers Union, to discuss available resources and opportunities for union employees within the department. Initiated a training plan to be delivered through the Division of Personnel's Brilliance is the Cure program, and established connections with the graduate school to explore additional training opportunities, and continued collaboration with the Department of Property and Procurement to identify efficiencies in invoice processing and payment allocation. These initiatives represent our commitment to addressing critical challenges and fostering a culture of continuous improvement within the department. To date, our achievements in financial management have been significant. We have successfully centralized accounts payable, improved the analysis of accounts payable aging, and established a cash model that presents a daily overview of available cash. This proactive approach has greatly improved our ability to forecast our cash positions accurately. Furthermore, efforts are underway to reconcile all bank accounts and fund balances. In the coming months, the department is poised to offer a comprehensive view of cash positions. This will include projections for revenue and upcoming obligations, enabling us to forecast and plan payments based on available and anticipated cash. We are committed to proactively engaging with agencies to incorporate relevant items into our forecast. Additionally, in collaboration with OMB, the department is working towards producing a budget to actual report for GVI, adding an analytical component to our operations and collaborative efforts. Through my tenure to date, the department has completed several key projects. These include the selection of a vendor for the merchant service project, completion of the fiscal year 2020 financial and single audit, implementation of a new cash management process critical to payment processing, finalize the contract for ExecuTime, a time-limited solution for tracking time and attendance. Looking ahead, the department is on track to go live with the Concord travel system by March 2024. Simultaneously, our goal is to complete the fiscal year 2021 basic financial and single audit by December of 2023. These initiatives underscore our commitment to advancing financial management practices and ensuring the continued success of the department's operation. I understand the gravity of the department's responsibility to the people of the territory. The department derives its authority from Title III, Executive Chapter 11, Section 177 of the Virgin Islands Code. Under this section of the VI Code, the department is mandated to exercise broad oversight in enforcing laws relating to finance. I also acknowledge that fulfilling these duties and responsibilities as entrusted by the mandate cannot be solely accomplished by the Commissioner of Finance. The successful execution of these responsibilities relies on the collective teamwork already demonstrated by colleagues within central government agencies and component units. This collaboration characterized by professionalism, dedication, and mutual respect, forms the core essence of delivering on these duties. In my estimation, financial planning is akin to navigation. If you know where you are and where you want to go, navigation is seamless. However, lacking knowledge of these points can make navigation challenging. To that end, my short-term and long-term goals are as follow. Short-term, 1, review and update operational policies and procedure, conduct a comprehensive assessment of current operational procedures to identify inefficiencies and streamline processes. Attract and recruit qualified financial professionals to fill critical positions within the department. Provide active guidance and training to enhance the skills of existing staff and bridge knowledge gaps within the department and across agencies on proper financial management and reporting. Strengthen internal controls to ensure the accuracy of financial transactions. Complete the U.S. Virgin Islands 2021, 2022, and 2023 audits. Establish a systematic approach to monthly reconciliations and quarterly closing. Long-term, establish a systematic approach to weekly reconciliation and monthly closing. Increase the number of days of cash on hand to a sustainable level to provide financial stability during unforeseen events. Explore investment strategies to maximize returns on surplus funds while maintaining risk-appropriate investments. During the past 5 months, I've had the privilege to actively participate in various initiatives, thanks to the collaboration and support from all divisions within the department. We recognize the importance of addressing any concerns associated with the department and ensuring that they are not overlooked. It has come to my attention that there is substantial potential for the department to gain from the integration of innovative technologies and the refinement of operational models. This strategic approach aims to streamline processes, freeing up valuable time for more impactful decision-making. In the past few months, the team has been working on several projects that are at varying stages of completion. ExecuTime, Transparency website, Lieutenant Governor's Office charge code issues, Standard Operation Policies and Procedure update, Census Data Management Portal, Fund Balance Reconciliation, Federal Receivable Reconciliation, Bank Reconciliation, FMS Project, Audit Plan, Electronic Payment System, Carosoft Concur, and Ventive GIF electronic system. Under my leadership, the department will work efficiently, prioritizing measures that support the government of the Virgin Islands. We are committed to collaborating with agencies, addressing concerns, and offering valuable solutions. If confirmed, our focus shifts towards modernizing key processes within the department, emphasizing transparency and efficiency in information transfer and processing. Our immediate plan will encompass several crucial areas. The Accounting, Operations, and Financial Reporting Division processes approximately $500 million in general fund payables annually, engaging with numerous vendors across the territory. Recognizing concerns about past due payment and long-standing invoices, we are initiating a plan to identify improvement points, potential risks, and steps to centralize critical invoice processing. This process of streamlining aims to prevent common issues that hinder timely payments. With increased investment in education, healthcare, and transportation, it is of great significance that we have a clear understanding of our true funds and cash positions to develop appropriate budget plans and avoid shortages on any investment area within public affairs. As of today, we are working to reconcile active bank accounts and funds. We will spearhead reconciling these accounts and funds between book and bank to obtain a better understanding of our current cash standing and dedicate more resources to developing a transparent and accurate spending plan. The Government Insurance Fund is the sole provider of workers' compensation insurance in the territory. However, the division needs to be fully staffed in order to effect the timely implementation of all recommendations made by the actuary. Additional discussion is needed to increase the base rate from $8,424 to the current minimum wage, which will help increase the workers' compensation premium and help remove the fund from a deficit position. Admittedly, there is a need for additional staffing across all divisions in the department. However, we also understand that we must review our current processes to determine whether the need lies in additional human capital, process improvement, or the introduction of new technology. We are currently working with all divisions to make this decision. Furthermore, while costly, it is critical that the Management Information System Division implements timely system upgrades to ensure that stats in the ERP remain resilient and available 24 hours. The Board of Tax Review could benefit from engaging the services of an attorney. The Payroll Division is in dire need of a payroll reconcilement officer and a payroll compliance officer. The division is eager to move beyond the transactional nature of payroll processing and begin to include more analytical reporting. The department remains committed to the highest quality of service the department remains committed to providing the highest quality of service to the territory. Our team shows up every day ready to give their all, even in working conditions that are not ideal. The building on St. Croix remains in disrepair from the 2017 hurricanes, and the conditions have since worsened. I would like to thank Director O'Neill and the OMB staff on St. Croix for their accommodation, hospitality, and patience as they share their space with us as we continue to work with the Office of Disaster Recovery to rehabilitate our space. To ensure that agencies and department continue to benefit from the modernized process, we will also focus on building internal capabilities, ensuring lasting and sustainable change. We will create a strategic plan to execute our intentions, recruit top talent, introduce new technologies and processes, and dedicate efforts to projects that benefit the greater community. I provide this testimony before you not only as an individual devoted to family, but also as someone who brings an unwavering commitment to public service. A testament to this commitment lies in the aftermath of the devastating hurricanes of 2017. As our community faced unprecedented challenges, I felt the profound sense of duty to ensure that the Office of Management and Budget remained a steadfast pillar for our community. In those challenging days, I voluntarily went into the office, working tirelessly to ensure that the wheels of government continued turning, safeguarding the essential operations that our people depend on. It is during times of crisis that the true character of a public servant is revealed, and I am proud to say that my dedication goes above and beyond the call of duty. My promise to you, esteemed senators, is to bring this same level of commitment, resilience, and passion to the role of commissioner, always placing the needs of our people at the forefront of my service. Honorable senators, my foremost commitment is to serve the community of the Virgin Islands with the utmost professionalism, ethical conduct in executing all governmental duties, responsibilities, transactions, and decisions. I extend sincere gratitude to you for dedicating your time to considering my nomination for Commissioner of Finance, and at this time, I'm available to answer any questions you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Nominee, for your testimony. Started off well. I thought I missed something. I was waiting to hear, and as everybody else is waiting to hear, when these checks can be released. But I guess you're holding that for your last speech. At this time, we will go into a 4-minute round. We'll continue with what the chairwoman had set in place. And we'll begin with our Senator at Large, Angel Volquez. You're recognized for your 4 minutes, followed by Senator Joseph, Secretary. You may proceed, Senator Volquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to everyone in the well with us today. And of course, good afternoon, Nominee McCurdy.
Afternoon.
And I have to say that you have a very comprehensive background in finance, including your significant roles in budgeting and finance planning and fiscal operations and management. You're a very highly suitable candidate, but we have, to be honest, we have also seen very suitable candidates before us, and they have come and gone, right? But please don't take that statement personal. I'm just trying to be honest about, what has been taking place. And the department, in my opinion, is the last step in a very well-structured procurement process. And if it's not run properly, it affects the government's ability to fiscally operate and reconcile. And your department is a very instrumental piece in contributing to the government's overall accountability and trajectory. And my first question was going to be about the retro, to be quite honest. I know that the news reported that they would begin on December 6th, which was yesterday. Is that accurate?
So we're still working, sorry, thank you for the question. Afternoon again, Senator. We're working with personnel to go through the file to make sure that everything is accurate. And once we've done that, we'll start releasing those checks.
Okay, so we're still waiting to get all of that worked out, and hopefully in the coming days we'll be seeing those retroactive. That's about 25 million, correct?
The overall total, I think, was 25 million. That was, yeah.
Yeah, okay, very well. Now, in your new role, you've been there for some time now. Have you experienced any challenges or faced any challenges during your time there that you would like to share with us? Things that you're going to be working on moving forward?
Absolutely. I think one of the more pressing, well, two of the more pressing things that we're facing right now is cash management and vendor payments. It's not lost upon me. I don't think on anybody in earshot that folks are going through stuff, and just like regular folks are, so is the government. So we need to find a way to better manage our cash and reduce that long lag time in getting vendor payments out.
Do you think that the management is because of certain technological advancements, or is it just a accounting flaw, or what do you believe it is?
I assure you there are a myriad of reasons, but I think at the core, it's the understanding that our collections are seasonal and our bills are constant. We need to find a way to close that delta between collections and the bills that are constantly coming in.
Very well, and thank you for that response. And I would say that our finance chair is always the first to talk about new revenues, so definitely your statement ties right into what she always is ready to preach about and is the gospel truth, one would say. Now, once you are able to modernize your department, your most valuable resource, of course, your employees, are you investing in more training for your employees? Because as you continue to technologically advance the department, you're going to have to train and give them the proper education and certifications. What is the plan there moving forward?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair,
as I would regularly tell my staff and folks who have been in government knows, baptism by fire is not a good professional development strategy. So I think what we need to do is meet our folks where they are, not say that they can't do the work. Meet them where they are, provide the training, and hold them accountable, hold ourselves accountable.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Nominee McCurdy, for your responses. I look forward to supporting it at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Balkes. And just to be clear, so the initial, one of the initial questions that was asked regarding the retro payments, so the answer is that nothing have started as of yesterday?
No, sir.
Okay. Senate Secretary, Honorable Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. Definitely a pleasant good day to you, Nominee McCurdy. I've had the opportunity to sit with you and discuss our financials and the like. You are in a hot seat, as you know, as your team. And I'm hoping, since I see them in the audience, especially some from the St. Thomas, St. John district, they got your back. Okay, I see those hands. They have your back. So that's very good. So now I want to ask some very quick questions regarding just the financials and some of the things that you mentioned in your short-term and long-term goals. You mentioned part of it for your short term is to strengthen those financial and those fiscal controls. How do you see that occurring? Because that's critical. That helps you prevent you from getting those little dings for your audits.
Exactly.
Okay, so tell me what you've experienced since you've been there and how you and your team see that you can fix those lapses or leaks in your internal controls?
That's a great question, Senator. Thank you for that. One of our biggest problems that we have right now is documentation. That's a big finding on our last audit. I mean, I've read it a couple of months ago, so it's not all right there. But one of the 80% of our 80 to 90% of the findings, not the findings, but the adverse opinion on our audit is related to lack of insufficient documentation or no documentation at all.
And this is coming from individuals sending payment or making payment, or for you to actually distribute and disburse checks. You're not getting the documentations required.
Or to departments.
From the departments.
Yeah, our folks, departments sending stuff in, or us requiring, in order for us to make certain payments, we need certain documentation, not because we want to be troublesome, but because this impacts our audits.
Yes, and that's the accountability, because you have to have that level of accountability. So how are you going to address that? I hope your team is talking to the departments and letting them know what your standard operating procedures they need to provide the documentation.
Absolutely, and part of what, and I know the team is probably tired of hearing this phrase, the tail has been wagging the dog for far too long. We are the we are responsible for financial oversight, and that's exactly what we need to do. And
okay, and that needs to go. And I just want to make sure that you and your team are clear that not because you have relations and this person said they're going to send you the documentation mean you need to cut the check for the vendor. Don't do it, okay? We have to get out of that whole type of system. Let me go on to my next question, because I had a whole bunch of questions for you. Now for your long-term goal. You mentioned here as part 3, and we do it since I've been elected for 2 consecutive years. We put a rainy day fund in place. I'm hoping the money is going to a fund, and we just say, what did you say?
It's going to an account.
It goes into an account.
Yes.
And you're sure it's going into that account?
Absolutely.
Good. Now, you said we want to assure that we're maintaining the risk-appropriate investment. What do you envision would be some of the investments that we should utilize for that rainy day fund?
Well, so right now we're in talks with some of our financial partners, and to be fair, we can have this discussion, I hope, privately.
Offline?
Yes, I don't want to frustrate that process, but what we are planning to do is invest carefully those monies into vehicles that would allow us to see returns.
Okay, very good. Mr. Chairman, I just want to wrap up and say that I am in support of your nomination, and you have my vote. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Joseph. 80% of a lack of documentation
80 to 90.
is no good.
Not at all.
Absolutely no good. That's like nobody ain't walking. That calls for great accountability. So my question to you is, what are you going to do differently to address this documentation problem
I
that
think
we
part of-
seemingly have? This is not just in your agency, this is across the board. But this is critical and frightening to us, being that this is our fiscal arm. So what are your plans, or what have you been doing differently to address this lack of documentation?
Part of what we, thank you, Senator, for the question. Part of what we are doing is we're having trainings. We're bringing people in and showing them the process that we need them to that they need to follow. Outside of that, we're not classifying agencies as bad agencies anymore. What we're recognizing is that folks need training, and we need to meet them where they are, and we're providing those trainings to them.
And this lack of documentation that you speak of is across government. This isn't just in your agency, correct?
No, this is across the government, yes.
So, and this also brings me to ask you, before I call on Senator Johnson. There's been a number of inquiries to my office or complaints of vendor checks being cut and the vendors not receiving the payments. When they call to find out the status of these checks, you can show that the checks were cut but not delivered. Are you aware of this? And if so, what is being done to address this shortfall?
I imagine any event where checks are cut and payments are not released are likely related to federal funds where the draws haven't been completed.
I'm not hearing you clearly, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Assuming that those might be related to federal funds, and we need for agencies, departments and agencies to do their draws before we're able to release checks. And that is an ongoing effort.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. And then Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the Commissioner Nominee. What measures will you implement to ensure transparency, accountability, and proper financial oversight within this department?
I think the first, good afternoon, Senator, thank you for the question. I think the first step is holding ourselves accountable. I think because, naturally, as being a part of a small community, we sometimes don't always follow, our own policies and procedures, and I think that is something that we need to get better at.
And I think our senators going to ask you about this retroactive wage. As we speak right now, personnel have not delivered all the information necessary to you for you to cut checks. Is it fair to say that?
Yes. I think they've delivered the information. I think we're just sorting through it, but I can clarify that statement.
Because I'm quite sure every single senator getting a call, hoping, and people are calling us, asking that this money going to be delivered before the Christmas is over. That's the big question out there. In your testimony, you are recommending an increased government insurance funding base rate to that of the minimum wage in an attempt to increase revenues for workers' compensation program. Though this will increase revenues, how effective will this increase be solvency of the program?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part, please?
Though this will increase revenues, how effective will this increase be to solvency of the program?
It will be very effective. The rate, as I remember, and Mr. Selkridge, I hope you keep me honest, has not been increased in over 30 years. the economy of the Virgin Islands has changed drastically since 30 years ago. And I think any contribution, anything that can help us to just get to that point where we can get these funds in a better position, I am all for it.
And I think in your short tenure, you've been running into a lot of these issues with vendors not being paid. And I keep saying to people that the government will cause a business to bankrupt because of untimely payment. What step will you take to maintain government credit worthiness?
So right now, what we're doing, and again, and I beg your pardon, and I hope that we can continue to have this particular discussion offline. We're engaging with our banking partners to figure out ways that we can, again, our collections are seasonal, but our bills are constant, and we need to find a way to kind of reduce that point where we're managing cash during the good times, so that in the bad times we don't feel it that much.
And I've said this in the past before. The government don't have a cash problem. We have a problem of collecting the monies that are out there owed to us. And until we could get a grip and collect it in a timely manner, we're going to continue find ourselves in these shortfalls, and it creates a havoc for people who are doing business with this government. How do you intend to leverage your diverse skill set encompassing financial planning, operating management, and leadership to enhance the performance of and strategic goal of the Department of Finance in the Virgin Islands?
I intend
1 minute.
Sorry. Thank you. I intend to continue to work closely with those revenue collecting agencies during our the governor's financial on the governor's financial teams, just to find ways in which. Listen, it's not lost again on any of us that not just wages have increased, but inflation is 9.8%. So we have a revenue going up, but we also have inflation eating into that revenue. You ask the average person, last year, a basket of goods that cost $100 has significantly reduced. So we, all of us in the community, have to find a way to better manage. And folks have been finding that way, and the government is no different. We need to find a way to better manage.
We had a meeting, or was supposed to have a second meeting, and I said to you, I will give you my support, but I want to be very candid about this.
Time.
Anytime may I wrap up on this, Mr. Chair?
You may.
Anytime I support a commissioner or nominee, a couple times in the past, folks came and had discussion, and that leverage of communication is important. I don't call a commissioner for me. When I call a commissioner, it's for my constituents who have issues. We started out on a good foot, and I hope that we could continue communication and dialogue, because at the end of the day, it's the people at this territory we all ask to solve, and sometimes when they can't get to you, they might reach out to our senator. So I appreciate our meetings that we have had. At the appropriate time, I'll be supporting you. I wish you the best on your endeavor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And since that's where you end, let me also publicly apologize to you. I know your office have reached out to mine several times in an attempt to meet, and my schedule just didn't permit us to do so. But I follow your work. I listen to your testimony, and I'm listening to your responses as well.
Thank you.
Senator Fred Gregory, Finance Chair, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Subject matter expert here.
And good afternoon to our Commissioner nominee and his team. First of all, I want to thank you for saying yes, because this job that you are about to embark on is not an easy one. And, you know, there are lots of folks that think they can do this job. But once you sit in a seat, it looks very different. And one of my primary concerns is to see the financial health of this territory improve significantly. And that's twofold, because we have to improve our financial health. One, based on our economic development and our ability to bring new resources into the territory. But also a major component is how we manage our financial affairs. And the Department of Finance is that entity that's responsible for ensuring that our financial affairs are in order. And for many, many years, we've seen extreme challenges to the point where we're in third-party fiduciary or compliance or whatever it's called. I can't remember now. I should remember. With the U.S. Department of Education and many other entities. We are unable to float bonds without a securitization vehicle because of our financial affairs. And you're a young man, and you spoke about the fact that you have a Lean Six Sigma certificate. Is that a black belt? What is it?
A black belt.
Black belt, good. So you're at the top of the food chain, right? So my expectation is to see that you will use your Lean Six Sigma training to systematically improve the financial health and the financial affairs of this territory. And when I say that, I mean a lot of us, a lot of times we get into these positions and we try to fix everything all at once. Do not allow anyone to set you up for the okie doke on that. Work with your team, identify those areas that are important that will fix the other things at the bottom, okay? And you will see that you will begin to see improvement bubbling up to the top. So I'm gonna ask that one of the things that you didn't say in your goals is, you said it, but you didn't say it, and I need to be clear that you understand that you and your team need to look at our financial audits.
Yeah.
1 minute.
I don't really plan to ask you any questions. I plan to speak and preach. And look at your financial audits, put the challenges in different buckets of your financial audits, and begin to address them systematically. There are so many challenges that I'm not gonna ask you any questions. Y'all, Department of Finance know what my pet peeves are. Y'all know. When it comes to fund balances and the like. So I'm not here to ask, so you ain't gotta be nervous. Just bring it on, right? No, I'm serious though. Those are the things that matter. And if you're gonna be successful, just know that you can't fix everything at once. You could set the framework for others to follow. But you have to determine what your legacy, your team, and your legacy will be as you lead the Department of Finance. And know that you can always lean on me as the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance Committee while I'm here for any advice. Because the matters of our financial health of this territory is heavily important to the success of all of the services that we provide to the people of the Virgin Islands. So that's my ask. So I'm not asking that of you alone. I'm asking that of you and your team. And I'm asking your team to support you, because absent of that support from them, you're not going to be successful. Okay? Many have tried. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Madam Finance Chair. And next we recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Chair, before I continue, Senator Potter is before me and he's been sitting here. He got skipped over twice so far. Do you want him to go first or me to continue?
Yeah, you may just go ahead and proceed. I apologize, Senator Potter. You may proceed.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifier. I had an opportunity to have a one-on-one with Mr. McCurdy, And in that conversation, I must say that I was very impressed with his responses to several of the questions I had. And based on how our conversation went, at the time, I did believe that he was suited with the capable abilities to hold this position. My thing is, as of this current moment, I believe character and capability go hand in hand, because at some point, some one of them conflict with each other, or sometimes they enhance each other. My biggest concern is not so much about his ability to guide this agency in a proper way. It has to do with a letter that I received, and many of us got several, I think it was last week. And Mr. McCurdy, your signature is on it. So I just wanted to read one little excerpt because I was very, very concerned. And it said, I unfortunately must veto Bill number 35-0014, an act posthumously honoring and commending Mr. Wayne Faxman Adams for articulating and bringing events of historic significance to the people of the Virgin Islands by naming the bridge at Nada intersection on the island of St. Thomas, the Wayne Faxman Adams Bridge. While I immensely respect Mr. Adams' contributions to the historic research and appreciate his testimony on personal struggles, I must challenge the appropriateness of naming the bridge in his honor. The naming of the roads, bridges, buildings has typically been reserved for notable elected officials and renowned public servants. For example, in St. Thomas, the airport entrance has been renamed, honoring and commending the late Ambassador Terrence A. Todman. Ambassador Todman was recognized for his outstanding diplomatic service to the United States. Additionally, the road on St. Croix legislature, St. Croix was named after four-term Senator Sidney Lee, who served as Vice President of the 13th Legislature, Committee on Finance. He subsequently served many terms on boards. He was a philanthropist, a businessman, a scientist. Equating these contributions to that of our beloved Mr. Adams is a disservice to those that have been honored and will be honored in the future. Alternatively, I recommend seeking a more appropriate way of acknowledging Mr. Adams for his historical contributions with humor and participation in community events. Signed, Mr. Kevin McCurdy, acting governor. The reason why I read that is because I am looking at the character part, because that particular paragraph comes across a little bit elitist to me. And I know that the governor was out of town, and these I have been made assured that were his sentiments. But as the individual that signed off on that document, I'm trying to figure out, is this the way you think as well? Because I would be very concerned that someone that only believes or feels that people that are elected or ambassadors should only be entitled or recognized by their own community, that is an attitude I would not want to have someone running or managing our money. That's a major concern for me. So could you please explain to myself and this public a little bit as to, is this your thought process or or were you just rubber stamping something?
Senator, thank you for the question.
Time.
I'm not sure how to respond to that question, but I hear the concern, and I hear the concern.
Okay, sir. Lord.
So Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, as
Yes, sir.
you know, in the Rules Committee, this is like a job interview. And
this is very important to the interview, dealing with his potential character
Right.
and running and managing this job.
And I must say that Mr. McCurdy did say that he hear your concerns. So, and I don't know, Mr. McCurdy, if there's
As an
any.
elected official, I'm not entitled to a response. to a legitimate question.
So at this time, Mr. McCurdy, is there any additional concerns that you may add to that, or you've already concluded as?
I have nothing else to add. Honorable
Okay,
Chair.
so Senator, if Mr. McCurdy is then forwarded to the full body for full consideration, I would suggest that you make your comments then. But at this time, I know everyone has 4 minutes. We have 2 other commission members that it's waiting patiently. We have a long agenda, and I understand the concern, Senator. And at this time, I would, there's a point of information. No? Okay. So, Mr. McCurdy, I have not had an opportunity to engage. I have not had the opportunity to speak as you came on the floor. So I will go ahead with my colleagues who are in line of order for line of questioning, which is Senator Pata, St. Thomas. You may proceed with your 4 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Let's say good afternoon to you, Mr. McCurdy, and I want to thank you very much for agreeing to accept a nomination to this very challenging post, financial commissioner of the Department of Finance. I had an opportunity to meet you a couple months ago, I believe, and I was left with a very positive impression, I must say. I found you to be very, very candid, very responsive to the questions that were posed. And I wanted to ask you, first of all, what would you say? I know you have many experiences just based on your extensive resume. What would you say would be the most significant experience or attribute that you possess that will, enhance your role as Commissioner of the Department of Finance?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I would say my ability to just collaborate with folks. I don't assume that I know everything, and I also understand, as to echo the sentiment of Senator Fred Gregory, I need and rely heavily on the team that is literally behind me and always figuratively sometimes to support me in order for all of us to be successful.
Okay. Collaboration is a big thing. So I think it's a very important attribute to have. And I know as finance commissioner, you're going to play an instrumental role on the government's financial team. And I wanted to know, I know you have been functioning in that capacity as the commissioner nominee. How do you have are you assertive enough? How do you express your disagreement? Let's say, for example, the team is going in one direction and you disagree, based on your knowledge, based on your training. How effective are you in getting your disagreement heard?
Thank you, Senator. That's a great question. I always believe in the mantra of I do not feel like I have to disrespect you in order for you to respect me. I deal with everybody it doesn't matter who they are. I'm always respectful to folks. What I enjoy particularly about being on the governance financial team is the fact that all of us gets an opportunity to voice our concerns. Whether it's in opposition or support of any particular issues, we are allowed to have that platform to say what we think from our professional, based on, obviously informed by our professional backgrounds.
Okay. I know that several years ago, some time ago, there was some serious discussions, as a matter of fact, with the Commissioner of Finance at the time to place the government financial officers in the various government agencies, to place them directly under the purview or the supervision of the Commissioner of Finance. Yeah, I guess similar to the manner in which OMB has, individuals assigned to the various government agencies. And I know you might be familiar with how analysts are assigned to various government departments and agencies. I wanted to know your thoughts. I know this is probably something that you've not thought about, but I just wanted to get your
1 minute.
Thoughts as to whether or not that would be something viable for the government of the Virgin Islands to consider, moving the various financial officers and the various government agencies under the direction of the Commissioner of Finance.
Thank you again for the question. I would have to look at that a little more to really comment on the viability of it. But I do believe that at least in the interim, a closer working relationship with CFOs and financial officers is needed in terms of connection with the Department of Finance. Again, we're all working towards the same goal. This siloed approach doesn't help anybody. We need to approach this from a collective standpoint, collective and collaborative standpoint.
And that was I think the motivation for that proposal. You had individual government department and agencies, financial personnel doing their own individual thing. So that would have brought some, would bring some semblance of unity and harmony, basically, to our financial dealings. But thank you very much, Mr. McCurdy, for your testimony. At the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for your nomination to this very important financial management post. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your patience. As I understand, some of your colleagues went before you. But I'll entertain Senator Gittins for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got some colleagues that are full of themselves. How are you doing, Mr. McCurdy?
I'm doing well, very well, sir. Thank you.
Good. So on November 29th, 2023, you were the acting governor.
I suppose so, yes. I can't remember.
You can't remember?
No.
And somebody that was acting governor, you should be able to remember. That's a historical event for you.
I was. I'm sorry, it's being facetious.
You're going to be governor again?
If I'm going to be acting governor again?
Not acting, if you're going to be governor. I asked that because I'm looking at the governor's action on the bills delivered from the 35th legislature. And on that document dated November 29, 2023, let me just remind you, so it don't slip your mind. You signed as acting governor, Kevin McCurdy. You didn't sign for the governor. You signed Kevin McCurdy, acting governor. The sentiments written regarding the vetoes, and specifically to the vetoes for the WAPA initiatives that this body passed, were those sentiments of yours or sentiments of the actual governor?
Because I'm not afraid to ask for guidance. I'm going to ask for guidance. Are those questions that I can answer in this capacity?
Yes, you signed. That's why I reminded you that you signed this document, Kevin McCurdy, acting governor, and not that you signed for Albert Bryan. So I'm just asking the veto messages with regards to the WAPA initiatives, such as Bill number 35, that's 0200, requiring the WAPA to issue a monthly water bill abatement for 6 months. That veto message and the veto message regarding bill number 35, that's 0201, which speaks to the tests and analyzing of the water systems with the lead, to be done annually, I believe it is. Were those sentiments yours or guided sentiments for you to put into this message?
As I again appreciate the question. My concern at this point is I don't want to violate that process that took place. I don't know if.
Let me just say, there's no violation. I'm just asking you if it is yours. And I'm gonna be frank with you. Don't cloud my mind when it now comes to me having to vote, because now it seems like you don't want to answer. I mean, if it is yours or if you were guided, you were guided. Nobody can do you nothing, you know?
No, I'm not saying that.
So I'm just asking, were you guided? Was this prepared for you, or were these your thoughts?
I was a part of of those discussions.
Okay, so it was discussions and agreed upon discussions, and that's what you said. Okay.
Yes,
okay. So I mean that's all I'm asking. All right. Additionally, you spoke about recruitment and whatnot, and specifically you stated that the payroll division is in dire need of a payroll reconciliation officer and a payroll compliance officer.
Yes.
What are we doing to aggressively recruit in these positions and other critical positions that you may have?
So part of what, for now, I know we don't have the
1 minute
budget capability to really go after those positions. But I just wanted to put it out there that we know and recognize the things that we need. So come next year, am I, given the opportunity to present the budget, these are things that we're going to be putting in because these are things that we need.
So I think I heard from both sides, the Senate and from you too, that that there's monies out there that we need to go after. What are your thoughts? How are you going to address aggressively going after these monies as well? I know before your time there was a division of Treasury. You had actual enforcement officers in there who could have gone out, knocked on doors and whatnot. What are your thoughts? What are you going to do differently to ensure that we're able to collect aggressively a number of these monies outstanding?
So, can I?
You may conclude.
Thank you. For me, not too long ago, I was the Revenue Control Officer at the Office of Management and Budget. So what I'll continue to do, because I'm doing that now with, particularly with Commissioner Lee on the financial team, is lend him my expertise in revenue projection, my expertise in tracking and following revenue trends, so that we know that, hey, we're falling short on revenue collections. So that's my immediate plan.
But we got to be aggressive. We got to go after it.
I agree with you,
all right?
100%.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And all I ask you to do is lead from the front.
Definitely.
And don't be afraid.
Definitely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Gittins. Senator DeGraff, I know you would be next, but Senator, if I may, Senator Maurice James would take this opportunity. Everybody, we didn't take a lunch, so everybody just walked away to have lunch. So Senator Maurice James, you may proceed your 4 minutes, and then Senator DeGraff, it would be your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone again. Good afternoon, Commissioner Nominee. I had an as everyone is saying here, this is in fact an interview. and more or less a ratification of a selection by the governor. And so I was really happy to have had, 4 minutes is never enough time to do an interview, as you know. But I had the opportunity to speak to you. Actually, it was a really great conversation for more than a half an hour. So I think in that half an hour, I was able to get from you your professionalism, your deep commitment and dedication to the Virgin Islands, and your competence. So I'm not going to ask you any questions, you know. What I'm going to say today is that I have been in a position, both in the military and outside of the military, where I did not agree with the decisions made by my superior. But my superior was the person who had every authority to make those decisions. Because I was, in fact, not the superior, the commander. I was not. I also know that in our history in the Virgin Islands, there was a time, and I was younger then, I may be mischaracterizing it, where a governor left the territory and the lieutenant governor in an acting capacity made some decisions that were contrary to the governors and had to be, when the governor returned, had to be reversed and retracted. It didn't look good. So I know that when you are in an acting capacity, you don't just willy-nilly decide to hire Maurice James as your special assistant to the acting governor. I know there are things you cannot do. So I appreciated the fact that you did not answer directly, because you shouldn't. You're put in a position where there is now, and I will never be the person to create friction between you and your superior. No, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make sure that when you are, if approved, perform the duties of the commissioner as outlined in the Virgin Islands Code. And there comes a time when you will, in fact, have to sign on behalf when there is an absence of, and you may have, like you said, you may have participated in the discussion, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily agreed. But that's your personal.
1 minute.
That you should keep to yourself, because ultimately the decision is that of the governor. Those sentiments are of the governor of the Virgin Islands. That's who they are. They belong to him and no one else. And so I appreciated the fact, because as a soldier, I understand my duty and the position I hold. Well, I'm a senator now. I'm actually started to speak, but you understand. So I loved my interview with you. I asked you some very interesting questions, as you know, because you are, as my colleague from the island of St. John said, you are the third. So you know we delved into a lot of things about relationships between you and your superior. And so to put you in that position now, I do not appreciate it. And I understand what went down, let's just put it that way. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will vote for you at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator DeGraff, you may proceed with 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifier. Commissioner McCurdy, I'm going to jump right off. Gotta speak for me. You got 2 strikes with me. 1, Wayne Vaxman out of your name on it, period. That's all I could see. 2, I think it's about 8 months I've been trying to, you and I, to get to meet. Correct?
Sorry, you've been trying to get to meet with me for 8 months?
Yeah, from time I call you, I said meetings, you know, we've been missing each other, or you've been avoiding me, or what, I don't know. So between now and the session, could we meet?
Between now, sorry, it sounds kind of muffled, sorry.
Now, and our session being the 18th to the 20th, can we meet?
Yes, we can meet, absolutely.
Okay, you reach out to me and you find me. You don't find me, I don't vote for you, period. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Good. And that's all I want to be fair. Okay, how many unions do you have in finance? Have you met with the unions?
One, I've met with the vice president.
Okay. I think that's the most important element of being a commissioner of finance. 'Cause like it's being said, you're the third, and there either is some issue in finance or you have some issues to address. And I think would you start now with your employees first, then that would be a big plus for you.
Okay.
I thank you for deciding to take on a position and deciding to step up, because again, I won't hold against you or anything. I would commend you for stepping up. But I think it's, as we say, it is a job interview, and all I need is my fair chance to give you a fair chance is to have that interview with you. We can meet offline, we speak, and then you would have my support. So it's contingent on you. I put it in your corner. Now, in closing, not a personal, but I guess, are you under any indictment or anything at the present time? That not asking any detail, but just a yes or no question?
No.
Okay. So again, it's and in your past, where you have worked, have you worked in leadership position prior to now?
I have several times, yes.
Okay, good. So in the capacity of a government or private?
In the past, both.
Both. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yes.
Good. So I see I'm getting in some of the interview questions now, because these we could have already had, and it could have been pumping you, but I ain't gonna mislead you. And in closing, Department of
1
Finance in the budget book has several accounts for fund balances.
Yes.
That are not accurate. It had been made, clear over and over. The problem I'm having with finance is, how much money do we have on hand now, cash right now?
We have 6 days of cash in hand right now.
Okay, so that's what I've been hearing for 7 years. We have 6 days, we got 2 weeks. Is that something we can address? I know you mentioned about when we collect and our bills are constant. What's your take on even trying to make that a reality as to where we don't have to have 6 days on hand or 2 weeks on hand in terms of at least 30 days or something?
That is fair. Just so you know, though, it does fluctuate. It's not 6 days all the time. It does fluctuate. But I do hear your point, and we do need to, it would be beneficial to us, honestly, to have more cash in hand. It would be beneficial to the community, because then we get to pay more bills.
So, Madam Chair, just in closing, I would just like to ask a question that was brought to me in regards to the retro, that Social Security was being taken out of the retro for the seniors, I was told, and someone asking me why was that being done? Because they were under the impression it was already done. So you could answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. You may proceed on the chair's time.
That's a really good question, but I will need to get more information because I don't want to just say things without actually having consulted with my director of payroll. Well, I can definitely provide that information.
Mr. McCurdy, I respect that, because you're trying to come up with an answer to make us feel good. So
exactly.
If you don't know, you don't know. You say it at this time. And the senator did ask for some time to have a discussion. So I hope that he's able to have that discussion after this meeting today.
Absolutely.
I didn't have the opportunity, and you may start taking my time. You have a very important department. We had 2 departments before us, not to say their own is not, but you have to oversee the laws and regulations relating to the financial operations of both local and federal funding for your department. And it's not a simple department. We've had a meeting before this meeting. I saw your resume, I've read the resume, and I've asked you all the questions that I would ask today, and I'm going to ask again in public. There is a capital projects report, there is the fund balance report, and a collection report. I don't want to have to go to the website to get this. So I'm asking that when we call you,
Yes.
requesting these reports, if we can kindly receive them to have an understanding as
Absolutely.
when we are writing legislation, we want to know how to appropriate these funding, have some kind of guidance. So
Absolutely.
with that being said, do I hear, oh yes, point of information on, but, okay. At this time, media needs a break. I'll take a, so I'm going to, are you going to pull back your motion, Senator? They need to take a break. Pull back the motion before they take this break, and then when we return, I'll entertain your point of information, because I did tell the senator I would entertain her point of information. We would take, okay, recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess, and at this time, I'll entertain Senator Joseph for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My point of information is relative to payment of vendors. We've been getting some complaints that vendors aren't being paid timely. Do you have within your long-term or short-term goals to fully implement, to first promulgate and implement any type of a procedure that would help with that?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. That's a very good question. And that, excuse me, goes to an early answer that I gave, I think, to a question that you had asked, where I was mentioning that our revenues are seasonal and our bills are constant, and we need to find a way to kind of bridge that gap. And we've engaged with discussions with our banking partners, but those discussions are ongoing, and we can talk about it off. I don't want to frustrate that, discussion. Yeah.
Point of information, Senator Donna Gregory, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I said I wasn't going to ask any questions, but I need to just ask this. All of the budgets for the FY 2024 loaded and available for the departments and agencies to expend, obligate, etc. for FY 24?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. That's a wonderful question. That is a function, though, that is done by OMB.
That's okay, but I'm not asking you if you loaded them.
So
I ask you if all of the budgets are loaded and your department is prepared to begin obligating and expending their dollars. So I totally understand that that's not your rule. However, once they're all loaded, then you can work. So then my question is, can you work for FY 2024?
We've been working for FY 24, yes.
So all of the budgets are loaded?
I don't want to say that because I don't know that for sure.
You don't know if all the departments and agencies' budgets are loaded?
I can't say that with 100% certainty, no. I just don't want to lie to you and say, yes, 100% of it is loaded.
But don't you believe, and I know that the chair wants to, don't you believe that that's something that you should know? That all of your budgets are loaded and your department is ready to roll? And if they're not loaded, you should have received correspondence from OMB saying, hey, we have not loaded X or Y budget?
I think you're absolutely right, yes. If it hasn't been done, I should know, and that is on me, but I don't know. I can't say that with 100%
I would like
certainty.
you to know. You need to know. You need to know.
You're right.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Gregory. I just want to say, Mr. McCurdy, as you came before this body today, as I mentioned earlier, this is like a job interview. So I hope all the concerns that you've gathered today, things that you may not know, that you take it into consideration to know.
Absolutely.
Because the position that you are about to take, if forward to the full body, and then you get that official yes to serve, you have to make tough decisions. Some that may not be favorable to many, but favorable to some. And in leadership position, this is what we face. We face that as legislators, commissioners, government on the whole. So I just make sure that you know what you need to know.
Absolutely.
Okay? So do I hear a motion? Point of information, Senator Gittins. And then we go to a motion, please.
Thank you. My apologies, as I thought you were going to just do a quick wrap up. But I too, I'm trying to make sense out of nonsense. I mean, not out of nonsense, but out of what I'm reading from several sources. So it appears that the retro payments, there's a question, I believe, from retirees, whether or not Social Security is supposed to be taken out of those retro checks. What's your response to that?
My understanding is yes.
And though that they're coming in increments?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have a sidebar because there seems to be a lot of moving parts in this.
Okay.
Thank you for your response.
Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nominee of the, I apologize. Madam Chair, I move that the governor's nomination of Kevin McCurdy for the Commissioner of the Department of Finance be favorably voted upon in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Angel Bolkes and seconded by Senator Maurice James and Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yays.
The governor's nominee, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner nominee, Virgin Islands Department of Finance, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. So, Mr. McCurdy, you've passed the first hurdle. Congratulations. At this time, I will allow you a 30 seconds wrap-up.
I would just like to say thank you to everybody listening and viewing, those in the gallery. I understand the magnitude of the undertaking that I'm about to embark on. Well, I've been doing it, but I appreciate the support, and I will be looking forward to working with each and every one of you as we continue to try to make the Virgin Islands the paradise that we want it to be.
Okay, Mr. McCurdy, well, we look forward to your overseeing this department if you are voted upon favorably in session. Look forward to good things happening. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Ho, 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 ho. Sip on something. Sip on a waist. Express and bio. And Stanley and the 10 sleepless nights. Celebrating Christmas together. Hey, hey, hey. Well, come in, P.O. It's Christmas time again. Oh, what a joyous time. You feel it in the air. It's the season to be kind. We all go out shopping
The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is out of recess. Colleagues, we are in Block 4. We have before us the governor's nomination for the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. We have Mr. Bert Petersen, Jr., MD, who's in the chambers in St. Thomas. And we have the Honorable Donna Christensen here on St. Croix. And we also have testifiers, one on St. Croix on behalf of Mr. Petersen and also on St. Thomas. What we'll do is we will begin with Ms. Moorhead, but first I want everyone to just state their name on the record, and then we will come back to you, Ms. Moorhead, and then you may begin. So you may proceed to put your name on the record, then Ms. Christensen, then we go to St. Thomas, stating with your name.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lisa Harris Moorhead. I'm testifying on behalf of Dr. Bert Petersen.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Marie Christensen.
St. Thomas.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bert Petersen.
Warren Jacobs, testifying on behalf of Dr. Bert Petersen.
Thank you. So Ms. Moorhead, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon again, Honorable Senator Capehart, Chair of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, Honorable Senators, staff, listening and viewing audience. I am both honored and humbled to have been asked to speak in support of Dr. Bert Petersen Jr.'s nomination to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. However, I must admit my first feeling when asked was one of inadequacy. How could I convey my respect, admiration, and love for my friend objectively? I've known Dr. Petersen 18 of his 30-plus-year medical career. I met him through mutual friends, and we connected immediately as colleagues and forged a lasting relationship. Dr. Peter's accomplishments, as I'm sure you are aware, are beyond impressive. The accolades and awards he has received in 3 decades are literally too numerous for me to mention. So what can one possibly say that could adequately summarize such a distinguished career? In short, Dr. Petersen personifies Black excellence. He embodies integrity, competence, compassion, and social consciousness. He has selflessly devoted his life's work to a relentless crusade to eradicate disparities in access to quality health care for people of color. From the beginning, he has employed innovative ways to educate underserved communities by creating various outreach initiatives to increase awareness of and availability of services for diseases that are pervasive in our community. He has been named Best Doctor, Top Doctor, one of America's top doctors repeatedly by both national organizations as well as magazines and medical journals. As a man of our fertile Virgin Islands soil, he has become a nationally renowned Black breast cancer specialist and surgeon. This is no small feat. Keep in mind that as of 2021, less than 6% of the doctors in the United States identify as Black. That equates to less than 50,000 in all specialties, while there are approximately 1 million doctors in the United States. And this is according to the Association of American Medical Colleges. This is far less than our percentage of the population. Being honored as one of the top 100 doctors in America is, again, Black excellence. Dr. Petersen is not only no stranger to community activism as demonstrated by his resume, he also has vast experience serving on both community-based nonprofit boards as well as professional medical boards. Although much of Dr. Petersen's career has been serving patients in the Northeast tri-state area, Dr. Petersen has never forsaken his Virgin Islands home. He was a founder and served as project manager of the Charlotte Kimmelman's Cancer Institute, as well as project manager / medical director of the breast and cervical cancer screening program in the Virgin Islands for over a decade. Dr. Petersen's instrumental role as co-founder and CEO of Africa Cancer Control Partners, LLC, in establishing Africa's first cancer research, screening, treatment institute has cemented him as a global citizen, ever moving closer to bringing his goal of eradicating cancer worldwide to fruition. Dr. Petersen's character, professionalism, innovative initiatives, and demonstrated love for the Virgin Islands home will, I have no doubt, prove a great asset to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moorhead. We'll go to St. Thomas, where we would hear the testifier, Ms. Elaine Warren Jacobs. You may proceed.
The Honorable Diane T. Capehart, Chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, all committee members present, other senators, listening and viewing audiences. Good afternoon. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Bert, Dr. Bert Petersen, Governor Bryan's nominee to the Board of Trustees of the University of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Petersen, then Bert, was a former student in my 12th grade English class at the Ivana Udorkin High School several years ago. As his former teacher, I invite you to imagine what this moment must mean for a teacher to speak on behalf of her student on this occasion. To be prideful is a given, but to witness his journey, even in small ways, is hugely an inspiration and a hopefulness for what is and can be for the youth and, in essence, the people of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America. Dr. Petersen's academic career jetted from our local public school system that set him early on a trajectory for academic successes at Johns Hopkins University, George Washington University, main corners, I would say, of his formal training. His college education began at the then College of the Virgin Islands, CVI, as an early admission student at the inception of that program. He took chemistry and calculus, typical pre-med courses, and distinguished himself with the highest grade point average in both courses, in which regular college freshmen and other early admission students from public, private, and parochial schools were enrolled. His stellar achievements during and beyond the preparatory years as a surgeon, with his inspiring involvements associated with furthering healthcare and its best treatment practices, are known to many nationally, internationally, regionally, and yes, locally. A mere reading of who he is and what he has done in many and diverse places makes one's chest burst with pride. The awards and honors he continues to receive are all wrapped in the recognition of his commitment to service and the elevation of our shared humanity. Let me tell you this. Bert, Dr. Bert Petersen, is kind, gracious, and committed, and he understands what it is to lead a life that brings value to others. Any leadership board, in my thinking, must find interest here. Dr. Petersen's work as leader, as groundbreaker, as community advocate brings him here before this esteemed body today. Dr. Petersen brings with him the length and breadth of his life experience, his career achievements, his love and commitment to this territory, his home, which shaped him. Governor Albert Bryan, in my estimation, made an excellent choice in his nomination of Dr. Bert Petersen. The nominee's assent to membership will be an asset in shaping the direction of the medical school at UVI. A bigger asset is the grounding he brings as a son of the soil, whose roots are strong and deep, and who wishes to continue to impact the constant development of his home, our home. In our community today, we can become overwhelmed by the negatives, yet every so often, a quality individual comes along to remind us that we also have positives, that we have value from which our university, our community, our territory can leverage. Bert, Dr. Bert Petersen, graces the top. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elaine Warren Jacobs. Today we received two impactful testimonies on behalf of Dr. Petersen. Dr. Petersen, you may proceed reading your testimony today.
Sure. Thank you so much, Senator Capehart.
Dr. Petersen,
I'm sorry.
if I may, media is asking me to take a quick recess. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry. I don't know why I always forget my housekeeping, and people have to remind me. If you testifiers, nominees, if you can please stand and take the oath. Raise your right hand and can both do it together. Do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. You may be seated. Dr. Petersen, you may proceed now.
Thank you so much, Senator Capehart. So to the Honorable Senator Diane T. Capehart, Chairman of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, to Senator Milton Potter, the Vice Chair of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, to other members of the 35th Legislature who are in attendance today, to the other nominees who have been here today and other invited guests that are both here in the chambers in St. Thomas and in St. Croix, I wish you a pleasant good afternoon. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here this afternoon. I am honored to be nominated to the Board of Trustees by Governor Albert Bryan to the University of the Virgin Islands. And I will say that serving as a director or trustee of any institutional board, especially that of a university, is an incredible opportunity to safeguard and fulfill on the mission and vision of that institution. The mission of the University of the Virgin Islands is to educate and empower the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and the world through an environment that promotes creativity, innovation, and excellence in teaching, student learning, research, and community engagement. This is an awesome mission and is thus an awesome task to be asked to actually fulfill on that mission as a Board of Trustees. The opportunity to serve on the Board of Trustees of the University of the Virgin Islands is personal for me, given my post-high school education began at the University of the Virgin Islands, as Ms. Jacobs just noted. See, I still remember as a junior in high school at Ivana Eudora-Kent High School when I was 16 years old and attending UVI as a freshman in chemistry and in and calculus. And while I was accepted into the early admissions program as a full-time student, I actually decided to go part-time so that I could continue to enjoy my senior high school time at the Ivana Eudora-Kent High School. But I will say to you, I can still recall the excitement, the anxiety, the determination that I had at 16 arriving at that campus in 1978. But besides the foundation in mathematics and science that I received at UVI, what I received also was the rigor of independent study, which prepared me for the highly competitive academic pre-medical curriculum at the Johns Hopkins University, where ultimately I matriculated for undergraduate studies and then subsequently for my medical school studies as well. I again enrolled in courses at UVI when I studied English composition in the summer session in 1981. And it was then this allowed me to fulfill my English language requirement to apply to medical school. As the university moves into the future with the president's search and the possibility of the establishment of a medical school, I am ready to work with the entire Board of Trustees and the larger Virgin Islands community to achieve the vision of the university. That vision is to be an exceptional U.S. institution of higher education in the Caribbean, dedicated to student success, committed to excellence, and pledged to enhancing the social and economic transformation of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As an HBCU, otherwise known as Historical Black College and University, the University of the Virgin Islands serves a unique population to not only educate and develop the future community leaders of the Virgin Islands, but the greater Caribbean community. There is no greater privilege in life to participate not only in your own transformation, but in the transformation of your community and life itself. As a surgical oncologist and breast cancer specialist who has spent my entire professional career in academic medicine, I value the importance of education. I have been involved in the education of medical students, physician assistants, and nursing students. And one of my greatest joys in life is my role as the program director of the surgical residency program at SBH Health System in New York. Ultimately, I am responsible for the training and development of young surgeons, which is very rewarding. This includes building the entire surgical curriculum that is designed to ensure that our surgical residents are prepared to meet the needs of their patients and are not a menace to society. Similarly, the opportunity to work with a team of colleagues to strengthen the academic, financial, and governing structure of the university that produces productive and servant members of society is an honor. Thus, I extend my appreciation again to Governor Bryan for trusting me with this responsibility. I also extend my thanks to this governing body for the opportunity to move this nomination process, and I thank you for being here this afternoon. But my being here this afternoon is definitely that of being the product of a village. And I couldn't be here this afternoon without acknowledging several different people. First, my special thanks to the two women who spoke on my behalf, Elaine Warren Jacobs, my senior high school education teacher and role model, and also to attorney Lisa Moorhead, who has been my local legal counsel and friend. These women have been my friend, confidant, inspiration, and represent the champions who have supported me throughout my life in all of my academic and professional pursuits. My gratitude to the Virgin Islands community, too numerous to mention, but you know who you are, that supported me and my family throughout my life. You know, one of the things I love to share about my Virgin Islands community, that it was my church that paid for my plane ticket to go to Johns Hopkins. To my family, especially my aunts and uncles, for your unwavering support. I also offer my love and gratitude for the hand you played in my development. To my younger sister, Barbara, who treats me like I'm her younger brother, and I do say my younger sister. She's not here with me today, but she is my co-pilot, my warrior on the battlefield, and my great cheerleader, and I miss her dearly here today. And then lastly, while all mothers are special, in my world, I have been blessed with the GOAT, the greatest of all time of mothers. There has always been a special bond between Black men and their mothers, and mine is no exception. Make no mistake, if it was not for all of your sacrifices, Mommy, I would not be sitting here today with all of my accomplishments or undergoing consideration. She's here with me, and I always get emotional. Undergoing consideration for the Board of Trustees of UVI. The saying goes, behind every good man, there's a good woman. And I must be doing something right, because with my mother at the helm of that army, I can't lose. And so to you, I offer all of my love. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bert Petersen. Just to have a good light on this, I'm glad I'm not the only one that break down today. The governor's nomination for UVI Board of Trustees on St. Croix, I have to say the Honorable Donna M. Christensen, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairwoman of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Senator Diane Capehart, Vice Chair Senator Milton Potter, members of the committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, my distinguished fellow nominees, especially my co-nominee for the board, Dr. Petersen, the in-chamber radio, TV audiences, and my fellow Virgin Islanders. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of my nomination to the Board of Trustees of the historically American, uniquely Caribbean, globally interactive, prestigious University of the Virgin Islands. It is my honor to be here before you today as a nominee for this important position, and I'm grateful to our Governor, Albert Bryan Jr., for considering me worthy and submitting my name. I also want to thank you, Chairwoman Capehart, for taking the time to meet with me to answer any questions that I might have had. A little about me. Although I was born in Teaneck, New Jersey, while my dad was completing his term of duty in the U.S. Army at the end of World War II, and my mother was living with her parents, I consider my navel string to be buried right here in St. Croix. So I want to get that out of the way and straight from the outset. As soon as my father completed his law degree, we came home. For the longest time, I thought I arrived as an infant until Ancestry.com showed me on a ship with my mother heading this way at just under 2 years old. I spent my early years on Queen Cross Street in Christensen in what is now known as the Wiesner Building. It was at a time when Christensen was a more residential and a very caring and sharing community. I also spent a lot of time with my grandmother and great-grandmother on Hill Street, enough time to be considered a hillsider. We later moved to Orange Grove, across from what is now the Kennedy housing community. I attended St. Mary's School from kindergarten through 8th grade, but then asked my parents if I could join some friends at the Robinson School in Puerto Rico. They agreed, and I spent my 8th grade there. But after Robinson discontinued housing for off-island students, I completed the rest of my high school at a small Catholic boarding school, the St. Joseph's Mountain School, just outside of Monticello, New York, from which I graduated in 1962. Because I kept and still keep close friends with my St. Mary's classmates, you will find that I'm still considered a part of the class of their class of 1962. As you can see from my transcripts, I attended St. Mary's College in Notre Dame, Indiana from 62 to 66. In 66, I was one of the first women to ever attend a class at Notre Dame. I then attended the George Washington University School of Medicine from 66 to 70. My internship was at Presbyterian Pacific Medical Center in San Francisco, and I completed my family practice residency at what was then Freedman's Hospital, now the Howard University Medical Center in Washington, D.C., at the end of 1974. I finished my residency on December 31st, 1974, and arrived back in St. Croix on January 1st, 1975. And in that same month, I began working at the Ingeborg Nesbitt Emergency Room and Clinic. I hadn't intended to go into private practice, but at the end of 1975, some of you may remember Dr. Estigoy. Dr. Estigoy asked me if I would take care of his practice while he was away for 2 weeks on vacation, and he never returned. So that's how I began my own private practice of medicine here. At that time, one could not work in an emergency room and have a private practice, so I took a position at MCH and continued through several different positions at the Department of Health, including Assistant Commissioner and then Acting Commissioner, while Dr. Heath ran for Lieutenant Governor with Derek Hodge. During a couple of years when there was a shortage of pediatricians, I covered pediatrics and nursery at Charles Howard. I also spent 3 years in the early 80s as the medical director of what was then called the Frederiksted Health Center, and thereafter was medical director at the Governor Wang Louis Hospital until appointed assistant commissioner by Governor Farrelly. My last position at the Department of Health was as a community health physician working in the clinics. I resigned in 1966 after winning my first term as delegate to Congress. And other than my time as medical director at the hospital or at Frederiksted Healthcare, all of my work within the Department of Health took place at the Charles Howard Memorial Hospital. And during those years, from 1975 to 1997, I maintained a busy private practice in Christensen that included in-hospital care and house calls. So for the rest of my testimony, though, I'm going to focus on my relationship with the University of the Virgin Islands. It goes a while back, and I've been involved with UVI in many different ways. Other than attending the graduations and many campus activities with friends, the earliest formal engagement was being part of what I think was called the Minority Research Advisory Committee. Those involved annual meetings in the theater on St. Thomas campus at which we would present and hear reports on research that had been done. I don't recall the years that I did that, but it was well before my election to Congress. I also participated regularly in the summer leadership programs for students from the Virgin Islands and other parts of the country. As a member of Congress, though, I was an active member of the EPSCoR board. EPSCoR is the established program to stimulate competitive research, and was involved in the early discussions about establishing a medical school at UVI. I also continued to participate in the leadership programs. One summer, I was successful in inviting the director of the then Center of Minority Research at the National Institutes of Health to come to St. Thomas to speak to the students. This eventually became the impetus for a planning grant that later established the Caribbean Exploratory Research Center at the university. After its establishment, I continued to work with them. I assisted in planning the center's annual meetings and securing keynote and other guest speakers. One year, their conference was held in St. Croix and was a collaboration between the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust, which I chaired, and the National Health Disparity Conference. In addition to many renowned experts, at least 12 members of the Congressional Black Caucus attended and participated. In recognition of my role in its establishment, the center has created a lecture in my name. That relationship that began back then continues up to today. I think it was after Irma and Maria, I learned that there was a recovery-related funding through the U.S. Department of Education that UVI had not taken advantage of because for some reason no one had been able to successfully make contact with the administration there. We were able to facilitate a meeting that resolved the issue, and I continue to inform UVI of any opportunities that I could become aware of. I've also represented UVI on several national entities to ensure that they were at the table. One of them is the All Healers Mental Health Alliance, which is also now attended by Dr. Gloria Callward. Another is the HBCU Emergency Management Consortium that I continue to participate in both. Under that consortium, we were able to have one cohort of UVI students trained in CERT, Citizens Emergency Management Training, which is a major goal of the consortium at all HBCUs and something that we need to continue. Several UVI students have participated in programs with those from other HBCUs under the consortium. I continue to work with both entities and was also able to include UVI in the Emerging Technologies Consortium, whose goal is to increase HBCU's research and contracting with the Department of Defense and other federal agencies. Major universities receive as much as 40% of their annual funding through these relationships, while HBCUs, MSIs, and tribal colleges share but a sliver of the funding that they get. So for me, an early recipient of an honorary degree from the University of the Virgin Islands, and therefore an alumna, becoming a member of the UVI Board of Trustees would be a position I dearly look forward to. I hope that in that more formal relationship, I would be able to do even more. Of course, the research center and the medical school would be paramount among the entities I would look forward to lending my support to. I would also hope to join the administration and faculty in their efforts to enhance the student experience and opportunities, but also be happy to assist in any and all areas of need. This concludes my testimony. Again, I thank the governor for this nomination. I thank the committee for inviting me to participate and to testify. I hope for your favorable consideration, and I realize this has been a relatively brief statement based on the ones that came before mine, not including Dr. Petersen's. So I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you. First, I want to say before we start our line of questioning that the boards and commissions that serve in the territory, when we see individuals or acts, I always take the opportunity to say thank you for your willingness to serve, because some individuals, I'm too busy, I can't do it, but I know with all that you have on your plate, I want to say thank you. To Dr. Bert Petersen, I commend you also, and thank you for your willingness to want to serve, to give back to the territory, because you guys bring a wealth of knowledge, and I think you would definitely add value to the UVI Board of Trustees. So I'm honored to even have you all to accept the nomination from the governor. At this time, I've already exhausted my questions during my interviews, and we are in Block 4, and I want to first ask my colleague, Senator Collar Joseph. We are going to give 3 minutes for this round. I'm sorry. That's what happens when you're following my color. I even have it. My staff asked me what a color code for this, so I don't miss. So I didn't have it in front of me. Senator Bolkes, you may proceed with 3 minutes for our first line of questioning.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I have no reservations whatsoever with these two excellent nominees that are before us. I'll start off with Mr. Petersen, his already deep connection with the University of the Virgin Islands, having begun in his post-high school education, and his exceptional career in the academic of medicine makes him an ideal candidate. His dedication for education, his role as a program director for surgical residency program, and his commitment to training other surgeons reflect his ability to contribute significantly to the university's mission. And of course, Dr. Donna Christensen, I don't know if I have enough time to talk about you as well. Your extensive background from your medical career to being a delegate, your contributions to society with all the plethora of organizations that you've been in. You have definitely done a lot in this community, and you even continue to do so by forming your organization, the Caribbean Exploratory Research Center. I think you also participate with that. So both of you are very, very suitable, in my opinion, for this position that you're seeking to fill. I don't have any specific questions. However, what I would like to know is what specific contributions do you envision making towards the strategic goals or challenges of UVI, particularly in the areas where you have professional expertise, like taking your professional expertise and applying it as a Board of Trustee member to further enhance the University of the Virgin Islands. If you could share some of your thoughts on that. I'd like to begin with Dr. Christensen, and then we'll move over to Dr. Petersen.
1 minute.
Thank you. And I don't have the academic experience that Dr. Petersen has, but I have a lot of relationships with many of the medical schools, HBCUs and majority schools that I've had the opportunity to be commencement speaker of and still interact with. So I think those connections would be very, very helpful. Of course, any connections, of course, with my former colleagues in Congress, I hope to be able to call on them as well. The medical school is, as I'm sure Dr. Petersen agrees, is a very important mission that we will both be working on, and I think we'll use that to help. I've also always come across different programs that can assist the university and really enhance its students' experience, and I look forward to being able to bring those to the campus as well.
Time.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, may Dr. Petersen finish up the other half? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vasquez, for that question. I think just in briefly what I would say to everything Dr. Christensen just said, I think one of the things I'm keenly interested in is what it takes to develop a young mind to be able to go on and be of service to their community and also to develop themselves, to be interested in higher education and to look at issues that face their community globally and how to go about fixing them. So while as physicians, we tend to have a very rich background in science and mathematics, I didn't get where I am without a very deep and rich background in the humanities, in arts and culture, which opened me up to a much greater world that exposed me to a lot of different aspects of society that I can contribute to as well. So I think that's one of the things that I do tend to bring to my role on the Board of Trustees, is to looking at the overall curriculum and does it really allow for the students to thrive and develop, to go on to become the kind of leaders that we're looking for that can transform the society that we all have to live in today. Thank you.
And thank you for your responses. And Madam Chair, I'm looking forward to voting at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. And for parity purposes, since we have two nominations before us, I think it would be fair to give each candidate 2 minutes each. If you want to use 4 minutes, and if you don't want to utilize the 4 minutes, you can return the balance of your time. So colleagues, Senator Carla Joseph, you may proceed. 4 minutes. No, he get his extra minute.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. A pleasant good day to you, Dr. Donna Christensen, who is here with us in the Legislative Conference Room in St. Croix, and of course to you, Dr. Petersen, who is joining us virtually and is in Earl B. Atlee Chambers. I want to say, Dr. Petersen, you know, we graduated from Ivana Udoracan High School, and it is yes, raise. I was just putting up my class ring with my hand, and I'm so enthused and excited to see that you are here in the Virgin Islands, still giving back to the community that has nurtured and supported you. So I want to say really thank you for that. And also thank you for saying that you're going to serve. And for Dr. Christensen, you're always serving, but I ain't taking you for granted. And I know you are going to do exceptionally well, both of you, as part of the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. I too, I'm an alumna of the University of the Virgin Islands, and I know the hard-fought battle to get us a medical school. I'm thinking that both of your nominations to this board is a strategic and intentional nomination so that we can get the show on the road and hopefully in short order get our medical school sanctioned by those regulatory bodies. So I know the both of you probably have already started in your mind, if not physically, looking at ways to do that. So I'm going to start off with Dr. Petersen. I noted in your resume that you have served as a teacher in a medical school. Are you familiar with some of the requirements that are needed for the regulatory requirements for them to be approved?
Yes, and I deal with that ongoingly, particularly when it comes to the training of the medical students in the clinical setting. That's where most of my work is right now. But yes, I mean, I am part of what is called the clinical faculty, and then you have the academic faculty, and there's certain requirements that we both have to meet in order to maintain the accreditation of the medical school. Currently, I serve as faculty with the Sophie Davis, what used to be called the Sophie Davis Medical School, which is now part of the City University of New York. It is the first accredited medical school by the City of New York. And the hospital where I work, we are the official teaching hospital for the City University of New York. So we went through that process to get the accreditation. We continue to stand in good standing with the governing bodies for medical schools in the nation, and I'm prepared to bring that expertise with the endeavors here at the University of the Virgin Islands as well.
Exceptional. Now, Dr. Christensen, you may not have served in that capacity, but you carry a high level of weight yourself, because you mentioned in your opening testimony that you also have a lot of seasoned connections based on your prior work as a delegate and as part of a whole medical team. Kindly indicate to us how you plan to see that you're going to be able to bring those resources to look at getting our medical school off the ground, because I know that's why you guys, at least it looks that clearly like that you, both you and Dr. Petersen are being nominated to work collaboratively to get the medical school off the ground. Madam Chair, may I?
Yeah, I have the benefit also of being involved when I was on the EBSCO board in the early discussions around bringing a medical school here. But I also have a relationship with the minority medical schools, all of the minority medical schools, and the agency that oversees them. And I've been able to, at one point when the university needed some assistance, to be able to reach out to that group. And so I still plan to continue to rely a lot on those people who have been involved in creating and maintaining medical schools, who have all indicated an interest in being willing to help us. But I'm also interested in the Caribbean Exploratory Research Center, because one of the problems of HBCUs is funding. And as I said in my opening testimony, working with the federal agencies and getting the contracts and the research grants is key to bringing the funding that allows them to even offer more services to more students. And so I'm really interested in that as well.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I will be voted in the affirmative for both of these nominations. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. At this time, Senator Maurice James, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually not going to need 4 minutes, because you should be proud of where you went to school, whether it's public, private, parochial, wherever. It turns out that both Dr. Petersen and Dr. Christensen went to the school I went to, George Washington University. So go George Washington. I just want to say, though, that you're both qualified, competent. You have the important thing with a university, though, and especially in this situation, is having the right connections outside of the Virgin Islands. And that's what
Both
you
of us.
have. You both have. And I think that is going to help catapult the University of the Virgin Islands where it needs to be in terms of course, the medical school, but just as a HBCU. And so you both have my full support. Thank you.
You did say you didn't need the whole 4 minutes. Okay, thank you. Senator Franklin Johnson, are you still with us?
Yes, good afternoon, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too don't need all of that time. I will ask board trustees member that the same question I should say. But with your expertise, there isn't much I should be able to ask you. I think you guys bring a lot of wealth and knowledge to this Board of Trustees. So my simplest question to both of you, and you could start with former delegate, how well do you understand the mission of and values of the University of the Virgin Islands, and how do you plan to support and advance them as a trustee board member? And I'll start off with Senate delegate, former delegate.
I think Bert or Dr. Petersen really elaborated on those quite well in his opening statement. But it's to enhance not only the education and the opportunity for our youth in the Virgin Islands, but also around the Caribbean and anywhere else, but also to improve, to utilize what they give to our students and the community to enhance and to better the community that we all live in. And there are many ways that that can happen, and as I am able to join the board, I would be able to understand the ways in which they intend to do that more than I probably do at this point. But I'm very much, as my colleague is, very much committed to not only the medical, improving the medical services in the community and in the Virgin Islands, but the entire Virgin Islands, because what we've come to understand is how important everything that happens in the environment in which we are struggling to be healthy needs to also be addressed. And the university is a perfect vehicle to provide that, to enhance those things.
Thank you very much. And Dr.
Yes, Senator Johnson, thank you so much for that question. I think at the heart of the mission of the University of the Virgin Islands is one to transform not only the academic, the financial, the cultural environment of the Virgin Islands, but the Caribbean at large. And I think when you look at any university, a big part of its reputation has a lot to do with what do their graduates go on to do once they've left that university, you know, and the universities love to talk about, oh, our graduates went out and they did this and they did that. Where I hold a particular strength is to be able to work on, again, I go back to how did we develop these young minds to start to look beyond themselves and their own personal concerns, and what difference are you now going to make, not only here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but even if you're based in the U.S. Virgin Islands, how do you make the greater Caribbean better for all of us? How do you make the life of people in the African diaspora, which is a big concern to me, how do you make it better for all of us? And I think I'm really interested in how do we get the excellence coming out of the University of the Virgin Islands known to the world, and how do we place our champions out into the world making that kind of difference, which then brings the attention to the university and it becomes attractive to other people who want to go to school here, but also to the greater Virgin Islands as well.
Well, I definitely want to say thank you to both of you for your willingness to solve. There's never enough folks going around willing to give back, and I appreciate you guys willing to give back, especially, former delegate Congress, you're not stopping, and that's good. Keep ticking, keep moving, and keep trying to make the Virgin Islands a better place. Thank you both for all willing to serve. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you may proceed. 4 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all. Special good afternoon to the nominees before us, and thank you, Dr. Christensen, for your continued service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Dr. Petersen, for always keeping home at the forefront and to step up to the plate with this nomination. You know, when I saw you there and you start to bawl, you send me back in a little corner there, and I really thought about your mom and my mom and whatnot. Let the record be clear that your mom is my mom's, what do you call it, comadre? But yes, so it was touching. I mean, you've rise to the top, both of you, with your medical degrees and whatnot, and even your service to be on a board now, how touching it became, and us remembering our upbringing. And thank God that you still have your mom around with you, so bless her heart. I wanted to ask you quickly, for your questionnaire, Dr. Petersen, can you just explain to me quickly what endowed department chairs are and how they would benefit the institution? I want you to just go a little more on it. I have a basic understanding, but if you could just explain that.
Sure. I think with any academic institution, it's really important that you can endow as many chairs of departments. If the chair of the chemistry department, if that chair is endowed, and by endowed we mean that you've raised enough money that money then gets invested in such a way that it automatically just pays for that salary, and you don't have the university doesn't have to worry about raising funds for that position, then the person holding that chair then has a lot of freedom to then spend time doing research and developing the kinds of programs, and there's not this specter of, oh my goodness, do we have enough students coming into the department? Am I raising enough money? We can get them focused on academics and increasing the academic richness of the university, which is where we want our faculty to be. So the more you can endow chairs in a department, the better off you are in terms of the kind of talent that you can recruit to the university, and thus further the mission and the vision of that university, because you then build the academic enrichment.
Okay, but the finances and the funds that you're talking about isn't just solely for that position. I mean, it's for the department, correct?
Yeah, it's for the department, but it's designed to make sure that that position is salaried and it's taken care of. Okay. So it goes to that department, but it's designed so that it's money that goes to that department, but then the person holding that chair is now freed up to be able to do the kind of work that you want your department chairs to actually do. Because many times in institutions, they're bogged down with things that they shouldn't have to do, and it takes them away from the academics.
Okay, I got you, a better understanding. I want to ask quickly, Dr. Christensen, I asked this to a board member before, and they told me, well, I didn't want to tell you what they tell me yet. I want to hear from you. I've always been asking board members to the university, especially those assigned to St. Croix, from St. Croix.
Time.
What are your thoughts, if I may, Madam Chair?
You may conclude.
What are your thoughts about the acquisition, having the talks of the acquisition of the Island Center for the Performing Arts here on St. Croix under the University of the Virgin Islands, similarly to the Reichel Center on St. Thomas, and when they have all those big shows and whatnot, we could either have it in both districts or we could have it alternating. But what are your thoughts on the talks of the acquisition of the Island Center for the Performing Arts?
This is something that I hadn't considered before, or even heard it offered as a suggestion. I think it's a good one. It's sort of floundering there, but since Dr. Petersen has left us, and I think it's something to be pursued, and it can enhance also the.
So I have direct contact with you. I'm not gonna let you forget this. I really want to see if we could have a conversation. I mean, if it's not feasible, it's not feasible. But we should have that conversation because I could see big things. And lastly, just for the both of you, if the chair would allow you to answer on her time, I wanted to know how could we, both of you, I want to know your mindset on how we could encourage more Virgin Islands students to take advantage of the University of the Virgin Islands new medical school. Thank you.
I am a big proponent of what used to be called medical explorers. Now, I also, and I know that Dr. Hunt Caesar also envisions not just a medical school, but a school of health sciences, because there's so many different careers that go into the field of medicine and health sciences. And so we used to have an opportunity for students to come up to Washington and be a part of something by the National Medical Association. We used to have the Physician in Science training program where we used to bring students up, and many have gone on to be doctors, or some never even went into medicine or science or research, but it was a great opportunity. So I think we just need to reach down into our classes. We can start as early as possible, but we need to bring them in, show them the opportunities, and create a core of students that we create a pipeline into the medical school. And one of my big complaints is that our educational system across the country is not really helping our students to be prepared, some to even get to college. I mean, we do better here than a lot of communities in the States. But we really need to make sure that this curriculum is also there that prepares a student for that kind of career.
Dr. Petersen?
Do I have time to say something?
Dr. Petersen? Yes, tell him yes.
Okay.
Yes, you may proceed.
I just want to add also, I think we have a really unique opportunity here in the Virgin Islands because we don't have a medical school right now. And one of the things that medical education is challenged with in the United States is that they've been doing it for too long. And so they've been stuck in their habits. And medical education is lagging behind in the United States compared to the rest of the world. When Dr. Christensen and I were going through education, for example, in medical school, we were able to stay in the hospital sometimes 2 days straight. You couldn't go home. We had a lot of time in the hospital and we were able to get trained. You can't do that with medical students anymore. And one of the things that we have not looked at in the country is how do we make up for the deficit where students are no longer spending as much time in the hospital, no longer spending as much time in the operating room, and they don't get the experience that we had when we went through training. So why I say that is that the medical education of the future must include a very robust simulation laboratory, and it must include artificial intelligence, because many of the medical students today, they graduate from medical school, they can't put in IVs, they don't know how to do basic procedures that we could do. And I will say that when I was in medical school and I came home in the summertime, I actually was operating with Dr. Schneider at the bedside. I was literally his assistant in the operating room. You can't do that anymore with medical students, yet we're expecting them to perform, particularly in a community in the Caribbean where we see more advanced disease. So we have to come up with innovative ways to train medical students. So why am I saying this? Because if we could come up with creative ways to educate medical students like this, why wouldn't you want to come to the Virgin Islands if the curriculum is one that is enhancing with artificial intelligence, where you've got simulation labs, where many schools in the United States can't even afford that? this is a real opportunity to really think outside of the box and create a very unique opportunity to train medical students of the future.
So thank you both for your responses. And I was just saying that's why we have a simulation center lab on St. Croix. So to fill that gap, what you're talking about of the absence of being able to be in the hospital itself. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I'm looking forward to supporting both nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I will now entertain Senator Milton Potter on the island of St. Thomas, Vice Chair of Rules.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to say good afternoon to the testifiers here before us today, the nominees, as well as those persons who saw it fit to come before us to testify on behalf of the nominees. I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited with the governor's choices to serve on the board of trustees at the University of the Virgin Islands. I mean, these two individuals are dedicated, committed Virgin Islanders, and I think their presence on the board will definitely pay dividends for us as a territory, for our university. I wanted to just quickly ask them both, what motivated you to pursue a position on the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, and what do you hope to accomplish in this role? Beginning with Dr. Petersen over here, and then Dr. Christensen answering for it.
Well, education is important to me, and any opportunity I have to give back is I welcome it with open arms. And if you look at all of my board experience in the past, it tends to have something to do with young people and developing them. And so this was another opportunity that is in line with what my life has always looked like in terms of educating people and making a difference that way. What I hope to accomplish is I hope to actually have the university be well recognized, not just as one of the outstanding HBCUs in the country, but as just a very, very attractive university that no matter who you are, you want to be, University of Virgin Islands should be on your top 10 lists of schools that you want to apply to. So that's, for me, the ultimate goal that I'd like to see accomplished.
Thank you. I love your response, Dr. Christensen.
Thank you for the question. I have been involved with UVI for many, many years, as you heard in my opening statement, and have always been a strong supporter of UVI. Whenever any of the presidents needed, for example, a speaker, I was able to get speakers for them. I would always share with them any information that could help to enhance the student experience or bring more funding to the university. So this, and I would do it, but I didn't have any official standing, with the university, even sitting on some of the boards where I'm representing UVI. So I look forward to, being an integral part of the oversight for the university and being able to carry the message of the university abroad as well. And to, as Dr. Petersen said, make sure that make sure that the university continues to grow and expand, not only in what it provides, but in its reputation and image in the community, in the region, and in the world.
1 minute.
Thank you, Dr. Christensen. And Dr. Christensen, you alluded to it earlier, to one question that I have. It's regarding, I've always felt as though the University of the Virgin Islands needed to have a school of allied health, even before we started talking about the medical school.
Yes.
I know anytime I go to a doctor here, you have the medical technicians and all of these technologists and occupational techs and all and the like. They really typically don't look like us. In other words, you don't have Virgin Islanders who are aware of it or who are pursuing study in these fields. They pay a lucrative salary. Sometimes they don't even require a full 4-year degree. Is this something that you would be, is that merit to us pursuing something like that What are your thoughts as medical professionals?
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, we've tried before to get to that point, because if you're talking about physical therapists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, which we all of us need, even babies need it, people who have strokes, and people who have other impediments to fully exercising their activities of daily living. So I absolutely agree with you, and that's why we're talking about a school of health sciences, not just a medical school, because there's so many areas in providing health that we need, and not everybody needs to be a doctor, not everybody needs to be a nurse. We need health administrators, and we need all of those allied professionals to work with us as a team. We don't even have enough pharmacists on the island anymore. So we need everybody to work as a team if we're going to create a healthy community, a healthy Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, if Dr. Petersen can respond also.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. And your question, I could write a thesis on it. It's not only a good idea, it's actually mandatory at this point. We can no longer work in an old model where we're just concentrating on training doctors and nurses, given the state of healthcare across the globe. If nothing else that the pandemic taught us, is that when we've neglected the care of our communities and we've relied on thinking that people can fly away to Florida and they can fly away here to get their health care, or they can go elsewhere, when the pandemic hit and the entire healthcare industry crashed, other communities didn't want us. Okay, so it becomes now, how do we invest in all of our health services, and particularly those physician extenders that are so critical, that played a role in saving so many people's lives, like nurse practitioners, like physician assistants, and all of the other allied health personnel as well. It's really, really critical at this point that we look at the overall needs of not just the territory, but the region, and start to train the healthcare force that is actually going to take care of the entire Caribbean diaspora, because that's what's needed. And it is really, really critical right now. And this is a major topic of concern among health educators across the globe.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the testimony of these two nominees, and I'm excited to vote in the affirmative when the opportunity to do so arises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good. There we go. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the nominees, as well as the testifiers. I sat here and I have been really enjoying the testimony of the people that have come to support Dr. Petersen. Also, I listened to Dr. Christensen share about their ambitions and experience. What I want to ask quickly, I was at an event last week and a young lady said to me, "Oh, you guys are from the Virgin Islands. My sister graduated from UVI." And I was intrigued by what she was saying, because she said, "We had never heard of the Virgin Islands. My sister, upon graduation, decided she wanted to go someplace so far out, but still wanted to be in the US. She said the first time her sister and the family ever stepped foot here is when they brought her to begin college. And she graduated here. They shared there was a little experience with the hurricanes, which the sister was not prepared for, but she still graduated after. She did online, and she's a proud UVI graduate. And how do we as our trustees tap into more of that, where you potentially might have people who might not know about the university and might want to come here to be educated? Because just having that little conversation with that young lady, I was, wow, people do just pack up and come here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Share your thoughts with us both nominees.
Yeah, I think it's actually stories like that. Like we have to look at with the marketing and branding people, how do you get those stories out there at the college fairs and different things like that? I mean, you start to develop your brand ambassadors to then go out and speak on behalf of the university, but then you want to couple that with what's unique about the educational experience here. Because, you know, we weren't the only hurricane survivors that educated people. There were people in Katrina at in Louisiana, and of course, Florida, they evacuated as well. But you want to share those success stories and actually get them out there. And I think those of us that are trustees, but all of the academics at the institution must act as brand ambassadors. And this is where raising the finances to be able to develop that curriculum, but it must get married to why this academic experience is so unique. You know, why maybe coming here to study marine biology, which you can't do. We don't have to build aquariums. You have a built-in lab right here. There's certain things that you can actually promote to be able to do that.
Dr. Christensen, would you like to respond?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Bert said, and marine biology is a perfect example. But I think giving our students an opportunity, as many have had, we've been reading about some of the programs that they've gone to where they've presented and actually excelled in their presentations and come home with, recognition for what they've presented. So having our students be probably our best ambassadors by making sure that they can attend a lot of the activities that other universities participate in around the country or around the world.
Excellent. Between the two of you, just potentially becoming a part of this board, what types of programs, if any, do you see that is the future of the university that you might want to see added on to the curriculum, et cetera?
I think the thing that stands out most for me, and it's a really great question, Senator Joseph, given what occurs for me, like the attack on the educational system that I'm seeing across the globe. I often tell people, which is why I had Ms. Jacobs here with me today, a lot of my success came from the fact that the teachers that educated me in the early 70s came out of a time when the Black Power movement was very strong. And when I went to Johns Hopkins, I was clear, you may be as smart as me, but you weren't smarter. You may be as good as me, but you weren't better than me. And I think one of the things I'm concerned about is losing the education about who we are as a people, who our ancestors are. And so for me, one of those unique curriculums I think we can offer in an environment where there's an attack on who we are as Black people is to have a very, very rich educational curriculum in African studies, Caribbean studies, and to keep that alive. I think that's really, really critical. And tied to that, as it relates to Reichel, it has been very upsetting for me to see Reichel and Island Center, for that matter, just kind of laying there when we should be training our students in drama and theater and the arts, and to bring that back, because when you lose the arts and your culture, you lose everything.
So important.
I spent a lot of time in Ghana, and I have to tell you, one of the most beautiful things for me is when I'm in Ghana and they're having the Brunansi stories, and they're like, you know Brunansi? I said, yeah, I grew up under the tree listening to Brunansi stories too. Like, to really keep that culture, like, because when we lose our culture, we lose ourselves. And I think that's one of the unique things that I think we should see to it, that we safeguard who we are and to keep that alive in our educational system.
Definitely.
I don't know that I have much to add to that. As I spoke to in the opening statement, there's a lot of opportunities in working, in HBCUs working with the Department of Defense and other federal agencies that not only enhance the preparation of our students and create the workforce of this and the future centuries, that they're now going off island out of the country to find those workers, but also brings funding to support the missions of the university. So I want to make sure that we are able to take advantage of those opportunities. But I think the things that Bert, or Dr. Bert, can I call you Bert?
Donna.
Yeah, that you talked about are critically important. We got to know who we are, where we came from, who we are, if we're going to know where we're going.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the additional time. And I support everything that both of you have said, and I will be voting in the affirmative. I just want to say one word, one name, Dr. Lesmore Emanuel.
Yes.
Remember that when you just shared your story
right.
about making sure that we know about our history, strong African culture.
That's right.
Thank you so much,
Amen.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Now we have Senator Dwayne DeGraff on St. Thomas. You may proceed, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, nominee. I vote yes, so without a doubt. Convince 14 other senators, not me. You know, one thing I see in the Virgin Islands in regards to our youth is they see you now. They see the great people that you are, doctors, and they don't see the tenacious qualities in you that you had to put in to become where you are now. Ms. Jacob, what I have it right? Ms. Jacob, what did you see in this young man to make you, that makes you even more proud now because you knew him then? What do you see? Yeah, what did you see back then?
I think it's determination.
Excuse me, the mic for Ms. Jacob, please. Yeah.
I think it's determination. Oh, okay. Yes, thank you for that. I think it's determination and steadfastness and focus. You know, that was just something that just was unmeasured. He just had a lot of that. And Bert always had a drive to do the best he can, to be the best he can. And also, what perhaps was unique was that he had this thing about bringing others along with him, the fellow students. And so everybody loved Bert because he was always so helpful, because he felt invested in their success as well. So in a way, it was as if he was modeling even while he was developing himself.
And I think that's what the young generation has to understand. That the people you see before you now, they didn't just boom, drop into this. They put in the time, which you have to do. You know, and Dr. Christensen, former delegate, what was your driving force from being a Black female, you know, grow up in the Caribbean, going out there to become the success that you are? And I'm going to ask the same question to Dr. Petersen, but I just want to get that in for you.
I think I would have to point to my family. My family is always, my mother, who many people don't know, but my father, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, all people of service who saw their purpose in being and serving the community. And they kind of instilled that in me, so that even though I started out in medical technology, that's what I was going to be. I was going to be a lab technician. I realized that I got more satisfaction from working with people and serving people. And so it comes from my family, I think.
Okay, good. And Dr. Petersen, before you start, I would just like the media, you could pan the camera up so they could see the lady in the background who is behind this great young man over here. Pan the camera up some in the back. Media? For Madam Chair, you have to give him the response to do that, authority?
In the back.
For Dr. Petersen. Okay, then Dr. Petersen, go ahead and then we work on that so don't kill my time.
Yeah, I too would have to say is I came from a family.
Before you go on, which lady is your mom? Because make sure Hello, raise a hand.
She's raising her.
All right, Mom. So we just wanted to make sure the people see who is the driving force behind this driving force.
And,
Okay,
and
thank
my
you.
aunt,
And your
my aunt is there with it.
both of them.
Yeah, I think for me, similarly, I was the first person on my father's side of the family to go to college, and the second person on my mother's
Time.
side of the family to go to college. And while you would think, wow, that's odd but what it was my family always expected the best of me. And when the way they looked at me and the way they listened to me, that I could accomplish anything. So they never look down at me or say, oh, that's more than what, because we didn't. They were always interested and were willing to put everything they had to get me wherever I wanted to go. And I think I couldn't have done this without my family.
And thank you. And Madam Chair, in closing, like I say, that's why I always mention I'm from Savannah. I'm proud of it. And I know that you and Dr. Christensen are proud of where you're from.
Yep.
And I think that's what we have to start the young generation off with. It's not just talk. It's we're going to walk that walk and we're going to become the great people. And that's what you are trying to do by accepting this role and making the Virgin Islands better. So when the time comes, like I said, you got to worry about me. I got you. I vote yes for you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimonies that you provided today, all the responses. As I mentioned earlier, I had the opportunity to have a discussion. I am definitely in support of the two nominations before us today. As I mentioned before, thank you for your willingness to serve. I don't know how you guys gonna do it, but your lives, your busy lives, so I just wanna say thank you, because these are two important boards that definitely need your expertise, your knowledge to contribute back to the people of the Virgin Islands. So at this time, if my motion, Senator Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to move that the governor's nomination of Bert Petersen, Jr., MD, to the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees be favorably approved in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Maurice James and Senator Bolkes and Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, roll call on the nomination.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Marie C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Dr. Bert Petersen Jr., the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, has been voted on favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that the nomination of Donna M. Christensen, MD, to serve on the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees be voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kenneth Gittins and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Bolkes. Madam Clerk, may I have roll call on the nomination?
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee for Dr. Donna M. Christensen, University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees, has been voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Well, I have to say congratulations on your first phase, moving out of the Committee on Rules of Judiciary favorably to Dr. Christensen and Dr. Petersen. I'll give you the opportunity to give some closing remarks, 30 seconds, starting with you, Dr. Christensen.
Well, thank you. I want to first thank Almighty God for allowing me to be strong enough and in good mind to be able to take on this task. My family for their continued support and allowing me to continue to serve, and all who have nurtured me throughout my life in any way. Specifically for the nomination, I want to again thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr., and I want to extend my deep appreciation to the members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for their unanimous support. Thank you. I look forward to serving, and I look forward to serving in particular with Bert, who I've collaborated with on a couple of occasions before in the past, and doing my best to serve not only the university, but the community of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Dr. Petersen, closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Senator Capehart. I too would like to thank Governor Bryan for his belief in support of me serving on the board of the University of the Virgin Islands. And again, thanks to my family and the community as to why I'm here. But I think I would be remiss if I didn't say something to all of the senators who showed up today for this hearing. I am extremely encouraged by coming onto this board. When I listened to the high-level questions that you came with, they were thoughtful, they were insightful, they were provocative, and it says to me that we have the right team, not only at the university, but within this body to actually move the university forward, because it says to me that your mind is in the right place to help us move the mission and the vision of the university forward. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to engage in the discussion that we had here this afternoon as well.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your willingness to serve, and I look forward to seeing great things happening. The Committee of Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Ho, 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 ho. Sip on something. Sip on a waist.
Express and bio.
And Stanley and the 10 sleepless nights.
Celebrating Christmas together. Hey, hey, hey.
It's Christmas time again. Oh, what a joyous time. You feel it in the air. It's the season to be kind. We all go out shopping the
The Committee of Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Colleagues, we have a large agenda today, and we have already completed blocks 1 through 4, and we are now ready to proceed with block 5. The measures in each block were already read in today's agenda. We will now commence with block 5. Motion, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I moved to waive Rule 309 of the Rules of the 35th Legislature and add Bill number 35-0013, which was held in the Rules and Judiciary Committee on July 13, 2023, to be added to this block as the last bill in block 5 of today's agenda. I so move.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you. If you could just allow the previous senator to just state what bill number 0013 is. Thank you, just for the record, since that wasn't read into the record before.
Sorry, I didn't say that. Senator Carla Joseph second that motion. You may proceed, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, for the edification of the general public, Bill number 35-0013 is an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 35, relating to the issuance of limited local purpose identification cards and operators' licenses, which is now being offered in the amendment in the nature of a substitute of Bill number 35-0013 on behalf of Senator Samuel Cadion.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. As I mentioned, in the essence of time, colleagues would have a 4-minute for block 5. So if you just want to speak on your bill, proceed. I'm not asking for an introduction who speaks on that bill. So
this committee meeting that was held yesterday concerning Bill number 35-0173, a Safe Haven Act for newborns and infants to help relinquish them and have them in a safe environment. There were a number of amendments that were discussed that we're bringing forward today to offer to the bill, and I'm looking forward to having your support on those measures as well. There are a lot of great bills in this block. Bill number 35-0119 relating to the Department of Health and to develop and approve mobile integrated healthcare programs. I think this is a very big step in trying to facilitate the Department of Health with some of the challenges that they've been having for our people, along with Bill number 0131 to establish a real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department. As we know, crime has been unfortunately rampant this year when it comes to gun violence, and I believe that this measure will help to curtail a lot of what we're seeing, but the job is a very big one when it comes to our crime in our territory. So as we continue to do what we do as lawmakers in trying to facilitate and augment the operations of not only the police department, but also other entities like the Office of Gun Violence, let us try to be proactive in our approach to see what we can do to keep our community and our territory safe. Bill number 35-0175 relating to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters by adding a subchapter to basically create what would be an emergency management auxiliary communication resource in times of imminent danger in the sense of natural disasters and other things like typhoons, earthquakes. I believe that this measure will help to augment the communications that we from time to time see drop off, even with our cell phones, but that's a whole different story. But during disaster times, there should always be some sort of other option for us to communicate so that we can get people to safe places or be able to bring resources to them. So I want to say that I thank all of the bill sponsors in this block. I didn't have enough time to go through all of them, but for most part, I look forward to voting in the affirmative for the bills that I believe will be beneficial to the people of the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Senator Carla Joseph may proceed. 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I rise in support of most of the bills that are being discussed in Block 5 today. Many of them, if not all, have been properly vetted in their committee of jurisdiction. There were amendments that were made to these bills. I want to especially commend the sponsor of Bill number 35-0173 regarding the Safe Haven Newborn Protection Act. This is really a game changer as far as child neglect, child abuse prevention, so that if you are a parent and you have given birth, you have the ability to place your child without any penalties in some type of safe haven. I understand some amendments are going to be forthcoming regarding this bill, and at the appropriate time, I would sign on to Bill number 35-0173. I also want to commend the sponsor of Bill number 35-0175 regarding disaster and communication during emergency and major disasters by adding an auxiliary communication unit. We need all the mechanism to communicate during a natural or even man-made disaster. And so this bill also goes forward with the protection of our people, and so that the emergency medical services, our first responders can communicate and respond to some critical needs in our community in real time. I also want to commend the bill sponsor of 35-0119, which is an act amending Title 19, and they're adding a new section which is to develop and approve the mobile integrated healthcare program. Once again, we are aiming at protecting and providing services to our people, especially where it concerns health. And then finally, I definitely will be supporting Bill number 35-0131, which is the real-time crime center, centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department. I believe I was in Tennessee, and there was discussion on the news about this real-time crime center there, and it's working. And so it's about time that we get up to date and really focus on fighting crime and having these real-time crime centers in place. So I really want to commend the bill sponsor. And finally, bill number 35-0013. This bill, we did have discussion, really heated discussion, and it was vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, and it deals with identification card and limited purpose operator's license, really for those persons to get a driver's license. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles have already given their stamp of approval. In fact, this bill, this type of legislation, is already in place in many jurisdictions within the United States. And so this gives our persons who are undocumented an opportunity to actually have a ID so that in case they're in an accident, we are able to find them. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time, and I am ready to vote on these bills when they're called up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of most of these bills, mainly because I have unanswered questions regarding certain provisions that I'm sure prior to session may be answered, and so my vote may in fact change at that time. But I want to specifically, first of all, I want to thank Lisa Richards-Ryan and the 350 plus community members for circulating and signing this petition to have a mobile integrated healthcare program in the Virgin Islands. And of course, as you know, it's right now operational on the island of St. Croix, but we need to also expand it to St. Thomas and St. John. So that's important that we officially include the MIH program and fill the healthcare gaps that are presently existing in our community, where we take healthcare to the patient and they do not rely on the emergency departments of our hospitals. I also, of course, want to speak to the ancient mortgage, where we will address mortgages that have been on the books and the records at the Recorder of Deeds for too long. And when it's time for any type of transaction, it is difficult for any interested party to be able to find and locate the mortgagee or the lien holder. And so what this would do is it would quickly allow the process to move forward, and it would also put some money in terms of fees in the pockets of us at the Recorder of Deeds. I also want to speak to Bill number 35, that's 0127. In our age now that we live in, social media has invaded our lives. What has happened, though, is sometimes electronic devices are used for the wrong reasons. And what this bill does is it prevents first responders or anyone responding on a scene to invade the privacy of the victims and or those in need of emergency medical care from taking any type of image, photographs, recordings, and then disseminating them to the public. So first of all, it protects the victims, but it also penalizes those who would try to disseminate and distribute what really should be a time when people are being taken care of and their suffering is not increased by a disregard for their privacy. I want to commend the sponsor of bill number 35, that's 0131, the Real-Time Crime Center. I think that is the first excellent step in addressing crime in the Virgin Islands. I want to also commend the sponsor of 35, that's 0013, because not only does it allow persons to be able to be more legally mobile, but it also protects the motoring public and with issues of liability and accountability. So that's an important bill, and I commend the sponsor on that one. The one with the 35, that's 0175, that's very important. I know that my father at one time was involved in this type of, I can't remember the name, that the ham operators, I think, is what they called. And this is very important, whether we realize it or not during hurricanes. We need to make sure that those people who volunteer are recognized, and they are also relieved of any liability when it comes to what they do for us during disasters. I will be voting on these measures at the appropriate time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Franklin Johnson, 4 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not seeing you guys at all right now, but let's go ahead with it. I definitely will be supporting all of the measures in this block. But before I even go on with that, I want to say that I will not be able to do block 6. I had a procedures on my knee. I overextended myself today with you guys, and I'm pushing it to the limit right now. I have to follow my doctor's order. But I want to start off with bill number 350045, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for sitting into the meeting that we had with the director when he testified. This bill that's before us is a bill in the nature of a substitute. Act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole release by adding Section 4607 to establish medical parole release, geriatric parole release, and non-medical geriatric parole release, and for other related purposes. I did my due diligence. I set up a meeting. You hold that meeting in your office. We had the Bureau of Correction there who said that they had amendments. What I think happened when the Bureau came to the hearing, Homeland Security, the bill was in the nature of substitute. And many of their concern, I think, was answered in the nature of a substitute. However, we still went ahead and host that meeting. And the director them didn't come with no amendment. I told them I will not bring this bill forward for the entire month of November. And there was a rules committee hearing, and I didn't bring the bill forward. I'm yet to hear from the Bureau of Correction with any more concern that they may have in this matter. But this piece of legislation stands to save this government some serious money, and at the same time, help the Bureau. There was one prisoner alone that cost this government some $350,000, and he ended up passing. This bill does not just lose anybody on the street like that. It's still a parole board. The parole board will be contacting family or relative that has any kind of objection for them to bring their objections to the table. So I want for people to understand it's not just a release of people just getting released out of prison. This is a geriatric parole release, parole measure that's in some 50-something state. And most of those states that has this measure have the age at age 52. This bill in particular have age at age 65. And the main reason for putting age 65, these individuals will be eligible for Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. So again, we're not shifting the burden from one person to the next, but making sure that we give relief then to the Bureau of Correction. All the rest measures have been through them, been in committee with them, hearing with them, and I support them. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative of all the measures on this block, Madam Chair. And again, thank you very much for hosting that meeting with the Bureau of Correction and their staff. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. It was my pleasure hosting that meeting. Senator Milton Potter, you may proceed, 4 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of the vast majority of the items in block number 5. I think vast majority of them were thoroughly vetted in the community, in the committee, and the committee of jurisdiction, beginning with bill number 35-0045. The previous speaker, I believe, is the sponsor of this legislation regarding the eligibility for parole release for individuals who are geriatric patients or non-medical geriatric patients, etc. I think that most communities that I'm aware of have such programs where the state provides a level of compassion for persons who are no longer a danger to society and have paid substantial debt to society. So I commend the bill sponsor for bringing this initiative forward, really putting us in sync and in line with most other jurisdictions across the country at the appropriate time. I plan to vote in the affirmative for this initiative. Bill number 35-0086 and Act amending the Virgin Islands Code to require background checks to all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology. I think it's a no-brainer. IT professionals have access to critical information, and persons who are charged with dealing with this information should be able to be trusted. They should have the capacity to pass a background check. And this is for the protection of the people of the territory. So I think that it just makes good common sense for this jurisdiction, the Virgin Islands, to have a law that requires a background check for IT personnel in our territory, in particular those who have access to critical information at the Bureau of Information Technology. Bill number 35-0119, the Mobile Integrated Healthcare Program, I think is a very sound program. It's a creative way for us to reach and positively impact the health of our residents. So we're no longer just merely waiting for people to come in. We are saying we're stepping up our game. There is a mobile healthcare program where you can get the message on the road. We go to communities, persons who would not normally come in are now able to access the quality medical care through the mobile integrated healthcare program. It just makes good sense. Also, bill number 35-0127 regarding the privacy, invasion of privacy of accident victims by first responders. It's a shame that we have to institute such a law, but we are all aware, we've all had our cell phones. When something just comes to you, there is a gruesome picture of some individual who was shot, who was hurt at a crime scene. And sadly, and I would imagine in the vast minority of the cases, this information comes from some of our first responders. So I think this bill would disincentivize this type of behavior and to make folks at least pause and think twice before re-injuring this person's family. You're dealing with the struggles and the stress of dealing with supporting your loved ones who was a victim of crime, and now you're dealing with the shock of seeing this gruesome sight via social media. I think support and commend the sponsors of the legislation for coming forward with this bill. Bill number 35-0131, establishing a real-time crime center. It is definitely something that is needed. Data and information is absolutely critical when it comes to crime fighting. So I absolutely support that initiative. The Safe Haven Act, which we thoroughly vetted in the committee of jurisdiction yesterday, had no, all of the testifiers, the subject matter experts supported that initiative. So I will support it also. But thank you very much, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for all of the items in block number 5.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Gittins, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to all. Colleagues, it's been a long day. We do have 11 or so measures in this block. However, I'll speak to, I think I'll be able to support most, if not all, of these bills. I see that 6 of the 11 were actually heard in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. But I want to speak to 35-0175, which is the Auxiliary Communications Unit being established within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. You know, as we know, for many years, we have relied on local ham radio operators after a hurricane when other methods of communications are compromised. And I mean, God knows, and we all know, that we need it more than ever now, because we see what's going on with these cell phones. I mean, they're going crazy and crazier every day, without calling any specific company. But, you know, knock on wood, the last 2 hurricanes, we were able to have good cell service communication, but only God knows what will happen in the event that we should see another disaster. But the bill also codifies the volunteers' roles within the Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency as members of the VI Civil Defense Volunteer Corps. So they will be covered and be able to assist our emergency management agency, which incorporates all our first responding agencies. Also, I want to speak to Bill number 35-0194, which is the Act amending Title 17, which is our education title within the Virgin Islands Code, which requires the Commissioner of Education to be able to hire a school nurse supervisor who will be equivalent of a physician assistant, or RN, or with their credentials, who will oversee each district. And under the school nurse supervisor will be what we call, rather than having an RN required for each school, we will have what you call a school health technician assigned to each school per district. So hopefully this will address the needed services, healthcare services within our schools. As we know, it's not only needed for our students during regular academic school time, but also during the times of their interscholastic sporting events. So I'm looking forward to your support. And during session, I'll bring a short amendment to that, where it will only be explicitly clear that the Commissioner, the Department of Education, will be the one responsible for hiring these individuals, and not the school nurse supervisor. And also today I'll be bringing an amendment to 35-0175, the Auxiliary Communication Unit, which was shared with all of you, so at the appropriate time I will offer that. I also want to say that the geriatric bill, you know, I do fully support that. I spoke to that extensively in the hearings that we've had. We heard it more than once. Also, the one for the employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, or IT personnel, regarding background checks. And at the appropriate time, I will vote on all these measures. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleagues once again. I rise in support of many of these pieces of legislation. I will try to go through as many of them as possible in the 4 minutes I do have. As it relates to 35-0086, this piece of legislation to do background checks as it relates to IT personnel, et cetera, I am in support of this legislation. I was here, I listened to the testimony. There were certain things that were brought up at that meeting that I do have an amendment that is going to be brought forward by one of the members on the Rules Committee for that particular piece of legislation, to adjust where all the costs for the background checks will be borne on the applicant. During that hearing, in discussing that, we recognize that sometimes getting the little, $10 or $12 background check is one thing, but when you have to do some of these large invasive background checks, it could get up to sometimes hundreds and thousands of dollars that we recognize should be borne by the person interested in employing these people. I also wanted to touch a little bit on 350099. I do understand the need for this in regards to relating to having those liens removed over such a long period of time and trying to have to locate these individuals. So I think that would be a definite plus. Another one, 35-0127, dealing with the invasion of privacy when it comes to accidents and being at crime scenes. Like for far too often, we see a lot of these things already circulating on social media from my perspective, which is not a positive thing. Sometimes the next of kin isn't even notified and they're seeing their family member or relative all over social media. And that is not a good thing. I think people need to have some sort of compassion in making sure that at least people are notified. And for when you're taking advantage of a situation and posting it like that, that is very disrespectful and unprofessional. 35-0131, I was here. I also spoke and discussed this one for the Real-Time Crime Center, which after listening to the testifiers, the police commissioner, I thought this was definitely a positive piece of information to centralize attacking crime from a centralized unit within the department so we can get better results. Also, 35-0173, I definitely support this one. Anything that we could do to help protect our children is always a plus for me. I am the sponsor of Bill 35-0084. This piece of legislation was born out of recognizing that business owners in our territory, the very people that are paying taxes and providing for us on a day-to-day basis, have to do a lot of tedious things in their daily lives. And one of the things, in order to run a business, you have to secure a trade name. How our laws are written right now, it only allows them to secure their trade name for up to 2 years. Now, this person might be in business for 20, 30 years. Every 2 years, they have to secure that name. I also looked at various jurisdictions where many of them offer it for 5, some for 10 years. And I am attempting to amend our code to not just limit it for 2 years, that there's a maximum of up to 10 years to have the options of 2, 6, and 10 so that business owners could secure their name for their business for a longer period of time if they choose to do so. We had the Lieutenant Governor's office here. They said it's not going to be, there's no down to them, because whether they collect the money every 2 years or every 10 years, they're going to get their money. So I'm asking for your support in regards to that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator DeGraff, 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm happy to see all this great legislation come before the rules, nominations, resolutions, and continue doing the great work that the Rules Committee does. I'm asking for support for Bill number 35-0086 to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology. I think that's a plus, with a communication background from the military. And knowing the kind of information and stuff that is utilized, I think, this would be a benefit to the territory. As a former first responder, I believe for Bill number 35-0127, I believe it's atrocious that anyone that would have to pass a bill like this. 'Cause I know first responders to be professionals, but because we have to do it, it's a shame, but it must be done. I have no mercy for any first responder who does contrary to, the good practices of being a professional. And there are many other bills here that I would support when that time comes. But I'd like to say one for Bill 35-0175 in regards to the Auxiliary Communications Unit. The majority leader asked me to present that bill in a committee of jurisdiction, and I was honored to do that because I'm fully aware of the ham radios, and they would be a great asset to the community. So thank you to the majority leader for that honor. And in closing, I am totally honored in regards to Bill number 35-0131, the Real-Time Crime Center, Centralized Crime Data System. Madam Chair, I'm honored to have taken you up on your offer to visit. The visit was a success, and to know that I returned yesterday and he returned a little before, and you're here pushing all day, is a testament of your will, your eager, your leadership to get the job done and still, support this community. So I am honored to have attended that, you and your staff, and to support you when that time comes. So thank you for all you do. Thank you to the committee. Like I said, I'm asking for the support for Bill number 35-0086. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Is Senator Carrion virtual? I'd like to acknowledge Senator Carrion.
Thank you. Good evening.
4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I am not a committee member of this Rules Committee, but I would like to say I admire the work that all committee members have been doing. I'm listening in today, and I want to commend everyone who has been nominated and accepted a role as those Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner McCurdy, and Dr. Donna Christensen and Dr. Petersen. Thank you for your willingness to serve. In regards to various bills that you all have today, I want to commend all the sponsors of the bill. We really have a list of good legislation that I know is going to impact and really assist us in the territory. So I want to commend each sponsor, especially the one that has to do with Bill 35-135 with the Real-Time Crime Center. We know it'll be a tool that would assist the VIPD in solving most of the crimes within the territory. Bill 35-173, the Safe Haven Newborn Protection Act, very necessary. We know that sometimes individuals, for whatever reason, make the decisions that they make. This will provide safety for our children, for our babies in the territory. The Mobile Integrated Program, Bill 35-0019. I want to commend the sponsor of the bill. This is something that is needed so that the department can go into the community and we'll be able to provide the services necessary. We know that prevention is also the key. And I am the sponsor of Bill 35-0013. And this is a measure that was already passed in the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. I commend the chair and all the committee members that supported. This was on March 17, 2023. And the testifiers that were present all testified in favor and support the measure. The same thing with government agencies that were present at the time, VIPD, Department of Justice, and the Banking and Insurance Division from the Lieutenant Governor's Office. They all testified in support of this measure. We're able to meet and caucus and hear some recommendations and amendments from my colleagues, and those were added now in the nature of the substitute and amendment that has been presented today, which is Amendment 235-255. So I'm asking my colleagues to support this measure when the moment to vote comes before you. I want to thank those that have signed on to it for your support. from the beginning. So I thank Senator Malvin Biden, Senator Angel Bolkes, Senator Gittins, Senator Carla Joseph, and everyone else who will be signing on to it. So once again, I ask for your support, and I thank you for everyone who provided recommendations and suggestions regards to Bill 350013. Also, another measure that was sponsored by Senator from the island of St. Thomas, bill that brings assist reliefs to our business community, which is Bill 35-084. We know how difficult it is sometimes, and there's a lot of roadblocks for the businesses in the territory. So this will assist in the for businesses to continue to have their name that they have requested and don't have to be renewing every 2 years. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Thank you for calling in as the bill sponsor, bill number 35-0013. I'll take my 4 minutes. Colleagues, as you know, this is not session, this is rules, and this is the clearinghouse of all the bills. And today, because we had a long agenda, we kind of changed things up so we don't be here until 1 o'clock this morning, because we do have staff that is still working this meeting. So I am in support of most of these bills that are before this committee of rules today, and I'll just talk about a few. I've had the opportunity, as my colleague Senator Franklin Johnson mentioned, bill number 35-0045. We had the opportunity of bringing the director of BOC and fleshing this bill out a little more. And we were comfortable enough to now put this bill in the Rules Committee and move it through. Well, I am in support of it. Bill number 35-0086, Senator DeGraff, I've been in that committee meeting where I had the opportunity to hear testimonies on the importance of this legislation. And one thing that I can remember mentioning, if you hired one employee that you may not have done a background check, that one employee could potentially destroy your whole department. So I am definitely in support of the employees of the Bureau of Information and Technology going through background checks. Senator Maurice James, who's bill number 35-0099, understand the importance of that. Actually, I will even sign on the mobile integrated health care program, where I think that is a definite need. Bill number 35-0127, also, I think the invasion of privacy of accidents and crime victims by first responders, I think this just is a layer of protection for privacy. And I'll talk a little bit now about my legislation that I'm proud to have presented in the committee, bill number 35-0131. I want to again thank my colleagues who accompanied me and my staff to different parts of Georgia and Baltimore to actually look at how a real-time crime center operates.
1 minute.
And I have to say, with each one of those centers that we visited, we learned something new that each one was doing differently, that we can even come back home now and have discussions with the Virgin Islands Police Department if they may not have even considered it, that this can help. Measures that can save money, technology, modern technology that we are not even thinking about. So I ask for your support and your vote on that. And please sign on, because real-time crime centers
are actually like your main hub for all the different tools that we have. We have Shot Spotter, Reader ID for your license plates. You have even some of in places that police officers wear bulletproof vests, or not the bulletproof vests, the real time, the body cams, and that's also connected to the centralized, the real-time crime center. So modern technology, with this, everything will tie in on the main hub. So colleagues, that concludes just discussion of block 5. So I don't know if we're ready to entertain a motion for bill number 35-0045.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Johnson.
Madam Chair, I move bill number 35-0045, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole release by adding section 4607 to establish medical parole release, geriatric parole release, and non-medical geriatric parole release, and for other related purposes be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary pursuant to, no, not pursuant to no rule, to be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Johnson and seconded by Senator Gittins. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez, yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 35-0045, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to the eligibility for parole release by adding Section 4607 to establish medical parole release, geriatric parole release, and non-medical geriatric parole release, and for other related purposes has been properly vetted and voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Bill number 35-0084.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that bill number 35-0084, an act amending Title 11 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 21, Section 1213, to allow businesses operating under a trade name to have the option of renewing the trade name every 2, 6, or 10 years intervals, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Potter, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0084, an act amending Title 11 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 21, Section 1213, to allow businesses operating under a trade name to have the option of renewing the trade name every 2, 6, or 10 years intervals, is properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Johnson, by Senator Joseph, has been properly moved and vetted in this committee and will be forwarded to the full body for full consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code,
Senator?
Chapter 1.
Senator, there is an amendment to 35-0086.
I think the amendment was withdrawn.
No, I have an amendment. I have a separate amendment.
I'm sorry. You go ahead, Senator Bolkes.
Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 35-497 to bill number 35-0086, offered by Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Bill number 35-0086, Section 1, internal subsection E, is amended by designating the existing language as paragraph 1 and inserting a paragraph 2 to read 2. When the Bureau of Information Technology, a territorial agency, department, or independent instrumentality contracts with any federal agency or receives any federal funding, adherence with the Privacy Act of 1974, 5 U.S.C.S. Section 552A, as amended, is required. I so move.
Here, second by Senator, motion made, the amendment made by Senator Bolkes, seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Potter, you may proceed with your motion.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel and employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further, as amended, be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Senator, you have to restate, oh, you said as amended?
Yes.
Okay. So bill number 35-0086 was properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Bolkes. Roll call on the motion. As amended, roll call.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yay.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yay.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 35-0086, an act amending Title 3 VI Code Chapter 1, Section 10H, to require background checks for all IT personnel, employees of the Bureau of Information Technology, agencies that have data centers, and any employee who handles confidential information has been properly vetted and voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator James.
I move that bill number.
Please recognize Senator Maurice James Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0099, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 23 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the foreclosure of liens upon real property be voted favorably in this Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins Yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0099, an act amending Title 28, Chapter 23 of the Virgin Islands Code related to the foreclosure of liens and real property liens upon real property has been properly vetted and voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Motion.
Motion, Senator James.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0119, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 7A directing the Department of Health to develop and approve mobile integrated healthcare programs be voted on favorably in this Committee on Rules and Judiciary and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Maurice James and seconded by Senator Gittins, Bolkes, and Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart Yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins Yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James Yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson Yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter Yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0119, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code by adding a Chapter 7A directing the Department of Health to develop and improve mobile integrated health programs has been properly vetted and voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration.
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator James.
Madam Chair, I rise to offer an amendment amendment number 35-593 to bill number 35-0127. Bill number 35-0127 is amended as follows. A, on page 1, line 14, internal section 1785, subsection A, paragraph 2, by adding quotation or any other employee of the government of the Virgin Islands on the scene acting as a part of the investigative or emergency response efforts, close quotation, after assistance. B, on page 2, lines 21, paragraph 1, by striking the language after damages. And C, on page 2, internal section 1785, by adding subsections F and G that read as follows. F1, law enforcement agencies and agencies that employ first responders shall, A, capital A, promulgate regulations consistent with this section, including but not limited to a policy on the use of personal and government-issued cameras and recording devices used at emergency and crime scenes, and a policy on the confidentiality of images of emergency and crime scenes and images related to a criminal investigation. Capital B, provide law enforcement officers and other first responders with copies of the adopted policies. And C, capital C, cause a copy of this section to be posted at a location in the agencies that is readily accessible to all first responder and law enforcement officers. 2, the failure of any law enforcement agency or an agency that employs first responders to implement any of the requirements under Section A is not a defense for a violation of this section. G, subsection G. The Virgin Islands Police Department shall include in the curriculum of the Virgin Islands Police Academy a course on the requirements of this section. I so move.
Second.
35-0127, amendment number 35-593 has been properly moved by Senator James, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Boquez. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator James.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0127, an act as amended, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89, relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders, be voted on favorably in this committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-1270, 35-0127, as amended, has been voted upon favorably as amended by Senator James and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. And we will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Colleagues, roll call on the motion. And bill number 35-0127 as amended. Roll call.
Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr., Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 350127 as amended, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 89 relating to the invasion of privacy of accident and crime victims by first responders has been voted upon favorably and would be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on record. Do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0131?
Motion.
Senator Capehart, you recognize for your motion on bill number 35-0131.
I move that Bill number 35-0131, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime centered centralized crime data system within the Virgin Islands Police Department be forwarded to the full body for further, be voted upon favorably and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Capehart, second by Senator James, Joseph, and Bolkes. Roll call on bill number 35-0131.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr., Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins,
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Who?
Mr. Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you for the correction. Bill number 35-0131, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, that's Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, to establish a real-time crime center, has been voted upon favorably here in this committee and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Do I hear a motion at this time or amendment on 35-0173? Senator Bolkes, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number 35-589, amendment to bill number 35-0173, offered by Senators Angel Bolkes Jr. and Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Bill number 35-0173, Section 2, Internal Section 2570, is amended at the end of the subsection A by adding 4 sentences to read as follows. If a hospital determines that a relinquished newborn needs medical treatment beyond the 48 hours for the department to take physical custody of the infant, the department shall assume custody of any infant declared ready for discharge from a hospital within 8 hours of such notification. The court shall grant the department temporary guardianship status over any newborn infant in its care while a petition for guardianship is pending the issuance of a final court order. The department shall pay all associated costs, including Medicare expenses within and outside of the territory, if an infant under the department's care requires transfer off island for additional medical care. The department shall assign an authorized representative to accompany any infant under their care during off-island transfers and medical treatment. I so move.
Amendment properly moved by Senator Bolkes, second by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion?
Motion, do you have another amendment?
I apologize. Amendment, Mr. Chair, I apologize.
Okay, amendment. There you
Thank
go.
you, Mr. Chair, for that reminder.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number 35-596, offered by Senators Angel Bolkes Jr. and Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Amendment to Bill number 35-0173. Bill number 35-0173, Section 2 is amended by striking 30 and inserting 60 in 1, Internal Section 2561A, 10 on page 4, line 9. 2, Internal Section 2565A, 1 on page 8, line 3. 3, Internal Section 2565D on page 9, line 3, and 4, Internal Section 2570D1 on page 12, line 14. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Bulkhead, second by Senator James. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, roll call on bill number 35-0173 as amended.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr.
Yay.
Senator Borges Jr. Yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter yay. Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0173 as amended, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code by adding subchapter 5, enacting the Safe Haven Newborn Protection Act, has been voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action.
Do I hear an amendment or motion on bill number 35-0175? Amendment, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 35-530, an amendment to bill number 35-0175. Bill number 35-0175 is amended as follows. 1, in section 2, internal section 1081, definitions, by inserting the following definition as 11 to read as follows. Auxiliary communications means backup emergency radio communications provided by volunteers who support public safety and emergency response professionals and their agencies. 2, in internal section 1084, subsection A, by inserting paragraph 1 to read as follows. 1, if duly activated from an AXCOM member's residence, activation means all activities following the first AXCOM assigned task. I so move.
Bill number 35-0175, amendment number 35-530 is properly moved by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator James, Senator Carla Joseph, and Senator Bolkes. Roll call. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you again, Madam Chair and colleagues. I move that bill number 35-0175 as amended, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, relating to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters by adding a subchapter 11, establishing an auxiliary communications unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency and providing an auxiliary communications resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands be voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I'm sorry, let me restate. That's, I move that bill number 35-0175, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11. That's what I said first, right? Relating to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters by adding a subchapter, that's Roman numeral 2, establishing an auxiliary communication unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency and providing an auxiliary communications resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands be voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. I so move.
Properly, bill number 35-0175, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, related to emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters by adding subchapter 2, establishing an auxiliary communications unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency and providing an auxiliary communication resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands, as amended, has been properly moved and seconded. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Who you want?
Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Announce that Bill number 35-0175, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, related to the emergency communications during an emergency and major disasters by adding subchapter 2, establishing auxiliary communications unit within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency and providing an auxiliary communications resource to any department, agency, and autonomous or semi-autonomous has been vetted and properly voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion or amendment? Well, colleagues, I must say we have just finished Block 5, and we are, no? Oh, shucks. Okay, bill number is, do I hear a motion on bill number 35-0194? Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0194, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, requiring the Commissioner of Education to hire a school nurse supervisor per district and school health technicians for every public school in the territory be voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and be forwarded to the full body for further action. I so move.
Bill number 35-0194 has been properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator James. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0194, an act amending Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Section 111A, requiring the Commissioner of Education to hire a school nurse supervisor per district and school health technician for every public school in the territory has been vetted and properly voted upon favorably by this Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear an amendment or motion?
Madam Chair, this one, okay. Madam Chair, amendment.
Amendment, Senator Volquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number, sorry, I apologize. Madam Chair, I offer amendment number 35-255, amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 35-0013, offered by Senator Samuel Kadiyong. Bill number 35-0013 is amended by striking all the text after the enacting clause and inserting new text that reads as follows.
Motion, Senator Gittins.
Madam Chair and colleagues, I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator James, Senator Joseph, and Senator Johnson. The waiving of the rules, hearing no objection, so ordered. Waiving the reading, so ordered.
Motion, I so move. Madam Chair, I move to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 35-0013, that it be voted upon favorably in this committee and reported out to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Properly moved and seconded by Senator Volquez, seconded by Senator James, Johnson, Joseph. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Volquez Jr. Senator Volquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yays.
Excuse me again.
Mr. Chair, you have 7 yays.
Thank you. Bill number 35-0013, amendment in the nature of a substitute regarding the issuance of limited local purpose identification and operators license has been voted upon favorably here in the Rules and Judiciary Committee and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Thank you, colleagues. We have now concluded the 5th block, and we will move into block number 6, which we have 4 resolutions in there, and we will begin the block with a 2-minute debate time. Starting with Senator Volquez, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, there is no doubt in my mind that these nominees are well qualified and deserve to be honored. We have went through the process and started in the Committee of Jurisdiction and have thoroughly vetted all of these bills. There is no doubt in my mind that all of these bills will pass in this block. Bill number 350102, commending and honoring Ralph A. Deschabert, MD, for his outstanding contributions in the medical field. Bill number 35-0109, commending the late Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George posthumously for his sacrifice during the military service that he provided to our people. Bill number 35-0123, erecting a statue of bronze for Dr. Alfred O. Heath, who has done considerable work in the area of in the medical field, along with many other accolades.
1 minute.
And lastly, of course, Bill number 35-0125, commending the late Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark for his dedication, service, and contributions to the Virgin Islands community as a law enforcement officer. I look forward to supporting all of these measures at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator at Large Bulkes. Now we will move to Madam Secretary. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. Notice I stressed 2 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
You're so
I
welcome.
want to rise in support of all 4 measures. They were very well vetted in the Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. These are some outstanding citizens of our community, and we are honoring the majority of them for the work that they have done in our community while they have their flowers. I won't be too long in my discussion on this because I was here and I heard all the good works that Dr. Heath has done. Also, Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George from St. John, and Dr. Ralph A. Bert, as well as the Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark, who tried to give me a ticket here when I was driving on the Melvin H. Evans Highway when I was 18 years old. So I rise in support of all of these resolutions in this block, and I stand ready to vote in the affirmative, Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You did well on your time. Next up, Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise in support of all these resolutions. I believe that the individuals who are being honored in these 4 bills are truly deserving of such honor. The 2 doctors, Dr. Shabert and Dr. Heath, of course, are well known in our community and have contributed so much as medical doctors to the health care of the people of the Virgin Islands. I also support Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark. I know his son really well. I knew him also when he was alive. And, you know, he stood for discipline and order, law and order. With respect, of course, to our service member, the late Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George, who gave the ultimate sacrifice, truly deserves to be honored and have the route on the island of St. John named after him, and, you know, forever be remembered for making that sacrifice. So at the appropriate time, I'll be voting favorably for all those resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Maurice James. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yeah, I decided to stay since we don't have a hearing tomorrow. I could get my rest, but I definitely support all 4 of these resolutions. But I definitely must speak about Officer Clark, and I wish some of the men in blue had an opportunity to work with this gentleman. Fine policeman, stood up for the law and stand his grounds. But I must say that my first ticket I ever received came from Officer Clark. And I asked Officer Clark for a break. I said, give me a break, man, please. He said, you're getting a break, the 3 citation I have for you, but I only give you 1. So he also had a heart, but he was a gentleman that stopped you in a heartbeat and issued those citations. I really do wish we could have some more Officer Clark out there on our streets, patrolling our streets. So at the appropriate time, I would definitely be supporting all of these measures here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, especially for staying in the 2 minutes. Next up, Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of all of the resolutions in this final block, block number 6. We had the opportunity to look at an act honoring and commending Ralph A. Chabert, MD, for outstanding contributions in the medical field. We had an opportunity to hear from the family and friends of Dr. Ralph Deshabir. And I have always said that it is really important for us to honor and commend those in our community who have achieved excellence in their chosen field. And without question, Dr. Deshabir fits this bill. He was most deserving. Similar, the late Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George, posthumously recognizing him for his service as a corporal in the United States Marine. Dr. Alfred O. Heath. We know Dr. Alfred O. Heath, as we know, is considered a Renaissance man here in our community. And Mr. Police Lieutenant, Mr. Melbourne Clark, for his dedication, service, and contributions to the people of the Virgin Islands. We had an opportunity to hear some really emotional testimony from the family and friends and supporters of all of the honorees, and they are all equally deserving for such an honor. At the appropriate time, I plan to vote in the affirmative for all of these resolutions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Next up is yours truly. I will support all four measures in this block. I especially want to speak to Bill number 35, the 0125, where we're honoring and commending Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark posthumously for his dedication, service, and contributions to the Virgin Islands community, particularly on the island of St. Croix, in law enforcement by adding the name Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark Drive at Route 669 on the island of St. Croix. For those of you who are not sure where Route 669 is that's the piece of road from Melvin Evans Highway going into public safety, where the Bureau of Motor Vehicle is, and concludes over, it will stop by the restaurant on Santa Line Road there. What's that restaurant? By Spicy Grill area. So it'll be that strip of road that will be named in his honor. You know, from a police cadet into a police...
1 minute.
Going through the ranks, I mean, you knew when Melbourne Clark were coming through there. You know when they had an emergency. And like the Senate President said, probably that's one of the reasons why, too, we had to erect some speed bumps in that residential area. But he did an awesome job when he was there. And like Senator Johnson said, I mean, we need a lot more Officer Clarks. My only reservation is that Bill number 35, that's 0102, which was primarily sponsored by Senator Maurice James. My name is on it also, but I don't see it there. But I too want to commend or specifically speak to Dr. Ralph A.D. Deshabir, MD, for his outstanding contributions in the medical field to the people of the Virgin Islands, and his many civic contributions to the community as well. So thank you all. Next up, we will have, so you could cut my 2 minutes. Next up, we will go to Senator Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. I rise in support of all of these resolutions. I am a firm believer that, you know, you give people their flowers while they're living. I think that these individuals that were selected for these various honors are well deserving, from Dr. Shabert to Corporal George. We also had, I think it was Lieutenant Clark. I did enjoy the testimony from his son as well as others when they shared a little bit more about him. I did not have the opportunity to know him on a personal level. And we also had Dr. O'Heath. So I definitely support all of these individuals. And once they're on the Senate floor, I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next up, Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. I am here to ask the support for bill number 35-0109. Kendall Emmanuel George was a person that left from the little island of St. John, took a boat, come over here, jump on a plane, went to the States, went to war, the Vietnam War, and never returned home. He gave the ultimate sacrifice. And I'm asking that we would like to name the Route 107 from Coral Bay to La Michelle Bay in this gentleman's honor. A true veteran, gave the ultimate sacrifice. And I'd like to commend all the sponsors of the other bills, bill number 35-0102, for Ralph D. Shabert, MD, Dr. Alfred O. Heath, bill number 35-0123. The medical field, I believe very highly in the medical field. My mother was a nurse. That's great. And to honor these gentlemen is priceless to me. And
1 minute.
Being a former police myself, for Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark to hear good things about the police officers while they're alive and to name something after them, Route 669 on the Big Island, I would stand in full support of that. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I would just like to say I am in support of these bills in Bill number 6, the resolutions that we have before us. I personally knew Mr. Melbourne Clark as a little girl going to St. Mary's School. I would always remember him picking up his children and have always been a very strict law enforcement officer on the road. So from the time I was a little girl, I was scared of him. So I will never forget him, and I think it is an honor to recognize him. And the other individuals, Dr. Ralph A. D. Shabert, who has definitely given his outstanding contributions in the medical field in the Virgin Islands. A matter of fact, I think Dr. Shabert delivered me as a child and delivered my firstborn. So I think he is well deserving to name the labor and delivery postpartum unit at the Wang Lui Hospital. So, colleagues, I am prepared to entertain amendment or motion. Do I hear amendment made by Senator James?
Yes, Madam Chair. I offer amendment number 35-525 to bill number 35-0102 to read as follows. Bill number 35-0102 is amended in section 2 on page 6, line 1, by striking obstetrical and gynecology ward and inserting mother-baby unit, and on lines 2 and 3 by striking the Dr. Ralph A. D. Shabert Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology and inserting the Dr. Ralph A. and Mildred C. D. Shabert Baby Mother Unit. I so move.
Bill number 35-0702, amendment number 35-525 is properly moved by Senator James and seconded by Senator Gittins. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Maurice James.
Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0102 as amended, an act honoring and commending Ralph A. D. Shabert, MD, for outstanding contributions in the medical field to the people of the Virgin Islands and his many civic contributions to the community, especially to the island of St. Croix, and to name the labor and delivery postpartum unit maternity services at the Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center North in his honor. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator James and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph and Senator Gittins. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0102, an act honoring and commending Ralph A. Deschabert, MD, for his outstanding contributions in the medical field to the people of the Virgin Islands and his many civic contributions to the community, especially to the island of St. Croix, and to name the labor and delivery postpartum unit maternity services at the Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center North in his honor has been voted upon as amended, has been properly vetted and voted upon favorably by this Committee on Rules and Judiciary, will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair,
Bill
I
number
move that bill
35-01 0109. Senator Potter?
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, I move that bill number 35-0109, an act honoring and commending the late Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George posthumously for his service as a corporal in the United States Marine Corps in the Vietnam War and for making the ultimate sacrifice to preserve democracy and to keep America and his Virgin Islands homeland safe. Naming Route 107 from Coral Bay to Lamshore Bay, St. John, Kendall Emmanuel George Drive, South, and appropriating $10,000 to the Department of Public Works for signage at Kendall Emmanuel George Drive, and for other related purposes, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0109 has been properly moved by Senator Potter and seconded by Senator Carla Joseph. Roll call on motion.
Senator Angel L. Borges Jr., Senator Borges Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart,
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James,
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph,
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0109, an act honoring and commending the late Corporal Kendall Emmanuel George posthumously for his service as a corporal in the United States Marine Corps in the Vietnam War and for making the ultimate sacrifice to preserve democracy and to keep America and his Virgin Islands homeland safe, naming Route 107 from Coral Bay to Lamshore Bay, St. John, Kendall Emmanuel George Drive, South, and appropriating $10,000 to the Department of Public Works for signature at Kendall Emmanuel George Drive and for other related purposes has been vetted and properly voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Motion, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I rise to offer Bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park on the island of St. Thomas and for other purposes, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and forwarded to the full body for further action and consideration. I so move.
Bill number 35-0123 has been properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph and seconded by Senator Gittins and Senator James. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill number 35-0123, an act to commission and direct the Virgin Islands Council on the Arts to construct and erect a bronze bust of Dr. Alfred O. Heath to be placed next to those of Edith L. Williams, J. Antonio Jarvis, and Rothschild Francis in Education Park on the island of St. Thomas and for other purposes has been vetted and properly voted upon favorably by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out of this committee to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion, Senator Gittins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move the last bill of the evening for Bill number 35-0125, an act honoring and commending the late Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark posthumously for his dedication, service, and contributions to the Virgin Islands community and law enforcement by adding the name Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark Drive at Route 669 on the island of St. Croix. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator James, Senator Joseph, Senator Johnson, and Senator Bolquez. Can I have a roll call?
Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0125, an act honoring and commending the late Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark posthumously for his dedication, service, and contributions to the Virgin Islands community in law enforcement by adding the name Police Lieutenant Melbourne Clark Drive at Route 669 on the island of St. Croix has been vetted and properly voted upon favorably by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be reported out to the full body for further consideration. Oh. Colleagues, let me tell you,
Thank you for being supportive of taking 2 days of committee meetings. Today and tomorrow's meeting was combined in one. I'll never do it again. Especially after taking a red eye to go to St. Thomas to testify on my bill from traveling from Tennessee to DC, Baltimore, Georgia, back to DC, Boston, San Juan, spending 4 hours layover, head to St. Thomas, and coming to the committee meeting in St. Thomas at 9:00 a.m., and then here I am today. So please forgive me. I needed coffee at one moment. Yes, I did. I want to especially thank my colleagues. I want to thank media. Thank you. I want to thank legal counsel, and most importantly, supportive staff, Ms. Pickard, supportive staff of the senators. I want to say thank you, and the committee. Points of personal privilege, Senator Gittins.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day. However, I'll be remiss if I didn't thank you, Madam Chair, and your staff for good lunch today. So I want to thank the cook, who is also, I learned, will be the honoree of our upcoming festival, Crucian Festival Food Fair. I don't want to get her name wrong. Veronica Cutie Jeffers, and I want to Jeffrey, I'm sorry, see how I'm messing up people's name, but I wanted to publicly commend her on a well-deserved acknowledgement by our festival committee, and looking forward to a safe festival season. And I also wanted to publicly thank the Gentlemen of Jones group as well for lighting up our Christensen town. You'll see that the entire area is well lit, and I wanted to specifically call them out because this body assisted them in acquiring funds for additional lights. And not only that, but the members of Gentlemen of Jones assisted the Water and Power Authority, and I hope that they will be appreciative of it, that while putting up those lights in Christensen downtown areas, they actually lit some of those lights that were out for months, some of them probably years. So again, thank you to Gentlemen of Jones and everyone in their neighborhood who is lighting up for Christmas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. With that being said, I just want to say happy holidays. And to the people of the Virgin Islands, God bless you. Thank you all. There being no further business before us, the Committee of Rules and Judiciary is hereby adjourned. Thank you.